Всем привет! Сегодня мы проходим Звездный путь Возрождения. Посмотрим, настолько ли она плоха, как они все говорят. Драматическое обучение лаборатории. Отношения и события, которые вам предстоит решить, будут определяться тем, какой выбор вы сделаете. Сразу говорю, перевод будет мега паршивый, потому что он машинный.
Captain's log, stardate
Log.
57931.4. The crew is restless. After spending too many months piecing our ship back together, we're finally about to venture out on a new mission. And the crew isn't letting this unprecedented ion storm slow them down. They're ready for something different. I know I am. Perhaps more than any of them. Fortunately, nothing ever stays the same. It's entropy, the nature of the universe. Change is inevitable. And while entropy says order gives way to chaos, in this case, change is good. Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
Thanks.
No problem.
I'm not great with flying. But these little shuttles are the worst.
Stick around in Starfleet and you'll be sure to see worse than this. I have.
And you're here to talk about it.
In the flesh.
That's good. Sorry, I'm a little anxious.
I hadn't noticed.
I'm on my way to my first assignment. When we get to the starbase, I'm transferring on to the Resolute.
So am I.
It won't be easy for Jara to step in at the 11th hour like this. But if she's half the officer I knew she could become when she was a cadet at Starfleet Academy, she'll be the XO this ship needs right now.
Джеймс вообще да не берем. Фу. Да. Так.
A starbase on the very edge of Federation space. Long way from home now.
По-моему, это каждый раз так бывает. Одни возле черной дыры, фиг знает где, а другие вообще в дельта-квадрант переместились. Тоже, кажется, через черную дыру. Но это не точно.
Commander? I'm not usually such a nervous wreck, by the way. I actually did well at the academy.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe you've heard of the Torvalin test?
Sounds familiar.
It's a tactical simulator that makes the Kobayashi Maru look like a picnic on Pintaris 5. Anyway, I finished in the top 20. Not just
Kobayashi
in my
Maru?
class.
Серьезно, парень?
All time.
Kobayashi Maru, ты всегда умираешь.
So, there's that.
Only top 20, huh? So I guess there's room for improvement.
Well, it's really, really hard.
Привет.
So I've heard.
Как дела?
Please place your hand here. Hold it there for a few seconds.
Бывает. Ну, можно купить всегда новое. Старые были все-таки лучше.
Welcome, Commander Rydek.
Wait, you're Jara Rydek? You absolutely crushed the Torvalin test. You finished in what, like the top 3?
That would be me.
Now I'm really... It's an honor to meet you, Commander. Sorry, I didn't realize before. I just came off the shuttle and was glad to be on solid ground.
When people say top 3, what they really mean is 3rd place. I'm not first, so there's always room for improvement.
I'll, keep working then.
I believe Commander Ermot is expecting you. He's in the concourse just ahead.
See you on the Resolute.
Не, просто прикол в том, что моя клавиатура, которая 7 лет, до сих пор работает, а клавиатура, которую я купила вместе с компом, она сломалась уже на 5-й день. Поэтому сравниваю то, что старые клавиатуры... Ну, тут зависит, конечно, и от модели. В принципе. Но все равно. Да, более надежная.
Good day, Commander.
Ну вот, ты меня понимаешь. Но, кстати, если клавиатура с подсветкой, по идее, на нее гарантия должна быть какая-то, может, еще не прошла. Хотя я не знаю, как у вас.
If I remember my briefing, Commander Ermot is a Bolian, so I'm looking for someone with blue skin.
Голубым кожей. Окей. Блин, болить, кстати, нам в Стартреке очень редко показывали. Я только помню парикмахера болить. Поговорить потерявшись. Ну, давай, поговорим.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just... Well, I'm not sure where my departure dock is. The Resolute's gonna leave without me.
Look here. The Resolute is leaving from this dock.
Ah, you're right. Nerves must be getting to me. Thanks so much, Commander.
Блин, мне интересно, что предложит эта игрушка. С учетом того, что все ее хейтят. А мне пока что начало нравится, с учетом того, что весь Star Trek смотрела.
Yeah, not the ship I was hoping for.
Why's that?
Well, you haven't heard? Some kind of accident. Their warp core overloaded.
Oh, whoa. That's a big deal.
They spent 6 months fixing it up.
Is it the captain's fault?
That's the rumor. Yeah.
Ну, конечно, как всегда, во всем виноват капитан.
Starbase 128 has 4 docks.
Ну, команда тоже может не быть... Ни капитан, ни команда, может сама ситуация быть паршивой. И никто не виноват, просто как козлов отпущения сделали капитанов и команду сама. В принципе. Просто чтобы на кого-то спустить собак и все. Это мило.
Excuse me, have you seen a Bolian around here?
Yes, sir. Right back there, near the replicator.
Ah, there he is. Thank you.
Happy to help, Commander.
Так, больницу мы нашли. Ладно. Ладно. Это наша... Блин. Я даже не помню расу, но у которой есть феромоны. Просто зеленокожая девица. Блин. Ладно. И то, что эти девицы допускаются во флот, это страшно. Они ж могут совратить любого. Ну, в принципе, не у всех. У них есть феромоны, ладно. Размноженную пищу. Ну, сделанную на репликаторе пищу, скорее всего, имеется в виду. А сейчас покушать не хочешь? Ну ладно. Интересно, как эти репликаторы работали в реальной жизни. Опа.
Someone from the crew got promoted?
No, get this. They're from a different ship.
Oof. Wonder how the crew feel about that.
It makes them look desperate. Is their crew that bad?
Yeah, not a good look.
Сейчас посмотрим, какая их команда. Главное не налошать полностью. Эх. Есть еще что-нибудь интересненькое? Не хотите пустить меня туда, засранцы? Все, кстати, я вспомнила. Вот эта раса называется орионцы, если это орионцы, конечно. А краснокожих раньше не встречала. Возможно, тоже под вид орионцев, потому что мужчины видел в сериале оранжевые были. Так, пройти к командиру Урмота.
Welcome to the edge of the galaxy, Commander Rydek. I'm Commander Jan Ermot, Operations Officer on the Resolute. Commander? I hope there wasn't too much trouble getting here. This storm isn't making anything easy for us right now.
Я могу это вынести.
Less than ideal at the moment.
It takes more than a little turbulence to rattle me.
I'm sure that's the case. We're grateful you were able to come fill our first officer vacancy at such short notice. From everything I've read and everything I've heard, we're lucky you were available to us. Coming from a premier starship and all. To our little research vessel.
What exactly have you heard about me?
First in your class at the academy. Received
Ну,
the
конечно.
Starfleet Award of Valor during the Dominion War. Most recently, tactical officer and chief of security on the USS Endeavour.
Короче, идеальная девочка.
Done your homework?
Like I said, we're very lucky.
Так. Посмотрим, на что этот идеал сгодится. Интересно, можно все заранее?
The USS Resolute. She may not look like much compared to the bigger ships, but as far as science vessels go, she can more than hold her own. And she doesn't look so bad considering 6 months ago she was nearly cracked in half venting plasma fighting for her life.
It was an accident?
The equipment malfunctioned. An accident suggests fault, but no one's to blame. It was a planned test, but the warp core was pushed beyond its limits. It destabilized the dilithium, there was a runaway reaction, and the warp bubble deformed. We thought we could reach a higher resonant frequency, but it was more than she could handle. Cost us our first officer and 22 of our crew. At the end of the day, we're all responsible for each other. That's what it means to be a crew.
To have lost so many lives. That's a high price to pay.
Too high by any estimation. But there's nothing that can be done about it now except get back to work. And make sure it never happens again.
Как же приятно играть в игру, в которую не играл раньше.
I realize you've known Captain Solano for quite some time, and I'm sure you're ready to bring your best. But I should warn you that when the captain announced you would be the new first officer, there were those who felt it was a mistake, that he should have promoted from within. So you might want to tread lightly at first. Until they come to value your contributions as much as he does.
Trust is earned, and it sounds like I have my work cut out for me. But I plan on winning them over.
I don't doubt that. I just figured it was better to know what you're walking into.
Of course.
Starfleet has assigned us a high-priority mission to the Hotari region. I'll let the captain brief you on board. I know he's eager to see you.
Опа. Это прикольно. Джара произвела хорошее первое впечатление на командира Урмота, показавшись проницательной и любознательной, но при этом проявив сочувствие к тому, что перешел экипаж решительно. Кстати, решительно уже где-то фигурировал. Мичман Кэллоуэй был благодарен Джаре за полезное указание, когда он нервничал во время полета на шаттле. Это прикольно. Пока что мне все нравится. Ну или у меня не... Ой, я могу даже с геймпадом играть. Тут и бластеры есть. Круто. Ну ладно. Стелс есть. Так, вот этот мне особо не нравится. Все хорошо. Так, но все говорят, что это киношка только. Но сейчас посмотрим. А сканировать разве должен первый офицер, а не офицер науки? Ну ладно. Окей, наша дамочка. Так. О, даже что-то может быть. Ну, посмотрим. Но пока меня устраивает. Правда, мордашки у них как будто сделана игра в этом. В Симсе. Слишком уж. Эй, какого фига? Что я не поняла? Эй! Это нечестно. Так. Ладно. Придется по-бырому пробежать. Стоп. Ладно. Я лох по жизни. Yep. понял, где баг. Ладно. Все с самого начала. Сейчас проскипаю все, если возможно. Простите. Так, ладно. А скипать тут возможно, невозможно. Ну что ж. Ладно, еще, кстати, сохранение игры. Хочу посмотреть. Нет. Она автоматически сохраняется или... Ну, это обидно, кстати. Короче, проходим игру за один раз. Правда, я еще не спала очень долго. Последний рубеж. Да блин, ни на одну кнопку нельзя скипать. Все равно она где-то за 6 часиков проходит.
They're ready for something different. I know I am. Perhaps more than any of them.
Ну ладно, уже минус дошла у игры.
Fortunately, nothing ever stays the same. It's entropy, the nature of the universe. Change is inevitable. And while entropy says order gives way to chaos, in this case, change is good. Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Ryder.
Хочу скипать.
No, she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood.
Ладно, ща. Движение выполнить взаимодействие. Блин. Скипать нет. Бег. Ластер камера. Паузер. Представляем. Засранца. Вы сверх засранца. В игре нет сохранений, что ли? Ладно, делаем то же самое, что и делали. Хорошо, что я такая оглушалась в самом начале игры.
Stick around in Starfleet and you'll be sure to see worse than this. I have.
And you're here to talk about it.
In the flesh.
That's good. Sorry, I'm a little anxious.
I hadn't noticed.
I'm on my way to my first assignment. When we get to the starbase, I'm transferring on to the Resolute.
So am I.
Эх, почему главных героев делают синеглазыми? Синеглазыми. Кореглазыми почти. Почему Баджорка? Почему не Клингонка? Хочу Клингонку. Ну ладно, спасибо, хоть ТКГ женщина. Это уже радует. Хотя тут может быть несколько их. Ну, тоже неплохо. Отлично будет. Но не факт. Так, ладно. Да, Да-да-да.
starbase on the very edge of Federation space. Long way from home now.
А ускорения нет? Блин, я надеюсь, ты во время боя не будешь так медленно ходить.
Commander? I'm not usually such a nervous wreck, by the way. I actually did well at the academy.
Oh yeah?
Maybe you've heard of the Torvalin test?
Sounds familiar.
It's a tactical simulator that makes the Kobayashi Maru look
Но
like a
модельки-то
picnic
были
on an
неплохие, кстати.
RS-5. Anyway, I finished in the top 20. Not just in my class. I mean, all time. In the history of the academy.
Only top 20, huh? So I guess there's room for improvement.
Well, it's really, really hard.
So I've heard.
Правда, верхнее веко странное.
Please place your hand here. Hold it there for a few seconds. Welcome, Commander Rydek.
Wait, you're Jara Rydek? You absolutely
Кстати,
crushed the
она
Torvalin
человек.
test. You finished in what, like the top 3?
Я не успела прочитать, но она на 42% человек.
Now I'm really... It's an honor to meet you, Commander. Sorry, I didn't realize before. I just came off the shuttle and was glad to be on solid ground.
When people say top 3, what they really mean is third place. I'm not first, so there's always room for improvement.
I'll, keep working then.
I believe Commander Ermot is expecting you. He's in the concourse just ahead.
See you on the Resolute.
Кстати, это более чем правильно. Мы сначала мальчика поругали за то, что он гордился, что он 20-м, потом себя поругали за то, что мы являемся не первым, не подкрепив слова. Это мне нравится. Так, ладно. Блин. Я увидела, что она баджорка, что она человек, но я не увидела, кто она еще. Почему так быстро мелькнули ее данные? Кстати, а я могу? А я не могу от Джари ничего узнать. Да, тут, кстати, 2 перса, как я понимаю. Так, верните мне обратно.
If I remember my briefing, Commander Ermot is a Bolian, so I'm looking for someone with blue skin. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just... Well, I'm not sure where my departure dock is. The Resolute's gonna leave without me.
Look here. The Resolute is leaving from this dock.
Ah, you're right. Nerves must be getting to me. Thanks so much, Commander.
Надеюсь, когда он всё-таки появится тут. Хотя бы один. По идее, вор должен. Так.
You're going to the Resolute too?
Yeah, not the ship I was hoping for.
Why's that?
Well, you haven't heard? Some kind of accident. Their warp core overloaded.
Oh, whoa. That's a big deal.
They spent 6 months fixing it up.
Was it the captain's fault?
That's the rumor, yeah.
Кстати, в чем тут капитан, если именно варп-ядро перегрузилось? Капитан должен следить за всеми инженерами. И притом инженер тоже могли быть ни при чем, если это новый корабль и ходили.
Excuse me. Have you seen a Bolian around here?
Yes, sir. Right back there, near the replicator.
Ah, there he is. Thank you.
Happy to help, Commander.
Все женщины у нас будут общаться как мужчины в субтитрах.
I'll replicate myself a meal once I'm on board.
Ладно. Ну, наверстали упущено. Почти. Ща. Послушаем еще сплетню.
You hear the Resolute's getting a new first officer?
Someone from the crew got promoted?
No, get this. They're from a different ship.
Oof. Wonder how the crew feel about that.
That makes them look desperate. Is their crew that bad?
Yeah, not a good look.
Я люблю болтать со всеми. Я не люблю упускать ничего. Я просто любитель сюжетов.
Welcome to the edge of the galaxy, Commander Rydek. I'm
Ты не
Commander
застала, когда я
Young,
играла в Ведьмака.
Operations Officer on the Resolute. Commander?
До сих пор рассказал, как я в него играла.
This storm isn't making anything easy for us right now. I know conditions are less than ideal at the moment.
It takes more than a little turbulence to rattle me.
I'm sure that's the case. We're grateful you were able to come fill our first officer vacancy at such short notice. From everything I've read and everything I've heard, we're lucky you were available to us. Coming from a premier starship and all. To our little research vessel.
What exactly have you heard about me?
First in your class at the Academy. Received the Starfleet Award of Valor during the Dominion War. Most recently, Tactical Officer and Chief of Security on the USS Endeavor.
Война с Доминионом?
Said, we're very lucky.
Стоп. Только война с Доминионом была. Она Баджор.
USS
Баджорянка. Звездный флот.
may not look like much compared to the bigger ships, but as far as science vessels go, she can more than
Так
hold
давно
her own.
начал заключать союз с
And she doesn't look so
Баджорами.
bad, considering 6 months
Джорианами.
ago she was nearly cracked in half, venting plasma, fighting for her life.
It was an accident?
The equipment malfunctioned.
Как она может
Accident
быть
suggests fault, but
на 42% человек?
it was a planned test, but the warp core was pushed beyond its limits. It destabilized the dilithium, there was a runaway reaction, and the warp bubble deformed. We thought we could reach a higher resonant frequency, but it was more than she could handle. Cost us our first officer and 22 of our crew. At the end of the day, we're all responsible for each other.
To have lost so many lives. That's a high price to pay.
Too high by any estimation. But there's nothing that can be done about it now except get back to work. And make sure it never happens again. Listen. I realize you've known Captain Solano for quite some time. And I'm sure you're ready to bring your best. But I should warn you that when the captain announced you would be the new first officer, there were those who felt it was a mistake, that he should have promoted from within. So you might want to tread lightly at first.
Trust is earned, and it sounds like I have my work cut out for me. But I plan on winning them over.
I don't doubt that. I just figured it was better to know what you're walking into.
Я, по-моему, слишком идеальную девочку отыгрываю.
Starfleet is
Слишком
assigned us a
идеально.
high-priority mission to the Hotari region. I'll let the captain brief you on board. I know he's eager to see you.
Will we be mission ready in time?
We have every intention. The crew has been working around the clock to get the ship ready. There's still so much to do.
Мы зашли там, где мы не облажались. Опа. Вот и второй. Блин, почему женщины? Не человек, мужчина, человек.
Stuck. I got just the thing.
Ладно, что он скажет мне на...
Rewire the optical data network. Just need to burn this gunk off.
Теперь понятно. почему трикотер? Инженер наш. Так, ну это нечестно, что мужчина. Ладно, я слишком придираюсь. Тихо, тихо. Не надо ложить. Так. Блин, а это не очень легко мышкой делать. Нагибать, наверное, легче было бы. Кстати, вот этого мальчика могли бы тоже я не удивлюсь, если он в каком-то смысле виноват. Или себе будет винить за то, что случилось, а на самом деле не виноват. Эй, где субтитры? Ладно. Опа, чувак с нижних палуб.
I thought the thing was totally fried.
Трил.
Nice work, Carter.
Nothing to it, Neely.
And not a moment too soon. The boss wants us down in engineering. Like, now.
Вот видишь, такое я делаю до нижних палубах романа с трилами. О, у нас бег есть, спасибо. Так.
Hey, Diaz, can you give us some help with the transporter?
Могу. Только что надо сделать?
What's the problem?
We need to test this cargo transporter.
Come on.
I've never been that great with the signal plotting.
I got it. No problem.
Выберите путевые точки, чтобы создать путь через ионные помехи. Линия, соединяющая точки, потеряет стабильность, если пройдет через помехи. Желтая полоса показывает стабильность вашего пути. Когда она заполнится, вы добьетесь успеха. Используйте для прицеливания и удержания для выбора. Перетаскивайте путевые точки. Так. Ну, короче, я так понимаю, вот так это делаю. Стоп. Что? Что надо сделать? Я так ни черта не
Carter,
поняла.
Diaz.
Так надо сделать. Или мне наоборот надо, чтобы они это... Ладно, ладно, ладно.
Hurry up.
Все, я понял. Да блин,
Time's a wasting.
как-то красивее. М-м. Я ее зацепила.
No sweat. Whoa, whoa, hey, hey, buddy, get off the pad.
А его не расщепит? Молитесь. Повезло парню. Очень повезло.
Not a word.
Так, везунчик выродился. Было очень опасно. Кстати, а если бы я неправильно проложила путь, то бы он погиб. А. Так, тихо. Не ронять.
Oh, these are heavier than they look.
Ладно, этот инженер мне нравится. Правда, я хочу 2 разных романа. Чтобы был у Бодрянки, и он разный.
And you know what? Not half bad.
Так. Ну, ладно, девочку зовут Чара, а этого парня нам еще не сказали, как. По крайней мере, имя я не расслышала. И, блин, меня звук все еще напрягает. Кому больше помочь не надо? Ребята, я тут.
Yes, you're in my light.
Диас.
Sorry.
Значит, зовут Диас. Так.
Corrosion in there was pretty extreme. Nothing I couldn't handle, though.
Серьезно? У нас парень в женском роде говорит, а девушка в мужском? Спасибо компьютерному переводчику.
Okay?
I dropped a
Машина.
non-ferrous connector between the coils. Gonna have to remove a few of them to find it, and then...
Ooh, then another hour of recalibrating. Ouch. I'll leave you to it.
А помочь не хочешь? Бедная девчонка. Так. Что-то еще интересненькое. Есть.
Hey Diaz, have you seen a hyperspanner around here? I last saw it near the shuttle, Ptarmigan.
I'll let you know.
Шаттл Куропатка. А что нам надо найти? Еще узнать, как шаттл Куропатка выглядит. Было бы неплохо. Ова. Фух, успела. Умница. Так. У нас, ребята, просто асы. Но, блин, почему, чтобы поймать девушки, ей хватает одной кнопки, а чтобы поймать парню, что ему надо прожать 2 кнопки? Что за...
Not where that goes. Maybe we can figure out where you're supposed to be.
за несправедливость? Ну ладно, начало игры мне очень даже нравится. Тут можно много чего исследовать.
Oh, hey, there it is. You're a lifesaver, Diaz.
Well, I don't know about that, but I try.
Так. Ну, Диас милашка. Блин, их надо поменять местами. Было бы прикольно, если бы инженером была девушка. Он первым помощником. Хотя... Ладно, в треке, кроме Майкла, я не помню первых помощников женщин. Так. А в оригинальном сериале вообще не было первого помощника, если я точно помню. Что? Я не туда пошла. А что надо сделать? Я забыл, что надо сделать. Вроде я все уже. Вроде никому больше помощь не нужна. Опа. Ясно, понятно. Нас закрыли в текстурах. Прости, девочка, тебе надо.
Don't let LT catch you blocking the corridors like this.
We'll clear it up once we finish the delicate work. Good looking out, though.
Ладно. Теперь я понимаю, почему все хейтят игру.
Good to see her fully operational again. And if she breaks, we'll just fix her.
А можешь сделать, чтобы она не ломалась? Прости, девочка.
Not after the retrofit. Bulkhead cuts it off at section 2. New computer reroutes.
So then,
I'm thinking we'll have to do the work in that tube, then take the turbo lift from section 2 to section 3.
wait, there's a subfloor crossover around junction 32E.
What do you have against using the turbo lift?
Nothing, I just like being in the tubes. It's my domain.
Так, ладно.
I don't need anything from utilities. Force of habit, I guess.
Да, изучай все. Ребята, вам, конечно,
Hey, need any help? Okay. Good luck.
серьезно. Помощь нужна, удачи. Так, ладно.
Engineering.
I heard the new XO just arrived. Won't be long before we get underway. I just hope whatever Chovak called us down for, it's something good. I can never tell with him. I'd rather not end up degousing plasma manifolds. Hanging upside down makes me queasy.
What's the matter, Nilly? Afraid of a little hard work?
A little hard work? Really? A little? 6 months of putting this ship back together is a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and here we are. Just about ready to go.
Кстати, мужчина кореглазый. Я жаловалась, что не буду кореглазых персонажей. Ему идет.
Looks like we got here before.
Lieutenant Commander Chovak.
We were just looking for you, Commander.
Petty
Spock.
Officers Ed Solar,
Я не смог.
Diaz. I was beginning to think you would be late. We are all hands on deck right now, which means if you are not at your post at the appointed time, I do not have someone to replace you.
Симпатяга.
A point I have been forced to make to Petty Officer Etzelar on repeated occasions.
Well, Commander Chovak, isn't it true that if we were almost late, it categorically means that we were not late?
Во-во, это
That
логично.
is correct, Mr. Diaz.
I mean, if anything, Etzelar and I are following the schedule to the letter.
Yes, perhaps I should adjust the schedule accordingly.
So, I don't suppose you wanted us down here to check in before we go off duty?
Ладно, хоть
Equip
где-то.
yourselves in EV suits to work on the exterior of the hull. I need you to tune the structural integrity field for optimal performance. The subspace distortions and ionic interference we are experiencing are preventing the proper calibration. But this ship must be ready to depart shortly, despite the storm. The precise nature of these disturbances are not fully understood. But many systems have been affected by the wide band of emissive activity.
How concerned should we be about the storm? Are you worried?
Vulcans do not worry.
Не ври.
We calculate the variables and take appropriate precautions to mitigate the risk.
Врун.
Now that entails making critical preparations, because long-range sensors show that these disturbances will be more severe at our destination. the Hotari system. You have your orders. Do not delay.
Yes,
Roger
Commander
that.
Chovak. All hands on deck.
Oh, what's that?
All hands on deck. That's what Chovak said. You know what that means? It means this ship isn't ready to go out and the brass know it. So they're throwing every warm body at it. And they're going to leave on schedule. Consequences be damned.
It all comes down to us, Nilly. We're the ones who will get it ready.
I know what we can do. But this isn't just any old refit or any old relaunch.
Oh, whoa.
Excuse me.
A lot of new faces coming on board. It's gotta be tough coming as a replacement. That's for sure.
They seem all right. Something that happened 6 months ago while they were off on another ship? Well, that's nothing to hold against them.
Yeah, you're right. I guess getting a little new blood on board doesn't hurt. Hold on. Now there's an old face I didn't expect to see again. Hey, Miranda!
You weren't gonna leave without me, were you?
Miranda, you're here?
We thought you were staying on the Adirondack.
Transfer came in at the last minute, so I figured I'd slum it on this bucket of bolts. Looks like you got her back together pretty nicely. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Wouldn't take long to reverse that transfer and get you right back on the Adirondack.
I didn't know you had that kind of authority.
Oh, Carter's going places. You'd be surprised what he can do.
Still, I am glad to be here. He still owes me a bottle of Saurian brandy. Don't think I forgot.
Oh yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Maybe Carter can rustle up that bottle and we can give you a proper welcome. As soon as we wrap up this quick little spacewalk.
О, не так часто уходят в космос в Стартреке. Как бы это иронично не
Here,
звучало.
let me help you.
Thanks.
So what's the word? Are you back in the security rotation?
Yep. Still running with the usual suspects.
Whoa.
Good to go. See you on the other side.
Activating magnetic souls.
Я надеюсь, никто не умрет, потому что, зная я эту вселенную, может подошва открепиться и девчонка полететь в космос. А я знаю эту вселенную, Ду. И я не люблю те смерти, которые происходят. Они очень глупы. Просто сливают персонажей в этой вселенной, как хотят.
Have you never gets old.
Let's go.
Там же лунный шторм. Там. Опа, мы вернулись к моей девочке. Да.
Captain Solano should be here momentarily. You'll have to forgive me, I don't know much about Kobleods. But my understanding is you need a steady supply of duridium to keep your cell structure stabilized, or bad things start to happen.
Опа.
And we have plenty of duridium in sickbay, so there's no risk of running out.
Thank you.
Она не
Feel free
поджог.
to make yourself at home. And help yourself to whatever you like from the replicator.
Ладно. Блин. Я такое успела сбить, что на 42% человек.
He's still got a thing for trains. The warp engines of their day, apparently.
Паровые двигатели сравнивать с двигателями. Серьезно?
I can't believe he keeps this around. Don't even know where mine is.
Хотя до того времени, да. Ладно. Почему значок так фигово активируется?
The first mineral Captain Solano ever discovered. Always was the nostalgic type.
Почему бы и нет? Я бы тоже что-то такое бы взяла к себе. Точнее, наверное, если бы я в этой вселенной я шла с каждой миссии, приносила какой-то папиный сувенир. Так. Репликатор.
Just a
Еды.
sip of something.
Чайку. О, рактаджина. Конечно.
Cappuccino.
Давай. Клингонский кофе.
That sure has a kick.
Так.
Jara Rydek. Last time I saw you, it was graduation from the academy. You'd already secured one of the most prestigious assignments possible. And you were burning with enough ambition to fuel 7 trips around the Necrit Expanse.
It's good to see you again, Captain.
I could not be happier to have you on the Resolute. My only regret is that we couldn't provide you with a warmer welcome. The arrival of a first officer to her new ship deserves a bit of fanfare.
That would be totally unnecessary. I don't need any pomp and circumstance.
You've been here all of 5 minutes, and already you're trying to make us more efficient. I like it.
Она хорошая
I'm
девочка.
sure you've heard. We've had a rough go of it these last 6 months. The ship suffered some damage, but not nearly as much as the crew.
You'll have to forgive me. I don't really know the details.
Starfleet has been kind enough to keep the story contained, probably because they want to protect me. But I don't mind telling you. We were on the verge of a major scientific breakthrough. A quantum leap forward in warp core technology. 10,000 teradynes per second. The ability to travel at a sustained rate of speed longer and faster than we ever dreamed. What would have been the crowning achievement of my career? Right there. Within our grasp. Until it all went so horribly wrong. We pushed her too hard, and a warp core malfunction overloaded the system, creating a pressure gradient way beyond what the ship can handle. It was heartbreaking. We lost some of our best people. As captain, I have to take full responsibility. It was my decision to make.
Ладно.
And I have to live with the consequences.
Экипаж знал риски.
We all know the risks when we sign up. There are no guarantees. As much as we tell ourselves otherwise.
True. But as captain, my job is to mitigate and manage the risks as much as possible. And that's where I failed. In my defense, I will say I might have avoided the whole ordeal if my senior staff had been willing to trust me. There was a lot of pushback from my former XO. And I think that cost me his confidence. I don't want you to pull any punches. Certainly not on my account. But once we decide on a course of action, I need everyone to fully commit to the mission. Anything short of that just won't work. And that's when things start to go sideways.
This is your ship, and you are the captain. So as far as I'm concerned, whatever you say goes.
That's the kind of support I'm looking for. Look, I'll be blunt. We can't afford another mistake. Or at least I can't. I feel like my career is hanging in the balance here. We need a win. Something to restore the crew's confidence.
I understand.
Дядь, ты понимаешь, что я буду делать? Что считаю правильно?
Starfleet has tasked us with what they're calling a mission of the highest priority. Escorting a senior diplomat to Hotari space. Two previously peaceful and otherwise non-aggressive civilizations now find themselves on the brink of all-out war.
So it's a peacekeeping mission.
I see it as a golden opportunity to not only prove what the Resolute and her crew are truly capable of, but also a mission for which we're uniquely qualified. This ionic storm. Our long-range sensors suggest it's several orders of magnitude stronger than anything on record. A total anomaly like nothing we've seen before. And you'll never guess where it leads.
Hotari.
Exactly. Very nearly in the precise location where we're headed. Where I imagine the interference will be exponentially greater. But the diplomat will brief us on the details at the rendezvous.
But are we prepared to embark on the mission?
As much as I'd like to think that's true, I have my doubts. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. I expect we'll have some rough sledding when we arrive, so I need you to prepare the crew for the worst. There's just one more thing I want to clarify up front. The metric that for me will be the ultimate measure of your success.
What is it?
If after serving as my first officer, you don't one day find yourself with a ship of your own, then I will consider it my personal failure.
Ладно, тут ты мне понравился,
What might
дядя.
happen is entirely up to you. But it goes without saying, you have my full support.
Thank you. But I feel like I still have so much to learn.
We'll have plenty of opportunity. And if you're willing to put in the work, I'll do everything in my power to help you along the way. Come, let me introduce you to the crew.
Ладно, девочка всем нравится, зато мальчиков все ненавидят. Сейчас, подожди, дядя, я не изучила твою спальню. Ладно, я не понимаю ее современное искусство. Я вообще не понимаю современное искусство. У меня в детстве была деревянная статуя орла. Вот это было прикольно. А полуголый мужик... Я не понимаю искусство. Так. Ладно. Дядь, ты меня бросил. Ты куда умчал? О! Я хотел в другую сторону. Надо быстрее. Ладно.
Everyone, if I could have your attention for a moment. I'd like to introduce Commander Jara Rydek, our new first officer. Some quick introductions. This is Lieutenant Handar, our helmsman, one of the best in the business.
One of?
Well, what he lacks in humility, he more than makes up for in ability.
A pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Вот это большерец.
Next, we have Commander Westbrook, our Chief Science Officer. I've come to rely on his expert counsel on a regular basis.
Pleasure.
Люди.
Commander Ryder,
Слишком человечно.
it is such an honor to meet you.
This is our tactical officer, Lieutenant Bedrosian, who's been looking forward to meeting you for about as long as I can remember.
I've been following your career for quite some time. And I look forward to learning as much as I can from you.
Слишком гуманоидно. Вы обо мне слышали?
You've heard of me?
Well, I have to admit, one of the reasons I've followed your career is because you're part Kobliad, because of what you've overcome. Starfleet stands up for people who can't defend themselves, and you were one of those people once.
Когда-то.
Since then, you've done so much to protect others who need it. I really admire that. So, you've been something of an inspiration to me. Not that I've done anything close to what you've done, but you definitely set a standard to strive for.
That's very kind of you to say, but enough about me. We have a lot of work to do.
Oh, yes, of course.
Бедная девчонка.
And then, of course, you've already met Commander Ermont. Please, do everything you can to make Commander Rydek feel at home here. I'll be on the starbase. Have an urgent meeting with the starbase commander to get our authorization to get underway. If they drag their feet any longer, we won't make our rendezvous. The bridge is yours.
Могли бы сделать и менее гуманоидным их. Давай к нашему дозоиду доктору. Все дозоиды какими психологами работают.
Tactical station. Hopefully, a diplomatic mission won't require we use our weapons much. But if it comes to that, we'll be ready.
Так, смотрим, естественно, все. А, интересно, кем ты была до того, как стала? Давай я смотреть.
Science station. The Resolute is a science vessel, primarily. Might explain Commander Westbrook's attitude. I'll have to speak with him later.
А разве было по-другому? Всегда ж только научного суда. Ну, Discovery можно считать военным, но не совсем изначально он был научным тоже.
The helm. The Resolute is a refitted Centaur class, meaning it's capable of quick maneuvers. Can't wait to see what she can do.
Вот Титан, наверное, единственный военный корабль, о котором... Ладно, единственный военный корабль, о котором я помню. Так.
Operations. Staffing, supplies. There's a lot to keep track of on a starship. Good thing we have Commander Ermont. Communications. Keeps us in contact internally and with other vessels.
Миранда оценила игровое отношение Картера. Игривое отношение Картера, когда она только прибыла на борт Резолюта и надеялась, что это может стать искрой взаимного влечения между ними. Опа, у нас рыженькая есть. Лейтенант-командор Челок нашел Картера наглым бесцеремонным, когда они с Силаром чуть не опоздали на главной инженерной. Чуть не опоздали. Ну не опоздали же, блин. Чувак. Капец. Серьезно? Джара, что? Капитан, скажет, капитан Сулана был уверен в скромности и лидерском потенциале Джара после их первой встречи. Так, отличненько. Ладно, я сейчас приду. Продолжим.
Tactical hollow dice. Just like they've got on the Excelsior.
Ну,
The first officer seat. My seat. Right now, though, I need to fill in for Captain Solano.
бай. Начинайте командовать. Присаживайтесь, начинать командовать. Почему бы и нет? Так, ладно. Приказ есть приказ.
Commander, Chief Engineer Chovak needs to lower the structural integrity field. He's sent a crew out to recalibrate the emitters in response to the danger posed by the storm. We just need your go-ahead.
Так, ладно.
Permission granted.
Lowering structural integrity field, now.
Entering maintenance mode. Condition blue.
Ладно, интересно, что такое синее состояние.
Looks like they turned off the SIF.
Great. Let's get to that emitter.
Так, блин. Это будет страшновато. Я не хочу, чтобы девчонка умерла. Я знаю, блин.
Every time we're out here, I half expect to see her in pieces again.
She's still got some scars on her. It adds character.
When I joined Starfleet, all I wanted was a ride out of town. But this isn't exactly how I pictured it.
On the outside of the ship?
No. Sometimes it feels like we're just part of the machinery. Don't you want more than that? I mean, Starfleet is noble and all, but it's still a machine.
I am more than that.
О,
And so are you. You wanted to get away. I enlisted because I didn't want to wait years just to get out and see the galaxy. I wanted to go somewhere. See new worlds. Look up at a sky no one's ever seen before.
понимаю.
Just because I'm cranking a hyperspanner up in a Jeffries tube today doesn't mean that's all I'll ever be.
Эх, зависть.
Diaz to Commander Chovak. We are at the SIF emitter.
Acknowledged. You may proceed with the recalibration.
Тулак, човак. Ты чё ж такие похожи именно?
Beginning recalibration.
А как это делать? Так, тихо.
Careful. Too much action and harmonics will deflect the alignment.
Так.
Looks good. That wasn't so hard.
Проблематично. Это было проблематично. Мышка неудобно управлять.
Westbrook, right? Chief Science Officer.
You remembered my name and my rank. Impressive.
Не будь с Люкой.
Yes, I'm the Chief Science Officer, and I have the dubious honor of being the most senior officer on this bridge. I know this ship inside and out. Better than just about anyone.
Начитаю полезно.
Well, I'm so glad you said that. Now I know exactly who to turn to when I have questions.
Questions are more Commander Ermont's territory. Captain Solano primarily relies on my knowledge and expertise when he needs answers. I'm curious, though. A Kobliad, or half in your case, is an odd choice for First Officer, given your vulnerable condition and all. But if, as an example, we found ourselves in a hostile situation, and you were suddenly incapacitated because you needed an infusion, what would happen then?
Бедная девчонка.
You'd leave Captain Solano without an XO. Granted, that would be a worst-case scenario, but not outside the realm of possibility.
That's very kind of you to be concerned about my well-being. But you don't need to trouble yourself on my account. I'll be fine.
Well, I wouldn't say I was concerned, just curious, that's all.
Засранец ты просто.
Listen, can I be blunt, Commander?
I see no reason to stop now.
Commander Sutherland, your predecessor, was one of the best first officers in all of Starfleet. His record was impeccable and his reputation was without equal. I mean no disrespect, but the shoes you're stepping into are almost impossible to fill. He was loved by the crew, and he was one of my closest friends. So I can only hope that you'll live up to expectations.
I don't think I could ever replace Commander Sutherland. And it would be a mistake to even try.
Seeing as Captain Solano is on the starbase, let me give you an update on this ion storm we're flying into. It's unusual, unlike anything I've ever seen. At the moment, I can't tell you if the Resolute will shrug it off or if we're putting ourselves at risk.
После их первой встречи на мостике у командора Уотсбрука остались смешанные чувства по поводу пригодности Джара в качестве нового первого офицера. Ну, блин, он ведет себя как засранец.
However, if we learn more about its patterns, its nature, we can come up with a scientific countermeasure. Just a moment.
Ну, его можно, кстати, понять, в принципе. Нет! 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 Я так и знала, что что-то такое произойдет, блин. Как же ненавижу трек из-за этого. Почему не может быть спокойно? Где мои субтитры?
Estimated time to impact, 2 minutes.
Red alert.
Aye.
Evacuating main gangway and retracting.
Putting sensor visualization on screen.
With the structural integrity field shut down, we can't take a direct hit.
Time to impact, 1 minute.
Shield systems are severely impacted. We have limited protection.
I need every available solution. What are our options?
We can weaken the impact of the storm with a deflector pulse.
There's a better way.
I'm sending all auxiliary power to the deflector dish.
Send the aux power to the shields. We can't reactivate the entire shield bubble, but it's a directional threat. So we can orient all we have towards the wave. You have to believe me.
We only get one shot at this. We can't afford to get it wrong.
That's right, which is why we need to send power
Ладно,
to our
поверим.
shields.
Девчонка так просит.
Rerouting power to shields. Stand by. I need a heading.
Потому что у нас люди наверху. И если... Они могут погибнуть, если...
Heading locked.
Raise shields.
This is it.
All hands, brace for impact.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, пожалуйста.
What happened?
We have experienced a surge of radiation.
Oh, you don't say.
This radiation supercharged the plasma, forcing it to backflush through the system and creating a dangerous imbalance.
Blow out every primary system on the ship.
Just tell us where you need us.
I need you to traverse the hull to the access port to recalibrate the port nacelle plasma regulator.
Так, еще секунду. Так. Он был разочарован, что она не прислушалась к его рекомендации использовать отражающий импульс. Лейтенант Бедросян была рада, что Джара последовала ее совету и решила поднять щиты. Почему у всех именно?
We've reached the first access point.
Understood. Do you see the override for the level 1 failsafe circuits?
Affirmative.
Engage the override. It should allow us to stop the EPS flow to the warp engine without triggering an automatic core shutdown.
Я надеюсь, я не убью парня. Не, все-таки все надо была инженер, ну ладно. Точнее, научного.
Failsafe override engaged.
Are you sure? I am registering some crosstalk in the bypass circuit.
We need to route the signals so they don't interfere with each other.
Но это мы уже умеем делать. Чё?
DS to Resolute. The failsafes are temporarily disabled. Moving on to the EPS regulator.
Я не знаю, что я делаю, я просто
Heads
делаю.
up, Carter.
What is that?
One of the discharges coalesced.
It's coming right toward us. I'm gonna try to disrupt it with my phaser.
So we gotta climb up the pylon. Not that there's really an up, but, you know.
Да блин. Так мило. Женщина, ты сумасшедшая.
We're almost to the regulator.
Ё!
Are you alright?
Yeah. Soon took most of it. Snuck up on me.
Ничего. Спасибо.
Heads up, Carter.
What is that?
One of the discharges coalesced.
It's coming right toward us. I'm gonna try to disrupt it with my phaser.
So we gotta climb up the pylon. Not that there's really an up, but, you know.
А, я могу держать, кстати. Да блин, женщина, ты будешь помогать мне? Со мной хочу романс.
We're at the regulator. Opening the access panel.
And now halting the EPS flow to the port nacelle. We have little time before it causes an overload in the engine. You must work efficiently.
EPS manifold adjusters reset to neutral.
Могу сказать, какую мне Бонька предложила, которую я купила. Мне удобно. Просто я в них не шарю. Покажу тебе. Кстати, Rainbow, я не знаю. Кстати, вот как раз она как радуга выглядит. Тогда тень это не подойдет. Ну, в принципе, цвета можно настраивать вроде как. Так. Тут же можно, по идее... Ладно, я сейчас скину тебе те варианты, которые предлагал Боня. Ромка. Так. Пещерка, возможно, спит. Он всю ночь играл в Divinity. Так. Короче, Боня мне 3 модели предлагал. Сейчас кину. Это... Одна механическая, другая полумеханическая, а третья сверхдорогая, короче. Так... Сейчас. Я не пойму. Секунду. Да, прости. Так. Я... Ты чё? Короче, вот эти клавы он предлагал. Сейчас скажу, какую я купила. Так. У меня та, которая третья. Блуди Б760. Оптомеханическая. Ну, она гигантская. Моему пальчику. Мне нравится, просто непривычно то, что я думала, то, что она маленькая была, а она нестандартный гигантский размер имеет. Мне немножко неудобно. Иногда до некоторых клавиш не дотягиваюсь, а так нравится. Подсветка не яркая, но да, сейчас гляну, но по идее настраивать можно. Так. А ее можно выключать. Так, ща. Попробуем. Ну, мне, в общем, непривычно в такой клавише. На фото маленькая. Так. Да, тут цвет можно менять. В крайней мере. Так, сейчас попробую. Ясненько. Ну, мне больше везет то, что у нас клавы лежат. Ну да. Ну, мне нравится, но, говоришь, непривычно то, что она гигантская. У меня было в 2 раза меньше. Я не знаю. Это дотягивает. Короче, вот она. Видно? Короче, она очень большая. Она не помещается на мой компьютерный столик. У меня выдвижное место под клаву. Старая клавиатура помещалась нормально, а новую я поставила полубоком, чтобы влезла. Поехали дальше. А что надо сделать? Так, подсказок. Совместить, наверное, волны.
The EPS lines to the port warp engine are back in balance. Almost done. Once I cycle the manifold nozzles, Chovak can...
Скажите спасибо, что стыковочно совершенно не жизнь.
We have to release the ship from that other docking clamp or the hull will be ripped apart.
There's a problem. The clamps are supposed to disengage automatically in an emergency, but it's not working.
Not working.
What are our options?
The docking clamps are fitted with exploding bolts for an emergency release.
We've got crew out there. That'd be like setting off a bomb next to them.
Maybe there's another way.
Starbase is hailing us. Put him through.
Resolute, the remaining mooring arm is failing. You need to disengage from the starbase now. The damage to the station will be catastrophic.
We have crew outside and are looking for the
We have
safest way
people
to...
on this station. If that mooring arm breaks, we could lose dozens of crew.
Commander, hear me out. Reverse the polarity of the hull, which theoretically will repel the docking clamps.
And repel the engineering crew right off the hull into the storm.
This is Captain Solano. Put me on screen.
Go ahead. Captain, we have a situation.
Commander, what are you doing? Blow the bolts on the docking clamp.
The captain doesn't... know the whole story.
I'm giving you an order.
Все не так просто. Доверься мне.
Captain, you brought me here because you trusted me. Can you trust me now?
You better be sure you make the right decision.
The captain made himself quite clear.
They're gonna get hammered with debris out there. Reverse the polarity.
Мне игра нравится.
There is protocol.
And there are lives.
Starbase, stand by. We're gonna flip hull polarity to disengage the clamps.
Yes, Commander.
Чувак, ты хотел, чтобы я взорвала все?
Repair crew, this is acting Captain Jaro Ryder. Be advised, we are going to reverse hull polarity to free us from the remaining docking clamp. Tether yourself and deactivate your boots on my mark.
Understood.
Бросать никого не
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark!
Grab my hand. I got you.
Thank you.
Не, я хочу между ними роман.
Plasma imbalance is reaching
Три
critical
милашка.
condition. We are moments from primary system failure.
I got it.
Умница. Ладно, я не знаю, почему всем не нравится эта игра, но я кайфую. Именно от сюжетной части. Баги пофиг, ладно. Это миленько пока что. О, нет! Что она...
I got you. Petty Officer Etzelar's hurt and unconscious. I'm gonna have to tow her back to the airlock.
Скажите, что я не
Diaz, the
сломала
situation
голову,
has
пожалуйста.
changed.
Сволочи. Я ж так и знала, что такое говно будет. Зачем это делать?
The way we came is the nearest airlock.
There is an auxiliary hatch near you on the far end of the pylon. You must bring Miss Edsolar there to access the interior.
Roger that.
Мы своих не бросаем.
I'm at the auxiliary hatch.
Ох, она жила. Да и чужих тоже не бросаем. Умничка, девочка. Нет.
Let me save your neck this time.
Нет. Нет.
No time to fight me on this. Get in there.
Not on your life.
Да.
Let's not let it come down to that.
Вот-вот. Девчонка, я не позволю тебе рисковать жизнью. Хорошо, что я. Я не знаю, может... Блин, как же... Это предсказуемо.
We made it.
Блин, я буду ж... Не надо убивать, пожалуйста. У него...
Bringing the Sif fully online.
Ага, одного облучила радиация, спасибо. Спасибо, игрушка. Ты супер. Ну, хорошо, что мы девчонку спасли, и я не жалею об этом решении.
Nilly.
I'm good. Help me with him.
А, ну это в любом случае что-то такое случилось.
Let's get this off.
Фух, он жив.
Medical. Got one wounded at my location. Carter. You don't look so good. You gotta be more careful. I just got here. I'm not ready to see you two get blown to space dust just yet. Now let's get you down to sickbay.
Great.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, спасите его. Он... Блин. 170 там, в 2170 году это не могли лечить
The
радиацию.
repair crew made it inside. EPS flow is back to nominal levels. The SIF is back up.
How does this affect mission readiness, Mr. Ermot?
Releasing the docking clamps using hull polarity minimized damage to the Resolute. We'll have some last-minute repairs to make, but if we reapportion some of the staff, we can make our departure on time. As of now, however, we are successfully moored to the station.
Good to hear. Send updates to my ready room. Commander Rydek, with me.
Я же сказала, дядь, что мы не будем подчиняться твоим приказам. Ты хотел, чтобы я оставила умирать?
You disobeyed my orders.
Так правильно, потому что...
Well,
Respectfully, Captain, I made the right choice given the
you
information I had.
disobeyed my orders. And not just
Серьезно?
the bridge crew, but the starbase staff as well.
Ты хотел, чтобы померли?
My name's already tarnished around the fleet.
Серьезно, ты думаешь о себе, а не о жизни?
Credibility on this ship. From the top to the bottom. Bridge to lower decks.
Maybe I shouldn't have disobeyed a direct order, but you were wrong. You weren't on board, and you didn't have all the information. So I made the right decision for the ship. If you're worried about your credibility, put your ego aside and trust your crew. Trust me.
Да.
You might have won some fans on the bridge with that stunt, but not everyone. Lieutenant Commander Chovak has already bent my ear.
I'm sure he doesn't take it personally. He'll get over it in time.
Mr. Chovak is more complicated than he would want to admit.
Я хочу с ним роман тоже.
I guess we all are.
Пожалуйста, дайте мне с ним роман.
And if I'm being honest, I'm not sure what I would have done in the moment either. You never really know if you weren't in those shoes. So, let's just boil it down to you did what you had to. That'll have to be good enough for me.
Am I dismissed, sir?
Dismissed? We have work to do. Despite it all, we got our final Starfleet clearance to depart. So if you'll fetch Mr. Ermot, we'll knock out the final details of any outstanding repairs, and we'll set out for Hotari.
Yes, sir.
Блин, я кайфую от этой игры. Мне нравится. Не знаю, еще секунду, чем другим. Почему другим она не понравилась, но пока я кайфую. Это трек, каким бы я хотела его видеть.
All departments reporting full mission readiness. We've got our full complement on board.
This is my favorite moment, right now.
The start of a new mission is always full of possibility.
The Orion Syndicate could sell it as a drug.
Don't let the Admiralty hear you say that.
Captain on the bridge.
Sit. Sit, everyone. You all know, I'm not big on speeches. We're embarking on the first mission since our refit. Let's make it a good one. Disengage docking clamps.
Docking clamps released.
Thrusters ahead, Mr. Handar.
Почему корабль желтый? Почему станция желтая, а не серебряная? Зачем? Или это отражающая поверхность от космических? Эх, английский я не понимаю. Задействовать выполнить сделать?
Helm, make way.
Надо было ангель сказать, ну ладно.
It's a sailing term.
I know that.
Почему? Блин. Если там по-английски было бы легче. Опа.
Easy. Thank you. I'm fine. Really,
Ой,
You don't look so good.
она ж не может выдержать. Так. Гравитация. Ее может расплющить, если не кольцо. Если я не ошибаюсь. А отвезти ее кто на ручки взять? Не, никто не пошел проводить ее. Опа. Старое доброе оборудование.
Well, that was quite a scare. A few minutes more and it would have been one of the shortest tenures on record for a first officer.
Is that the engineer that was out on the hull?
That storm did a real number on him, but he'll live. Just needs rest. You should worry about yourself. Your deridium levels got dangerously low and destabilized your cell structure.
This is definitely one of the more memorable first days I can think of.
My name is Dr. Aram Duval, Chief Medical Officer.
Голос
To be
кайф.
honest, I've never met a Kobliad before. You're...
Rare. I know.
I was going to say special. Your people's numbers have dwindled, despite the Federation's efforts to find a more readily available alternative to the deridium you need to survive. Yet you joined Starfleet and managed to thrive. I imagine the responsibility must be overwhelming. Maybe even a burden at times.
Это то, кто я есть.
I know what it means. And I know the responsibility that comes with it. But I can't be anything more than who I am. And if someone has a problem with that, or expects something else, then that's their problem, not mine.
That's exactly right.
Крутая
And
тетка.
don't worry, I won't treat you like a science experiment. I just do the science and leave the experiments to Solano.
You don't
Кайф.
agree with his methods?
I don't agree with his definition of acceptable risks.
Во-во.
Not when the lives of your crew
Я
are at
тоже не
stake.
согласна.
My professional opinion is that the accident took a toll. More than he's willing to admit. He's overstressed, operating in the pressure cooker of his own mind. Which is never a good headspace when the lives of your crew are at stake. What concerns me is that now he's even further away from the thing he's been chasing his entire career. Breakthrough discovery. The major innovation. Something he can put his name on. The more the time passes and the further out of reach it gets, the more risk he'll be willing to take.
I hear you. But that's my job, isn't it? To make sure that doesn't happen. And we don't lose sight of the bigger picture.
Which is exactly why I'm so glad you're here. We need you now more than ever. And I have to give you credit for what happened on the bridge. It took guts to defy a direct order.
Я и не собирала.
I guess word travels fast around here.
It's a small ship. And everyone's curious about the new XO. Fortunately, your cell structure is almost completely stabilized. And I'll spare us both the lecture, but I do feel it's my responsibility to remind you, without regular infusions of deridium, you will not live. It's as simple as that.
Understood.
And my work here is done.
Блин, ну как же мне нравится. Пока что. Но это только 4-я, их 43 главы.
Lieutenant Bedrosian.
I came to see if you were okay. We were all pretty worried on the bridge. No one knew what was happening.
I don't want anyone to worry. This is just part of who I am. It doesn't define me.
Of course. I completely understand. And I would probably feel the same way if I were you. You trusted me earlier with the shields, and I appreciated that. I want you to know that I have your back.
Thank you.
Кажется, кто-то...
Now, Carter, the emissions that gave you that burn are quite unusual, like everything else that goes with this storm. That's a combination of hyronalin and lectrazine to counter the radiation effects. That should help speed your healing.
Фух, спасибо.
She's come by a couple of times to see you already.
А вторая? Почему рыженькая?
It's good to see you awake again. I was starting to
Я про инопланетянкам больше.
Not that you aren't in good hands with Dr. Duval. You did take one hell of a shot, though.
Как я выгляжу?
So, be honest.
Блин.
How bad do I look?
You look rugged.
Rugged?
Okay. How about heroic? Millie was looking
С
at
Гарсом
you
было
too.
прикольней.
But since it's just us right now,
Мне не
chance to
нравится.
think about this while I was away. And I thought it was important that I just come out and tell you. instead of tiptoeing around it. Or worse.
It's okay, Miranda. You can tell me anything.
I know that.
Then come on. Just spit it out.
I'm trying. Let me talk.
Не больше
What I'm
нравится.
trying to say is, we've been really good friends for a long time.
Я тебя не знаю, женщина.
And I couldn't ignore it anymore. I want to see if there's more between us than just being friends.
Ты уверена?
Are you sure about this?
They're my feelings. Of course I'm sure.
Ого.
I just mean seeing me in here after we almost got killed out on the hull.
I felt this way before that, Carter. I like you.
Ладно,
And
ладно.
I think there could be something more for us. So, what do you
Не
say?
уверен в своих чувствах.
That's a lot to think about.
Я хочу инопланетянку.
I know it is.
Прости.
So maybe I should think it over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, take as long as you need. I get it. But don't leave me hanging.
Sorry to interrupt, but the patient needs to rest if he wants to get back to his old self.
Женщина, я тебя не знаю. Я не знаю твой характер. Я тебя впервые увидела. Мы с тобой даже не поговорили.
Resting up. Think about what we talked about.
И бабах, роман сразу. Дайте мне Милли. С ней хоть мы чуть-чуть поговорили. Она стервозная и милая одновременно. Ты просто милая. Ладно, и стервозная тоже.
Approaching the rendezvous point outside Atari space.
Helm, bring us out of warp.
Dropping to impulse.
Ionic interference surging, Captain.
Так, ладно, что мы узнали? Ярость капитана Солана из того, что его приказы были нарушены, усугублялась тем, что Джара продолжала бунтовать и упорно сопротивляться его руководству, заставляя его сомневаться в выборе первого офицера. Так, лейтенант Петросян восхищался инстинктами Джары, защищающими экипаж, когда Тарбаза приказала ей отключить... Когда звездная база приказала ей отключить стыковочные зажимы, и она высоко оценила усилия Джары объяснить капитану Солана всю сложность ситуации, и она почувствовала облегчение, когда Джара нарушила приказ капитана Солана и принял собственное командирское решение в тот момент. Командир Уэдсбрук уважал стремление Джары защитить экипаж, когда звездная база приказала ей отключить стыковочные зажимы, и он аплодировал усилиям Бахары объяснить капитану Солана всю сложность ситуации. Серьезно? У нас фанаты появились. В конечном итоге он был благодарен, когда Джара не подчинилась приказу капитана Солана и приняла собственное командирское решение. Блин, я не знаю, почему другим нравится игра. Командор Урмат был рад, что первым инстинктом Джары была защита экипажа, когда звездная база приказала ей отключить стыковочные зажимы, и он оценил усилия Джары по объяснению капитану Солана всей сложной ситуации. Командор Урмат уважал рациональный подход Джары, когда она слушалась приказ капитана Солана и отказалась подвергать риску команду на корпусе. Доктор Дюбаль был впечатлен чувством ответственности Джары перед экипажем и был воодушевлен тем, что она мыслит независимо, когда слушалась приказы капитана Солана. Лейтенант-командор Човак. Блин, я все еще хочу его Туваком называть. Не одобрил нежелание Джары следовать протоколу, когда она нарушила приказ капитана Солана сорвать болты со стыковочных зажимов. Плохо. Пофиг. Блин, ладно, этот парень меня начинает бесить, но он сложнее, чем кажется, нам сказали, так что будем раскрывать его по пути. Я надеюсь, что он еще меня удивит, потому что... Ну, это логично, то, что они все обрадуются моим решением. Это тоже интересно. Мичман Кэллоуэй был благодарен Джаре за Но это мы уже читали. Так, Тилар была благодарна, когда Картер поставила ее безопасность выше своей собственности. Но то, блин, и все же таки мне мордашка кажется, как будто в Симсе. Миранда обиделась на меня, скорее всего. Миранда была несколько разочарована, услышав, что Картер не совсем уверен в том, как он относится к возможным романтическим отношениям, но она не теряет оптимизма. Блин, дайте мне ее. Не ее, а лучше дайте мне кого-нибудь больше схожего на Клингона. Это все-таки космическая сага. Должны быть здесь же ксенороманы. Так, лейтенант командир чувак нашел Картера наглым бесцеремонным, но это мы уже читали.
Shield integrity holding. We can take it.
We are at the correct coordinates to meet the shuttle.
Commander Rydek, find us our diplomat, if you will.
Aye, Captain. Let's reduce the noise. Filter out environmental signals. I can manually tune what's left for Federation signal types.
Все, я понял.
I've located the shuttle.
Opening comms.
On screen.
Shuttle to Resolute. Shuttle to Resolute. Debris field. Lost maneuvering. Losing.
I can't get it any clearer.
Кстати,
Porter lock. It's just not happening.
это все равно киношка, поэтому болтовня тут действительно будет. Очень-очень много болтовни. Разработчики Штейтел.
Yes, sir.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Блин, ну мне чем-то Гарус напоминает. Все, мне точно не остановится.
Lock onto the shuttle and stabilize the rotation.
Так. А что делать? Зафиксировать шаттл. Мне кажется, что-то неправильно сделал. Он...
We're pulling in debris.
I'm on it.
Да блин, так... Почему не могу зафиксироваться на этом обломке? Ну ладно, он ранен. Не надо, не надо, не надо!
That's gonna take out the shuttle. There's the bridge. There's a large piece of debris headed for the shuttle. The tractor beam can't handle it.
Can our shields take it?
I believe so.
Commander Rydek, plot an intercept course.
On it.
Here we go. Maneuvering thrusters bearing 53 Mark 17. 200 meters on an intercept course.
Maneuvering.
Got it.
Whoa! Someone's working hard on the bridge.
немного поцарапала. Я знаю, что я немного лох. Но это наш дипломат.
We got the shuttlecraft on board.
Good job. We're on our way down to meet them.
Спок.
Terra firma, so to speak.
Ambassador Spock.
Да. Будьте с ним искренни.
The captain will be right down to meet you, sir.
In that case, I will wait for him here.
Спок, не будь сволочью. Бедный мальчик. Это как-то стрёмно выглядит. Ты в порядке?
That was a bumpy ride. Are you all right, sir?
There are some elements of space travel that I would prefer to have left in my youth, but I am at present unharmed by the ordeal. It appears I have you to thank for my safe arrival. Your assistance arrived not a moment too soon, if I may say so.
Well, it wasn't all me. I got some help from upstairs.
A bombastic approach to clearing debris.
Да-да-да.
We thought we were prepared for our arrival in Hotari space, but it is evident my craft was not sufficiently robust for such intense ionic activity.
The storm has been pretty intense.
There was an element that was most unusual. Before you came to our aid, our maneuvering thrusters and impulse engines were rendered inoperable. So we attempted a short traversal at warp speed, only to find that we could not achieve warp at all, even though our diagnostics computer showed no faults or anomalies. What do you make of that? When all indications say that warp speed is possible, but in practice, we find it is not.
Well, this storm is one of the strangest phenomena we've ever encountered. It's disrupted other systems. Who knows what it might do to a warp drive?
Yes, it would seem further investigation is called for.
We'll take readings, run some additional diagnostic checks, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
Quite logical. Petty Officer...
Carter Diaz. Sir.
Thank you.
Ambassador Spock.
Excuse me.
I'm honored to have you aboard. I'd like to get right to it. We're already behind.
Так. Споку не очень понравился мой ответ. То, что про командование. Он, нейтрально, короче. Сейчас посмотрим. Обычно то, что нравится Зеленому. Посол Спок не был сильно впечатлен тем, что Картер использовал тековой луч для спасения его шаттла, и у него осталось четкое впечатление, что Картер командный игрок. Ну, прости, Спок, я лох. Не могу нормально камень оттянуть. Но командный игрок. Провокация к войне.
Ambassador Spock, my senior staff. It's not every day that a captain gets to welcome a Starfleet legend aboard.
You flatter me, Captain Solano. But legend implies the past tense, whereas I am very much focused on our present circumstances.
I didn't mean to suggest you were stuck in the past. You're right, Ambassador. Not the most diplomatic choice of words.
Your experience comes from the past, but our present situation calls for it.
True enough.
We were hoping you could fill us in on the details. We got the basics from Starfleet. Two formerly peaceful neighbors are now on the brink of war.
Indeed, and the tension between them grows fiercer by the hour. Lydia and Hotari. The Lydians are the more advanced species. They made first contact with the Hotari over a century ago. This is Tau, the Hotari moon. It is rich in dilithium, and for decades, the Hotari and the Lydians have shared a mining operation there. The Lydians provide the technological resources, while the Hotari have served as the labor force. The stability of that arrangement was the source of their peace, until recently. The Hotari have suddenly and forcefully seized control of the mining operations and expelled the Lydians from their system.
Ну, в каком-то смысле это не удивительно.
Story, as told by the Hotari when they requested Federation mediation. But the details remain scant. Communications between all parties have been limited by the ionic interference.
How is it the Hotari were able to turn the tables and take the mines against superior forces, especially after decades in this arrangement?
Unclear. The answer to that question may be the key to a new, lasting peace, and one that I hope we can uncover during these negotiations. But it is unlikely the relatively primitive Hotari forces would stand a chance against the Lydian fleet if this escalates to open war. Left unchecked, this conflict will result in more bloodshed, which is what we are here to prevent.
And the dilithium trade hangs in the balance.
Засранец.
The Hotari have been exploited in this relationship.
Maybe we can persuade them peace is the more profitable alternative for everyone. They both profited from the mines. And for the Hotari, something is better than nothing. Peace is our objective after all.
That is correct.
We can call it profitable or mutually beneficial, but at the end of the day, the Hotari are still being exploited for their own resources.
True peace is not merely the absence of war. And as such, this conflict will surely come again.
Neither the Lydians or the Hotari are members of the Federation, so we can't make them do anything.
There is an additional complicating factor I should mention. In the past, the Federation has relied on the Lydians as a source of dilithium.
That certainly changes things.
Federation sources its dilithium from a lot of places.
Yeah, and this is one of them.
So we've already played a part in this.
Unfortunately, that is indeed the case, Commander Rydek.
We're morally obligated to make this right.
Hold on. Our only obligation is to negotiate the peaceful resolution of this
Нет.
conflict.
Given the Federation's involvement in the Elydium dilithium trade, Captain Solano and I must make every effort to appear neutral in these negotiations.
What worries me is if this whole thing unravels and we're at the mercy of the storm at less than full strength.
We can't let it come to that.
Considering what the Ion Storm has done to our ship, and the Ambassador's shuttle, we have to assume the Elydian fleet has had problems with it as well. This recent surge in the energy disturbance temporarily levels the playing field.
Commander Westbrook is correct. The energy anomalies around the Hotari systems have been noted in the past. But they have never been observed on the orders of magnitude we have seen in recent weeks.
That may answer why the Hotari were able to strike back after so long. They finally had an opportunity, and they took it.
That would also explain the Elydians' restraint.
And reason to learn as much about the energy anomaly as we can while we are here. We do not want to be caught at a disadvantage of our own. So I trust we understand our circumstances.
We're operating on a strict timetable here, and we're going to be leaving for the negotiations shortly. Commander Westbrook, I want you to leverage our systems to investigate the anomaly from here while we're gone.
Aye, Captain.
Thank you all.
Dismissed.
I want to speak to both of you privately.
Ambassador Spock, I'd like to make a formal introduction. My first officer, Commander Jara Rydek.
Commander, as you are aware, there are limits to what Captain Solano and I can do in our official capacity.
Опа, у меня нет ограничений. Да.
Someone in an unofficial capacity, your first officer, for example, would not be bound
Да.
by those restrictions. Commander Ryder could ingratiate herself to certain parties behind the scenes, where they may be more candid in revealing information that could lead to a resolution.
She certainly goes her own way. Maybe that
Чё
helps
бы
in
это ни
this
стоило.
case. It would be unconventional, but I'm not opposed to it.
I'm perfectly happy to work outside the lines.
And by extension, you will be doing your duty, Commander.
Just not too far outside the line. Well, I hope Commander Rydek will have more luck finding out what really happened than we will through official diplomatic channels.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation.
Но я сейчас отойду и хочу узнать. Приду. Посмотрю. Потому что понравилось Споку. Сейчас. Стоп. Так. Посол Спок заметил острый ум Чары и уникальное понимание динамики Хатори-Аллидианского конфликта во время брифинга. Посол Спок также отметил позитивный настрой Джары, когда ей была предоставлена миссия в обратном канале. Он меня ненавидит. Эх, жаль, что половина непонятно. Ну ладно. Спасибо, хоть понятно то, где выбор диалогов есть. Те моменты. О, а это моя. Моя девочка.
I understand you have already discussed the warp drive failure with Ambassador Spock?
I have.
It is imperative that the Ambassador's shuttle be flight ready. I need you both to ascertain the root cause of the system failures he encountered.
I'm surprised, Commander. I thought you would have wanted to work on Ambassador Spock's shuttle yourself.
I respect the Ambassador and his many accomplishments, but I do not derive any satisfaction from interacting with his shuttle as if it were somehow transubstantiated through its association with him. Especially when I have the entirety of this starship to concern myself with. I am not the chief engineer of this shuttlecraft.
When you look at it logically, yes, it is just a shuttle. No different than any of the others.
There is plenty that is different about it, and that is what you are to investigate. But please limit your findings to observable scientific phenomena.
We'll try to restrain ourselves.
Then I will leave you to it. Make note of any abnormalities in your report. Carry on.
It seems like he's warming up to us.
Yeah.
Even Sherlock has to look at that face and know you've earned some real respect. And I have to admit that I owe you one. You were right to make me go first. I don't know what I was thinking.
Ты мне ничего не должна.
You did the smart thing.
You've pulled me out of trouble how many times? Call it even.
Okay. At the very least, maybe I can track down that bottle of Saurian brandy you're still on the hook for. But first, we have work to do.
Затащи ее в постель. Блин, она на персонажа из Симпса похожа.
All set. Let's run the diagnostic.
Реально, я такого персонажа в Симпсе точно видела.
So, I know about your talk with Miranda.
You do?
She sent me a Priority 1 dispatch right after your conversation. Yes or no, that's one thing. But I can't believe you said you needed to think about it.
I did
think
about it.
Well, you can't leave this unsettled. It's not fair to her. She was direct with you. Didn't play games. Neither should you.
Well, honestly, I was worried you wouldn't approve of, you know, fraternization with...
Don't make this about me. You can see where this goes between you two, or you can stay friends. But don't screw this up.
Ладно, девочка,
I
куда?
like my friends, and I like our group.
А можно я ее затащу в постель? Блин, она такая
Yeah, it's wrapping up.
очень крутая.
Relays along the primary EPS are blown. The backup relays are all intact.
An EPS overload from the warp drive could cause that. But how did the shuttle end up dead in the water?
Huh. Well, maybe the ship's data recorder can tell us something.
Сейчас, подожди. У нас от кого было улучшение? Не помню. Лейтенант Кабанчок не одобрен решение. А, подожди, это Джара. Так, лейтенант Кабанчок согласился с чисто логическим подходом Картера к работе над шаттлом посла Спока. Эдди Ларс помнила, как сильно она ценит дружбу с Картером, когда он сказал, что она ничем ему не обязана за то, что он отпустил ее первой на корпус. Так, блин, надо было сказать нет. Я хочу девушку. Девочку. Она крутая.
They were only about 8 minutes from their plotted warp point. No faults, just those warnings. What are they?
Она реально крутая. А рыженькую, блин, нам не дают ни секунды, чтобы стать рыжую. Как можно сказать, ты мне нравишься, не знаю.
Warp field became inverted suddenly.
I've seen this happen when the center warp coil cracks.
A cracked warp coil throws a fault code.
Still, we should take a look.
Вообще ничего не знаем отделать. А... То я рыжей девчонки.
There was a complete warp cascade failure.
Wow. They're lucky the shuttle didn't turn inside out.
Makes me think the computer panicked on the warp field equation. Subspace variance out of tolerance. What does that mean?
It means the main navigation array lost sight of space somehow.
Will the array going offline cause that?
Yes, but it should have also thrown a fault code. Any one of these failures should have thrown a fault.
If it was caused by a system failure.
None of this caused the relays to blow. Roll forward to when that happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Да, мэм. Серьезно? Анна нашего командира.
So here, they take a moment to get their bearings and they attempt to re-engage the warp drive.
There. That's the relays blowing.
And look, there's another warp system alert.
They're all the same. Subspace variance out of tolerance, or warp inversions. Finally, there's a complete warp cascade failure.
Then it's one of two things. Either a warp coil is cracked, or the navigation array is offline.
That makes sense.
Divide and conquer. You want to check the warp coils or the navigation array? I'll check the other. Let's not overcomplicate this. One of these systems is likely broken.
I'll check the navigation array.
Ваш трекодер может записывать и анализировать данные с клинов через него. Вы откроете. Ну, короче, два, чтобы использовать, держать, чтобы сканировать. Девчонка, я с тобой. А ну-ка. И ты никак не отреагируешь на это, жаль. Некоторые объекты, которые вы сканируете, активируют глубокое сканирование. Во время глубокого сканирования используйте Q и E для переключения между различными режимами сканирования. Поиск светящихся объектов индикатором режимов на трикодере будет мигать, если в данном режиме есть объект для поиска. Когда вы просканируете все объекты, рамка изменит цвет. Удерживайте для анализа данных и завершения сканирования. Так, ладно. Ой, а ты куда пошел, чувак? Теперь можешь двигаться. Эй, а как мне...
Navigation array checks out, so it must be a coil.
Except it's not. Checked and double-checked.
Well, the readings don't lie.
Here comes the security detail for the way team.
Малыш, ну не нравится. Нет.
Hey, going planet side?
Yep, as soon as the negotiating team comes down from the bridge. And you've got your hands full, opening every compartment on this shuttle. I hope you're not just trying to keep busy to avoid thinking about some other things. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Я приняла решение.
I've got a ride to catch.
I'm actually done thinking about it. I've made up my mind.
Я хочу остаться друзьями.
Hey, Maris. Aren't these those button pushers you're always hanging out with?
And you're the phaser jockeys we always beat in Parisi squares, right?
All aboard for Hotari.
That another one of the captain's railroad things?
Gotta be. I just usually zone out by the time he gets to the whole steam engines were the warp drives of their day part. Catch y'all later.
You don't want to miss your train.
I do have to go. So, you said you made up your mind.
Прости.
You have something you want to say to me? The train is leaving the station.
У меня есть эти чувства.
I'd like to know what I'm coming back to.
Давай останемся друзьями.
I think we should keep things the way they are. You're one of my best friends. And you mean so much to me, and I don't want to risk losing that. I really don't.
I understand.
Прости.
Sorry.
Мне нравится один трил. Опа, опа, женская ненависть. Серьезно? Так. Давай-ка почитаем. Их выражение лица меняется в зависимости от того, ненавидят ли... Круто, круто. Так. Миранда была разочарована, узнав, что Картер не хочет продолжать романтические отношения, но уважает его лишь... Какой нафиг продолжать? У вас не было романтических отношений. Женщина! У вас никогда их не было. Так. Только предложила ему встречаться. Он сказал, что подумает. Иначе... Ну ладно, он сам сказал, что подумал. Но ты все равно. Я хочу... Серьезно. Ладно, я надеюсь, что она меня не убьет. Потому что... Ну, серьезно, я тебя не знаю как персонаж. Вообще ничего о тебе. А вот они... Мы с ней работаем. Ну, прикольно. Так, давай.
That went well enough. It'll be fine.
А можно мне тебя пригласить?
Where were we?
So, the warp coils in the navigation array are fine, but the nav computer doesn't seem to think so.
I'm out of ideas short of field stripping the shuttle from bow to stern.
You wanna take this out of the shuttle and throw it on the bench?
Oh, real hands-on maintenance. I like it.
Вот, мы всегда вместе.
Okay, the nav computer is patched into the ship.
The ship's computer can double-check our work. If the shuttle's nav computer is putting out false data, we'll know it.
Let's run through the shuttle's logs again.
Running now. Same. Warp field inversion and a cascade failure. However, the Resolute computer doesn't show the same subspace variance.
We're in the same conditions that the shuttle was in when it failed. Why wouldn't the ship's computer get a matching result?
What if the subspace variance was a momentary occurrence?
That's a possibility, and it would explain why the simulation under our current sensor readings failed to reproduce the issue.
But a subspace anomaly strong enough to cause a warp field collapse would leave graviton ripples for days.
Let's run with the momentary subspace variance theory for now. Roll forward to the shuttle's attempt to re-engage the warp drive. We need the conditions of space around the shuttle at the moment of warp failure.
Resuming simulation.
Error in warp field calculation. Cochrane formula variables are out of range.
That right there. Take the shuttle sensor data from that moment.
Computer, why did the warp field calculation fail?
Warp field pressure returned non-orthogonal. Results are undefined.
That doesn't help.
Wait, what if we use a different ship?
A the Resolute into the simulation instead of the shuttle.
Yeah, it should warp just fine. Unless... Computer, run the simulation with the Resolute.
Resolute simulated.
Computer, give me manual control on the warp power.
Static field intensity, warp 1.1. 1.2. 3. Warp pressure is destabilizing. Error in warp field calculation. The warp drive has experienced a system-wide cascade failure. Warp field collapsed. Subspace variance is out of tolerance. Cochrane formula results are undefined.
Bingo.
Whado?
The same moment when the shuttle failed to warp, so did the ship. Whatever happened to the shuttle just happened to us. The Resolute will not sustain warp.
We can't leave Hotari space.
Опа, застряли. Так. Ну, это кайфовка. Ну, Дори, сволочи, твари еще те, как я понимаю, которые эксплуатируют другую расу. Место силы.
Ambassador Spock, Captain Solano, welcome to Hotari. We are honored you have come. My name is Tylos Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
The honor is ours, and this is Commander Jara Rydick, first officer aboard the USS Resolute. You'll find she has a keen mind and unique insight into the dynamics between the Hotari and the Lydians.
It's very nice to meet you.
Likewise, I hope...
These must be the representatives of the mighty Federation. The reigning authority in the galaxy. Or so we've been led to believe.
Женщина прикольная.
Remains to be seen. But, either way, we're grateful you've made the time to come to our little corner of the universe.
And you are?
This is Galvin, and this is Citron, the heroes of the revolt in the mines.
Ладно, я ошиблась, Хатори, значит, хорошая. А вот эти эксплуататоры.
Let's hope this is the last time we ever have to come here.
If you'll excuse me.
Я понимаю злость. Блин, врезать хочется. Другой раз.
I think we're about to begin.
Did you hear the arrogance from that guy? I don't know what we're walking into here, but that guy was something.
Something about his tone tells me this won't be easy.
That was my sense as well.
I doubt he speaks for all of Hotari, so I would urge patience until we speak with their queen.
Вова. Ну, я ж должна хоть вид подавать, что я поддерживаю капитана. Девчонка мне понравилась, королева. Мне кажется... Ну, посмотрим, не буду делать выводы раньше времени. Но это становится интересным. Блин, опять эти побрякушки. Зачем? Показать силу. Да, едет.
Ambassador Spock, welcome to Hotari Prime.
The honor is mine, Your Majesty.
That the Federation would send one of their most respected representatives is not only an honor to the Hotari people and their queen, but a recognition of our stature and importance.
Let's get on with it, shall we? With all due respect to the Federation and their ambassador, they have no authority here. We are not members of their alliance. We are not subject to their rule, nor yours. We demand the immediate return of all mining operations to Elydian control, as it has been for centuries and will be for centuries more. That has always been our understanding.
That understanding has changed.
Then you invite war.
And if you cannot remain silent, you will be silenced. But his point is well taken. What is the Federation's interest in this matter? Perhaps you would have us trade one oppressor for another?
The Federation remains neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution of this conflict. We are here at your request, Your Majesty.
For now.
Saying this wouldn't be easy was an understatement. I thought they wanted us here.
Was there something you wanted to say, Captain?
Oh, no. My apologies.
And what about the Kobliad?
She's not part
She
of...
can speak for herself, can't she?
Да.
Then let her.
Давай. О, блин, мне королева нравится. Почему я не проявила уважение к ней? Она офигенная. Блин, женщина этой расы мне уже обе нравятся. Давай, можно?
Now then, one should know their place. What you might be somewhere else is not what you are here. Which is standing before a queen. And a queen deserves respect.
Я согласна.
A bow is not too much to ask.
Я согласна.
Is Hotari Prime heart of the Hotari system?
I am unfamiliar with your customs, Your Majesty.
We may not be a powerful civilization in your eyes, but we are.
Ладно, простите, но я не могу так. Я не хочу так. Она реально заслуживает уважения. И я лох. Я знаю. Я хочу ей поклониться. Я думала проявить силу, потому что тот мужик проявлял силу рядом с ней. Ну, дипломатия это не моё.
Ambassador Spock, Captain Solano, welcome to Hotari.
Блин, она
We
крутая.
are honored you've come. My name is Tylos Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
The honor is ours. And this is Commander Jara Rydick, first officer aboard the USS Resolute. You'll find she has a keen mind.
It's very nice to meet you.
Likewise, I hope...
These must be the representatives of the mighty Federation. The reigning authority in the galaxy. Or so we've been led to believe. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But, either way, we're grateful you've made the time to come to our little corner of the universe.
And you are?
This is Galvin, and this is Citron, the heroes of the revolt in the mines.
Я понимаю, что было. Это было хамием неправильно.
Let's hope this is the last time we ever have to come here.
If you'll excuse me.
I think we're about to begin.
Did you hear the arrogance from that guy? I don't know what we're walking into here. But that guy was something.
That may be true. But let's keep an open mind going into the negotiations. Hopefully he's just one voice amongst many.
Then let's hope he's the outlier.
The Hotari have invited us as their guests, so we must show them the proper respect.
Да. Блин, я Поступила очень глупо. Конечно, проявить его почтение.
Ambassador Spock, welcome to Holtari Prime.
The honor is mine, Your Majesty.
That the Federation would send one of their most respected representatives is not only an honor to the Holtari people and their queen, but a recognition of our stature and importance.
Let's get on with it, shall we? With all due respect to the Federation and their ambassador, they have no authority here. We are not members of their alliance. We are not subject to their rule, nor yours. We demand the immediate return of all mining operations to Elydian control, as it has been for centuries and will be for centuries more. That has always been our understanding.
That understanding has changed.
Then you invite war.
And if you cannot remain silent, you will be silenced. But his point is well taken. What is the Federation's interest in this matter? Perhaps you would have us trade one oppressor for another?
The Federation remains neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution of this conflict. We are here at your request, Your Majesty.
For now.
I'm trying to keep an open mind here, but it's not easy. I thought they wanted us here.
Was there something you wanted to say, Captain?
Oh, no. My apologies.
And what about the Kobliad?
She's not part
She can speak for herself, can't she? Then let her. Now then, what is your name?
Commander Jara Rydek, Your Majesty.
Being a Kobliad, you would know better than anyone. Your people suffered brutal treatment at the hands of the Cardassians. Their injustice towards the Kobliad is as unimaginable as it is unforgivable. Not unlike how we have been treated by the Elydians.
As much as they'd have you believe they are the victims here, remember it was the Hotari who attacked us. Hundreds of innocent Elydians were slaughtered without mercy in those mines.
The blood is on their hands, not ours.
Quiet!
Блин, королева супер.
If after all the Kobliad suffered, you finally had the chance to right that wrong, to get out from under their
Да.
control.
Из-под дарсианцев точно.
Or would you negotiate a peace?
Блин. Я не могу спекулировать на этом.
I can't speculate on something that never happened, Your Majesty. Sadly, that opportunity never came for the Kobliad.
No, it did not. But we'd be wise to learn from their example, before we too find ourselves facing extinction. The Federation is the most powerful, most advanced alliance in the galaxy.
Ну, неправда. Клингонская империя еще есть.
Abundance of dilithium in our mines. And it's in your interest to secure a steady supply.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Ambassador Spock would have us believe you're here as a neutral party in the interest of peace. So why are you really here? I want the truth, not your Federation rhetoric.
It's possible the Federation has an interest in both peace and securing a steady source of dilithium. One does not preclude or prevent the other.
И я не буду врать.
But that's just my personal opinion.
Given the Federation has done business with the Elydians for decades, I would agree. It's entirely possible, if not highly likely.
What they haven't said, but cannot deny, is a simple truth.
The dilithium trade would not and will no longer exist without
Будет.
Lydian involvement. We
Почему?
created it for the benefit of everyone, especially
Для
the
блага себя вы создали это.
We've given them warp technology. We've let them share in the profits. We've made their lives infinitely better than before dilithium was discovered. All of that goes away if the Federation turns a blind
Нифига
eye to
подобного.
their treachery.
That is enough of your lies.
Вот-вот.
Atari are quite capable of running the mines. We've done so for centuries. So tell me, who deserves control of the dilithium trade and the mines on Tau? Who should the Federation recognize? The Hotari or the Alidians?
Никого. Блин. Хатори, ладно.
Only be one or the other, not both.
If I have to choose only one, then it would have to be the Hotari.
Well said. How could the just and wise Federation make any other choice?
This is an outrage. The Federation has lost all credibility.
The mines are ours. Lydia will not be deterred. We will take back our mines by any means necessary.
You will see more blood spilled.
I am more than willing to address your concerns, Your Majesty. Yours as well, Representative. But I suggest we could have a more productive conversation with a smaller group. Perhaps only the most essential representatives.
Ну, я за нейтралитет, но, блин, они реально... Как сволочи.
There is some sense to that.
Но королева... Умная женщина. Вот они слишком прямолинейны. Короче, хотят брать, не давая ничего взамен при этом.
I hope we meet again, Jara Ryder.
И ресурсы, как я понимаю, принадлежат Хаторе. В любом случае. По сути, Хатори сделали рабами. Просто по-умному.
We need to find out why the Hotari are so willing to risk war. What happened in those mines?
Так, давай с тобой, чувак. Нися? Эй, парень, я хочу с тобой поболтать. Во, я хочу.
Such rough terrain. No wonder the Hotari are so tough.
Серьезно? А с ним болтать? Нет? Тебе полезно было бы что-то не политическое. Ладно, пожалуйста, скажите, что та женщина не... Да, вон она, вижу.
Soothing.
Притом... Ладно, я хочу узнать вторую сторону, но пока что они слишком властные, слишком грубые.
The captain and ambassador have it handled. I've got my own mission.
Может...
Commander, I'm glad you've chosen to side with the Hotari. I knew the Federation would see through the Alidians' baseless claims and protect the interests of my people.
To be clear, I'm not on either side of this conflict. Our only interest is peace.
I will keep that in mind.
I assume you were there the day the mines were seized from the Alidians.
Not seized. Reclaimed. And restored to their rightful owners. Yes, I was there.
Я
We
понимаю.
had to be decisive, before the Illydians could even realize their worst nightmares upon them.
I'm curious why the Illydians haven't fought back. They have the ability to retake the mines anytime they want.
Ability is one thing, courage is another. The Illydians know any hostile action on their part will not end well. They respect one thing above all else, and that is force. The greater the force, the more certain the outcome. Any talk of making peace is just that, and worth little without the strength to secure it. Which makes me wonder about your ship, the Resolute. Undoubtedly the Federation's finest warship.
Серьезно?
Ready to contend with anything the Illydians might have in store. Or is that not true? Maybe I've misjudged it.
It wasn't designed as a warship. More for scientific research and exploration.
But the Federation must have ships designed for war.
Да, есть.
Technically, they're Starfleet ships representing the Federation. But yes.
I see.
Нет.
A pleasure meeting you, Commander. I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
Он клевый. Пожалуйста, дайте мне еще скилл. Спасибо. Он реально клевый чувак. Но все равно я должна... Я за мир. Даже если дипломаты так ведут себя как полные твари, не факт, что все будут такими же. И я понимаю, что я тоже поступила неправильно, поэтому я перезагрузилась. Действительно, в чужой мир пришли и играем по своим правилам. Это бред. Устанавливать свои законы на чужой территории. Тем более проявить уважение — это не так уж... не такой признак слабости. Так, даже в каком-то смысле сил. Давай, девочка. Да, ты моя шикарная. Мне понравилось.
I'm encouraged to see the Federation supporting my people. I'm afraid of what might happen without your help.
The Illydians have no right to your land. It was clear which side was more deserving of our recognition.
It's so different to have someone on our side. These are unusual times, to say the least. Much is changing. I saw you speaking with Sidron, our national hero. I'm curious, what did he say?
He seems to be of the opinion that negotiating for peace is a waste of time.
Because force is the only blunt instrument he understands. He's a minor, not a diplomat.
Она шикарная девочка, блин.
For the first time in our history, the Hotari have the upper hand.
Она чем-то Лорел напоминает.
Instead of downtrodden. New voices have risen up. Old voices shouted down. Galvin and Sidron have become national heroes. Now they have the Queen's ear. For better or worse, depending on your perspective.
I assume they've taken your place.
I was one of the Queen's most trusted advisors. And I hope to prove myself worthy of being so again. Which is why you're here. My fear has been that the Illydians will launch an attack and crush us. You've seen their starship, no doubt. They could have retaken the mines whenever they wanted to. But it never happened.
Я понимаю её.
And as strange as this may sound, I'd almost say they're afraid. I just don't know what they're afraid of. It's still the same bluster and bravado you would expect from them. But it has no teeth. Like they're afraid of what might happen.
Do you think it has something to do with the ion storm? Right now, it's stronger than ever, isn't it?
It's entirely possible. I'm not a scientist, but I do know the storm has knocked out all kinds of systems. So maybe the Illydians weren't willing to risk their ships, given all the interference. Since the day of the revolt, Galvin has seized control of the mines and restricted all access. No one's allowed without his personal authorization. And they've taken over a section of the palace with just as much secrecy and security. I'm told it could be something they brought back from the mines. I've made inquiries, but everyone pretends it doesn't exist. I strongly suspect they're hiding something.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. But that's what concerns me. Whatever they're hiding, it can't be good.
How can we know?
I'd better see what's happening.
Do you think you can find out what they're hiding? I need to see proof of something before I can make my case to the Federation.
I can try, but even if I found it, I might not know what to make of it.
Take this. You can use it to capture whatever you find, and then send it to me.
Я надеюсь, с ней ничего не случится.
I will let you know what I find. And I look forward to our meeting again.
Я тоже. Она реально крутая девчонка.
I couldn't help but notice you were speaking with the Hotari this whole time. I figured in the interest of fairness, I should offer another perspective.
Of course.
I'm probably not telling you anything you don't already know, but these negotiations rely on the Federation's neutrality, as does any hope you might have for a supply of dilithium in the future.
Иди нафиг.
So, why you would choose to side with the Hotari?
Потому что вы их эксплуатируете.
Without Illydian involvement, there is no dilithium trade. But clearly, you weren't aware.
Of all my concerns, dilithium is not one of them. I could care less about securing a supply, now or in the future.
I'd be curious to know if the rest of the Federation shares your indifference.
Нет.
Major Salit Arminta, Special Attaché, Illydian Armed Forces. Pleasure to meet you, Commander. I have my issues with the Hotari, but I have to give them some credit. They know how to seize an opportunity. Inciting an uprising the same day as a massive, once-in-a-lifetime ion storm.
Our assumption was that this storm was just an anomaly.
Yes, a very convenient anomaly. At least that was what we were told. Of course, I wasn't there. But who am I to say otherwise?
Something tells me there's more to the story. So what really happened?
Well, the official story is that it was the storm that enabled the revolt. How else do a bunch of unarmed, unorganized miners seize control of an entire moon, much less thousands of mines? But I've talked to people who were there. They tell a different story. They say they're lucky to have escaped with their lives. That it was more than just the storm. That somehow the miners were able to harness the energy from the storm. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But that's what they said.
You said the Hotari were primitive.
Well, they are.
Except for the part about weaponizing ion storms.
Это весело, да. Ой, я тебе не звала.
If you'll excuse me, Commander Ryder.
Извините, ошибочка вышла. Чего вы хотели?
Блин, я не могу поговорить. Ну нет, тот чувак показался мне... Ладно, ненормально, потому что он именно боится но при этом из-за того, что из-за ионного шторма, но при этом важна сила, которая над шахтами обеспечит торговлю с Федерацией. Притом делите это, если не ошибаюсь, единственное топливо для варп-двигателей. Через 100 лет, даже, наверное, чуть меньше 100 лет, произойдет взрыв делития, и из-за этого перестанут варп-двигатели пользоваться на 400 лет.
Well, that was a disaster.
What happened?
The Hotari refused to concede anything, so the Illidians stormed out.
The Hotari did not invite us here as peacekeepers. I hope your efforts were more fruitful than ours.
Ну, не факт, что нам низу не салют.
Warp bubble stability degrading. Increase output to maximum.
Increasing warp output to maximum.
It's happening again.
It is evident that presently the Resolute cannot achieve warp propulsion.
Since our diagnostics rule out any problems with our warp systems or anything about the ship, the problem appears to be the fabric of space itself.
Space itself? You're saying something about this region of space prevents warp travel?
Prevents it, or can't sustain it.
However improbable, that appears to be the case.
The storm didn't stop us from leaving space dock and traveling here. But could it still be causing this interference with warp travel?
We must follow sound investigatory principles. Do not let an assumed conclusion drive your analysis.
Sometimes we need a little inspired thinking, Mr. Chovak. Captain Solano is on his way back from the negotiations, and I want to have some answers for him when he gets here.
Indeed. Given the facts at hand, we may be able to deploy subspace probes around the ship to construct a clear picture of the phenomenon.
Around the ship. I'll prep a shuttle.
Такая улыбка. Парень явно кайфует. Опа, мы смотрим. Они.
Roughly corresponding to the edge of our warp field. When we get there, I'll deploy the first probe.
Так, я хочу... Спок считал, что Джара хорошо проявила себя под давлением, когда ее допрашивала королева Хатори. Серьезно? Серьезно? Хорошо проявила себя? Ты серьезно считаешь, что я хорошо себя проявила? Какой же ты лапа? Я думала, ты меня пошлешь. Капитан Солана считает, что Джара справилась со сложной ситуацией настолько хорошо, насколько можно было ожидать, когда королева Хатори поставила ее перед фактом в покоях королевы. Серьезно? Парни, да вы... Меня реально удивляете. Я думала, вы скажете, какого фига ты творишь? Ты что, дурочка, то, что все им рассказываешь? Ладно. Вот это неожиданно, действительно. И это клево. Так. Блин, какой же у нее страшный взгляд. Ощущение, как будто она меня разорвет в клочья. Так. Ну не, я надеюсь, что мы с ней помиримся. Блин, почему нельзя дружить? Серьезно. Ну, женщина. Если ты не дорог, то ты мне никто. Если, точнее, если ты меня не любишь, но дорог мне, то я для тебя никто. Что за бредовое отношение? Так. Я хочу. Лейтенант команды Чолок не одобрил мне желание. А, это не Чара? Так, вот хотела лейтенант команды Чолок согласился с числа, но это то же самое больше не было. Ладно, я сейчас приду. Так. Ого, я уже 3 часа играю. Продолжаем. Так, учимся управлять. А стрелять тут? Реверс. Блин, мне страшно. А если во что-то... Я так не поняла, что такое реверс, во-первых.
Commander Westbrook, the Resolute systems are calibrated to receive the probe's readings. We are standing by to reproduce the warp field collapse after the first probe is deployed.
Thank you, Mr. Chovak. We'll be in position shortly.
And, Mr. Diaz, do take care in piloting the shuttlecraft. Now is not the time to indulge in the human penchant for joyriding.
Chovak probably isn't such a fun guy to work for, huh?
Nah, Lieutenant Commander Chovak's not so bad. You know, once you get used to him. And, I've learned a lot working under him.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to work harder to be a political animal like you. This new first officer coming aboard.
Политическим животным, серьезно? Ну, ладно. Чёлок, не знаю, у меня нет к нему плохих чувств, в отличие от той расы. Хотя Хатории странно себя ведут. Я это не отрицаю. Нолдрианцы или как они тебя называют? Все равно ведут себя.
Westbrook here. The first probe is deployed.
Understood. We are reading it. We are about to replay the simulation.
Problem? I just can't get a handle on her. Commander Rydek.
Боишься космоса?
Rejected my plan to use a deflector pulse against the storm surge, but on the other, she did listen to my advice and use the whole polarity trick to get you through that excursion alive. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the new XO. I'm sure she's a fine officer, even if we don't see eye to eye. But she didn't go through what the rest of us did. You know that. And it's hard to figure out why she'd be the one Solano chose instead of, well, one of us.
I've heard some good things. You should at least give her a chance.
I'll take that under advisement.
Test is running. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1, mark.
Whoa. All right, that is definitely a problem with the fabric of space. We need to get another probe out there. With 2 points of data, the Resolute and the probe, we've managed to get an interference pattern. I'm setting a waypoint to a particularly strong area of interference. We'll deploy the second probe there. Listen, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice I wish someone had given me. Make sure you're never just one thing. And don't get so focused on what's in front of your face that you lose sight of the big picture. Before Rydek showed up, the captain pulled me into his ready room and told me he didn't think I had the people skills to be first officer. What a load of crap. I mean, if he'd said that about Chovak, sure.
Is that why you're being so friendly to me? Politics?
That would be clever, but I think you give me more credit than the captain does. You're all right, Diaz. And you've got potential. You're a capable engineer. You're good in the field. Keep up the good work, and who knows? A solid jack of all departments like you could be Commander-in-Chief of Starfleet one day. Hell, Admiral Jellicoe started as a shuttle pilot. And there are places to go in the enlisted ranks, too.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy where I am.
You must be a glutton for punishment. Lieutenant Commander Chovak has been known to take decades to warm up to people.
Опа. Ну-ка, а ну-ка, а ну-ка. Командиру Эцпеку понравился разговор с Картером. У него сложилось впечатление, что он умен и прагматичен, доволен своим положением на борту решительно. Но Картер... Да, в принципе, то, что мы... Ладно, я могла его другим по характеру сделать, если бы... Ну, Картер готов всем помогать. У меня такой мой Картер. Что ж... Он не похож на человека, который может предать, который с места. А вот как раз... Джара может быть такой. Мне кажется, у него более сильный но не в том смысле, что предаст, а в том смысле, то, что рваться на должность капитана, на повышение. Она тоже, я бы не сказала, что... Но она более похожа на карьеристку, чем Картер. С учетом того, что мы не знаем, что она лучше была. Но опять же, тут и сторона. Может, она лучше была просто, чтобы проявить себя. Карьера для нее не важна. Ой-ё, оправдать чьи-то ожидания, например. Или свои собственные, просто доказать себе. Почему? Там, ну, как минимум из-за того, что проблемы с гравитацией.
This is close enough. Stop the engines.
Что она справится, поэтому лучше остановись. Ну, один из вариантов. Возможно, вариант.
Westbrook to Commander Chovak. We're ready for another sampling of data.
Very good. Running the simulation again. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1. On.
There it is again.
I saw it. It seems to be directional.
Well, what about the scans? Anything?
Here's the readings in relation to our local space. We've got the Resolute, Otari Prime, and the probes.
All this interference is overloading the sensor buffers. We're gonna have to triangulate the sensors manually.
Так. Кстати, какая вообще в Звездном флоте разница карьеры?
We got something.
These markers indicate peaks in the gravimetric interference patterns.
Let's see if I can find some more.
По сути, они этим занимаются просто для своего развлечения, удовлетворения. Никакой выгоды не получают. Тогда почему рвутся на другое место? Не делают то, что им действительно нравится. Так. Что-то должно быть. Так. Что там? Та дичь, которая с капитанами творится. Я не понимаю, почему все так рвутся в капитана. Ладно, давай по-моему, сделаем. Так. Я не знаю, что я должна найти. Блин. Ладно, я заруинила квест, я не знаю, что я должна найти. Вроде или какую кнопку нажать. А, все, переместите что-то. Ладно. Я вас...
Hold up. This is coming from the moon.
A beam that blocks warp travel.
Aimed right at us.
Someone is doing this intentionally. I don't know how they're doing it. This is like nothing I've ever seen.
Why would they be doing this? We came here to help these people. And now we're getting hit by some warp-killing weapon?
Now, look here. It's current readings of the ion storm.
These concentrations. They line up with the interference pattern. The storm. And this beam. They're coming from the same place.
Carter, whatever petty local conflict brought us here, it's just a small part of something much bigger.
Вот. Бедный Картер. Обычно, блин, я его воспринимаю все равно как ребенка.
Presently, we don't have an explanation for how they're doing this. One thing is clear. This is no fluke.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. I want a full briefing when I'm back on board. Solano out. A targeted weapon that inhibits warp travel. Coming from the moon Tau.
That would explain the difficulties my shuttle encountered. More importantly, the tenor of the Hotari during the negotiations.
And here I thought the Illidians would be the problem. Coming to peace talks in a warship. This wasn't supposed to be so complicated.
For all their posturing, every indication is that the Illidians are afraid of the Hotari. They didn't bring their warship as a threat. They brought it because they're scared.
From everything we witnessed, I would say that is highly likely.
But what are they afraid of?
Tylus, the Hotari representative, said she thought they found something in the mines. Galvin and Sidron brought it back to the palace, but they're keeping it under tight security. She's going to investigate it. I gave her my tricorder. I expect she'll contact us soon.
You found an ally.
Why would Tylus help us? Go behind her people's back? It's a fair question, considering.
She doesn't like the way Galvin and Sidron have been manipulating the situation. And the Queen. Working with us to go around them isn't the same as betraying her people.
That may be true.
She's certainly more likely to help than the other Hotari we've met.
That raises another question. Specifically, what do the other Hotari have to gain in bringing us here, only to make this hostile maneuver against us?
Нет.
There must be some motivation.
Unless they changed their minds between when they asked and when we got here.
Sidron was very curious when we spoke outside the Queen's chamber. He wanted to know all about us, our ship, the Federation. He wasn't giving any answers. He was looking for them.
Well, I'm sure you didn't tell him too much. I don't think the Illidians know what's really down on that moon either.
Major Armintas said the revolt defied explanation. That the Hotari miners somehow harnessed the energy of the storm.
Harness the energy of the storm?
Doing that is beyond even our capabilities.
So is a weapon that disrupts warp travel.
There have been civilizations and entities, both past and present, far more technologically advanced than the Federation.
The Illidians and Hotari don't fall into that category.
Ты уверен?
The more reason to investigate further.
Мы уже встречали раз в Стартреке, который выглядели.
Queen's advisor, Tylus, has asked to speak with you.
Put her through.
Galvin and Sidron are still with the Queen. I've enlisted help to gain access to the room they have under guard. I don't have much time.
Я надеюсь, с ней ничего не случится.
I'm not supposed to leave my post.
It's only for a moment. I so appreciate your help.
Я очень надеюсь, с ней ничего не случится.
I found something. I'm sending you a scan.
Got it. Tylus, if we needed to gain access to the mines on Tau, is that something you could help us with?
I suppose it wouldn't be easy, but
Не выключай.
Tylus.
Не надо ее высылать. Это ее подставят под. Не надо. Блин, какие же вы.
Sorry, Captain. We've lost all contact.
Вам плевать, что на ее безопасность? Да.
It was hard to tell.
We have to help her. Send another shuttle.
We're not doing anything yet. Not until we know more. Let's see the scan of whatever the hell that was.
Нифига себе. Он не против. Стоп. Он отреагировал положительно на то, что я хочу ее спасти. Капитану Солану понравилось, как Джара выразила беспокойство по поводу опасности, с которой Тайлс может столкнуться. Чувак, у тебя полярочка, что ли? Тут ты выражаешь злость за то, что я хочу спасти экипаж. То ты выражаешь... То тебе нравится то, что я беспокоюсь по поводу других. Чувак, определись. Или тебе пофиг на свою команду, чужих мы спасаем. Если спасаем, то спасаем всех. Так, ладно. Что-то у нас пока еще вроде. Ладно, ничего такого. Ну, все вроде чё.
Tylus suspects this came from the mines on Tau.
It appears to be of ancient origin, but the markings are unfamiliar.
We can run a full analysis when we get back to the Resolute. But if this came from the mines, then it might be the key to how they got the upper hand against the Illidians.
Then we have to go into the mines.
The Federation would not allow that. We were, after all, sent here to be a neutral party in a peace negotiation. However, we could demonstrate that the Hotari have acted in bad faith, which would enable us to investigate the mines on Tau with full justification. But of course, we would need conclusive proof before taking action. Otherwise, it could put us in a difficult position.
What the Federation doesn't know won't hurt them. If I do it right, nobody will know I was there.
Commander, I'm surprised at you.
We may have a better understanding once we analyze the device. But a mission to the mines, covert or otherwise, is not out of the question. And I will handle the Federation.
Нафига Федерация, знаете? Чтобы развязать войну, чтобы конфликт был.
As I was telling Carter, I want all the data I can get on this warp problem. And the negotiating team's shuttle has been recording data all the way back from Hotari. Even better than our probes. So pull the sensor and engine ISOs from the Melville when it sets down.
Will do.
I'll join you and Chovak down in engineering to run another analysis after the briefing.
I didn't like this warp problem when we thought it was some astronomical anomaly. And I like it a hell of a lot less now that we know someone is doing it to us. How does it work? What do we even do about it?
What do you say we pull these chips and find out?
Took some damage on the way. That ionic interference scored the hull plating. Might be some micro welds. Let's try pulling together.
All right.
3, 2, 1. It won't budge. Gotta be the storm damage. We need to... Welcome back. Any excitement down on the surface?
Excitement? No. Nothing like that.
Hey, can you hand me the EJ7 interlock? From the toolbox.
Что мне то даст?
I don't know what that is.
Not much use for one on a security detail, huh? Carter?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Блин, зачем разжигать больше конфликта? Так, а я могу с ним, блин, побазарь. Женщина, я, блин, конфликт. Ладно, я понимаю, почему рыжая злится, но почему брюнетка злится? И почему не наезжает? Хотя ладно, это очень похоже на реальную жизнь, да, в любом случае. Ну, как инопланетянка могли сделать более терпимым. Почему бы?
Okay, I'll apply pressure while you decouple the panel.
Так, ладно.
Here, I'll help.
О, вот это я понимаю. Спасибо.
We've got this. Thanks for the hand. We have to get these isolinear chips down to engineering.
No problem. You really know everything about these ships, don't you? The tools, systems. Like a walking Starfleet technical manual.
Well, I wouldn't say everything, but I know my stuff.
I can see that.
Come on, start pulling chips.
А ну-ка, а ну-ка, а ну-ка. Миранда заметила, что обычная уверенность Картер сменилась столь необходимой скромностью, когда она вернулась с Хатори. Стоп. Уверенный Картер. Картер когда-то был уверенным, Премьон был только скромным. Эх, женщина. Ладно. Почему? Нам не показывают предысторию. Хотя бы рассказали, блин, больше о персонажах. Мы узнаем, что Картер самый сильным говнюком. Из данных, которые... Ладно, поехали. Так. Он нахуй. У меня... Хочу, чтобы все было в конце, и жили они долго и счастливо. Так. Что? Не ударься. Опа! А это что?
What's this?
Some kind of crystal formation?
Whoa. This substance is a quantized spin crystallization of hydrogen, carbon, and lithium. It's emitting tetrametric pulses at an interval of 3.8422 seconds.
Quantized crystallization isn't natural. I mean, it's only theoretical as a means to engineer matter on a subatomic level. What's it doing in there?
Wait. Regulation 364, subsection 9.
What?
Regulation 364, subsection 9 orders that in the case of an unknown foreign substance infiltrating a sealed system, it will be placed in secure confinement before further examination. Retrieve a containment module.
Don't
Но
you
я
think
согласна.
we're more equipped to deal with whatever this is?
No. Before anything else, this is a
Но
security issue.
в этом случае я согласна с ней, потому
We
что...
don't even know what this is.
Which is why we need to study it.
Once it's contained.
Well, if it's not natural, then someone might have put it there. It could be a tracking device, some kind of sabotage, or even a bomb.
Which is why we need to get it to the containment lab.
Come on.
I can't make an exception.
Да, я
No
согласна.
problem for you.
I'm still going to report these crystals to Commander Westbrook when we send the shuttle data.
And I will inform my superiors. I'm taking this just as seriously as you are.
Да. Только не злись на это правильно.
The warp disruption on the shuttle. Now these crystals. Maybe this situation is more than we can handle with just a science vessel. We could trigger a distress call. Get Starfleet to send more
Не
ships.
надо. Не надо.
Or I could send a message to my old CO on the Adirondack. Get some combat-tested vessels.
We're at the edge of the quadrant. Help isn't just gonna pop over like we're in Sector 001.
Wouldn't hurt to try.
You talk like you've never had your backs up against a wall before. This is Starfleet. We solve our own problems.
Не надо. Не будь сволочью.
Okay, stand back.
Прости, но я не поддерживаю мятеж. Блин, если бы я не знала, возможно, бы
Get this to the
поддерживала.
containment lab.
Если по нам
We'll get
две
it set up
отдельные
for you.
истории.
I'll let you know when it's safely confined.
Oh, we'll be there.
Last thing you want is to study this down in main engineering and have it explode next to the warp core. I just don't want to take any chances.
Но взять можно.
Not with my friends.
You and Miranda seem to be back to normal. But she was a little off. I think this whole situation has her spooked. Maybe she knows more than us? Or it's because this is all happening so fast. But she usually doesn't scare easy.
Yeah, there was something a little off about her.
Like that talk about sending a distress call? That was pretty out there.
Вот-вот.
She was probably just thinking out loud. I'm sure she'll come to her senses.
Но мне кажется, она алдийкая,
She has
кажется.
enough complications stacking up.
Now, we'll get through.
Чего-то мне очень кажется. И если идем по клише, так идем по всем клише. Звездного пути.
Commander Rydek was able to work behind the scenes during the negotiations. He made contact with a representative from the Hotari delegation named Tylos. She mentioned an unusual artifact of unknown origin being held under tight security within the Hotari Palace, which she believes came from the mines on Tau. Now, this artifact might have a connection to the revolt, to the storm, and to the warp disruption we now know has been targeted at the Resolute. Commander Rydick, if you want to take it from here.
Of course. Tylus managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded location within the palace and sent us these scans using my tricorder. It appears to be some sort of control panel, possibly connected to the warp disruption weapon originating on Tau. Of particular interest is this symbol, which we couldn't identify the origin of.
The Federation database has records from a vast number of civilizations. If anyone from Starfleet has come across this before, the system should recognize it.
Cross-referencing with Federation records.
Displaying symbols from Federation database with a 90% probability of match or higher. Select a symbol to further analyze.
Ну, вряд ли. Нет. Так. Не. О. Я бы хотела, чтобы этот символ, но не то. Ой-ё. А как мне принять?
Match.
Got it.
Это было как-то слишком легко.
So, what are we looking at?
The design and composition indicate this is a glyph associated with the ancient Khan Empire. Their civilization collapsed over 600,000 years ago, but once spanned millions of systems with a population numbering in the trillions.
Fascinating. The Takan were once the most advanced, most powerful civilization in the galaxy.
Is it possible the Hotari found Takan technology?
I wonder if they even know what they have.
Our knowledge of the Takan is limited. I have only encountered passing references to them.
Actually, I've heard of the Takan.
You have?
Quite impressive, Commander.
Computer, summarize the Enterprise D's discovery of a Takan outpost.
On stardate 41386.4, the USS Enterprise D, under the command of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, discovered a Takan outpost in
Вот
the
это я не
Delphi
помню,
Arctic
кстати.
system. According to the mission summary, an unbreakable energy-draining field was deployed against the Enterprise and a Ferengi ship. The Enterprise was only able to escape
А, помню.
negotiating the release with an entity known as Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Takan Empire.
Unbreakable energy draining field. It starts to make sense.
What else is there?
There's a lot here. Let's take it piece by piece.
Select the aspect you wish to learn more about.
Опа. Кстати, раньше эти неразрушимые поля, если я понимаю правильно, о чем говорится, было то, что двигатели разрушают материю. Сейчас же они все это брали. Там можно было вылетать на определенном варпе. Иначе материя бы пространство повредилась. Если я не путаю серию.
There appears to be some sort of restriction order from Starfleet. Computer, explain this restriction.
A Starfleet directive similar to General Order 7 forbids entering the Delphi Ardu system or attempting to make contact with Portal 6-3.
Starfleet doesn't throw up a no trespassing sign for just anybody.
I suppose it makes sense considering what happened to the Enterprise D.
Someone from the Takan Empire is actually still around.
Or at least was, 16 years ago.
Computer, what other information do you have on Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Takan Empire?
The entity known as Portal 6-3 is of an unknown nature. A biped humanoid, he was unaware that the Takan Empire no longer existed at the time of the encounter. He was able to control the crystal-based technology of the Takan outpost through apparent telepathic means. It was by his choice that the Enterprise was released from the energy draining field after Commander William T. Riker of the Away team argued on behalf of both Starfleet and the Ferengi.
Telepathic control of their technology.
As I have said, they were the most advanced civilization in the galaxy.
What sort of planet is Delphi Ardu 4?
Delphi Ardu 4 is an M-class planet, a barren rocky world with little to no vegetation and frequent ion storms. The giant crystals that grow there absorb energy, but it is not understood how they do so. The entire Delphi Ardu system, consisting of 11 planets, was considered completely uninhabited until the encounter with Portal 6-3.
Frequent ion storms. That can't just be a coincidence. The technology to capture and hold the Federation flagship would have to be unbelievably powerful. Computer, what else can you tell us about the energy-draining field the Takan used?
The Enterprise D was unable to break free on its own. The precise nature of the technology was never fully understood. Only that the crystalline technology used was beyond the comprehension of then-current Starfleet science.
The engineering team found a quantized spin crystal formation in the shuttle you took to Hotari. They registered tetrametric radiation coming from it.
We have Takan technology on board right now?
We might. I'll run a full analysis in the containment lab.
The Illidians should have crushed the revolt. But if the Hotari have Takan technology and can control it, I see why they're willing to negotiate peace. For all we know, this could be just the beginning. And we're up against something greater than we can imagine.
For now, it's probably best we don't let on how much we know.
Play our cards close to the vest. Smart. I agree. Then when the time is right, we can confront them.
Diplomatically, of course.
Вот-вот.
Right.
We've been able to triangulate the source of the ionic interference and warp disruption to a specific mine on Tau. Engineering used the latest data from your shuttle to pinpoint its origin. There.
Не понимаю, что происходит. Так. Ладно. И я сейчас хочу настроить. Так. Так, вспомнить, как это делается. Моя игра как-то сильно мигает. вроде нормально. Так. Всё. Так, ладно.
So we know where to look.
We need to know what's down
А
there,
все равно мигает.
what the Hotari are hiding, to better understand what we're up against, and to neutralize it if we can.
Captain, embarking on a mission to the Hotari moon would not be viewed favorably by either side. However, given the circumstances, we are entirely within our rights to defend ourselves.
Не имеете.
I just want to make sure this doesn't blow up in our faces. Which is why I'm thinking of sending Commander Rydek on a covert mission to Tau.
Я согласна.
Assuming you're up to the task. It would require absolute secrecy. And obviously, it's not without risk.
I'll get the away team in and out. They're in safe hands with me.
Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Given the sensitive nature of this incursion, I'm afraid you'll have to go it alone. I'm hoping Tylus can accompany you. The priority is to avoid detection. It's a calculated risk. The last thing we need is to get caught and then blamed for violating our neutrality and aggravating an already tense situation. We can't afford any mistakes, which is why I've chosen you.
Tylus will be essential to my success. Not only her knowledge of the mines, but her ability to gain access, particularly now that we know which mine we need to get into.
Make sure she understands the need to keep this covert.
She's not going to want her people to know about this.
Get in touch with Tylus and make the necessary arrangements as discreetly as possible.
Bridge to Captain Solano. The Illidians have moved additional ships to the edge of the Hotari system. Current heading is straight for the homeworld.
Understood.
It would seem we no longer have the luxury of waiting. In that case, may I suggest you and I return to Hotari Prime? Doing so will provide Commander Rydek as much time as possible to complete her mission.
Agreed. We'll hail the Queen's delegation from my ready room. We all know what we need to do. Dismissed.
Мне очень... Я очень боюсь Талис. Так, сейчас прочитаем. Капитан Салан не мог не впечатлиться разумным подходом Жара к миссии на Тау, несмотря на очевидный риск. Ох, дед, собой я готова рисковать, но рисковать другими нет. Лейтенант Петросян был вдохновлен смелостью Джара, когда обсуждал, как бороться с угрозой Хатори во время совещания старших сотрудников. Блин. Я надеюсь, я не убью Талис. Я очень надеюсь, что я ее не убью своими действиями. Что я знаю.
Petty Officers Diaz and Edsolar, where is the crystal formation that you found in the shuttle? I have tasked Ensign Calloway with performing a full analysis of the tetrametric pulses.
Security brought it to the containment lab.
I was just there. They don't know anything about it. Security never checked it in.
Miranda never got there?
She's the one that had the crystal formation?
Yeah, her and the rest of the security detail from the negotiations.
Diaz, Tamaris.
Try her again. Commander Westbrook to Petty Officer Miranda Maris. Respond.
Something's not right.
She's still on the ship. She has to be.
Computer, locate Petty Officer Miranda Maris.
Petty Officer Miranda Maris is in the isolinear storage array on deck.
Я же говорю, она, скорее всего,
Good.
солдат.
I am sure Mr. Diaz can attend to this on his own.
Блин, кинорежим такой офигенный. Чего я его раньше не использовала? Так, по крайней мере, для этой игры.
Someone improperly pulled these isolinear chips.
Есть что-то. Поехали. Угадай с одного раза. Одна рыжая девушка есть в комплекте. Ты согласись ли со мной? Один рыжий, короче. Что? Вызывать Миранду — это глупо. Ну, с Мирандой, по крайней мере, у нас дружба сейчас. Нет любви. Блин. Если она ЛД... Я буду сожалеть, что ее...
Oh, it's just you. I'm busy right now. Why don't you come back later?
I'm glad I found you. I was worried. We tried you on the comm badge and you didn't answer.
Oh, I guess I was just caught up in my work. But I'm through here, so I can't stay and chat. I have other things to do. Sorry you came all this way for nothing.
What exactly were you doing in here? I saw you accessing files, copying them onto that.
This is secure data. It's really not my place to talk about it. Look, I appreciate that you came to check on me, but I'm fine. You worry too much. We're on a starship. Nothing's gonna happen to me here.
Miranda, you can be honest with me. Are you in some kind of trouble? Commander Westbrook said the crystals you took never made it to the containment lab.
Will you drop it? I don't like being interrogated, Carter.
Hey, wait up!
Блин, надо было ей в любви признаваться. Если бы я знала, что будет такая прикольная сцена.
Just tell Chovak or whoever I don't know where the crystals are, and let me go about my business. I know things aren't the same for us, and I want to talk about that.
I want to help you, but you're not making it easy.
Then I'll try to make it simple. You don't have to say anything at all.
Miranda, hold on.
No.
Она ударит, да?
Get out of my way.
Не уйду. Блин. Я призналась бы.
So I see you found each other.
You were taking so long, the commander sent us to see what the problem was. Diaz, you were sent here with specific orders, and fighting your crewmate wasn't one of them. What the hell is going on here?
Let's just let them explain.
I'd like to hear that, because I know what it looks like.
There's something seriously wrong with her. She's not herself, I'm telling you.
What does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
Well, for one, she was copying data onto this.
This drive is unauthorized.
There are ISOs all over the floor.
And that's why I was in here, investigating this situation. And when Carter came looking for me, we got our wires crossed. It wasn't anything more than that.
Look, I wish I was wrong about this. That I was overreacting. I really do. But I know what I saw. And it's not what she's saying.
I can't believe this.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think we need to call it into security. She can explain herself in the brig.
Hold on a minute. We don't need to put this on anyone's permanent record. Carter said you're not yourself. If something's wrong with you, we should head to sickbay and the doc will fix you right up.
Yeah, I haven't felt right since I came back from Hotari. I think I should see the doctor.
You two know her? If you really think she's not well, we can take her to sickbay first. But what I know is this is a security breach, and we should treat it as such.
Please, just let me go see the doctor.
Let's take
Блин,
her to
зря.
sickbay. It's better than the brig, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Fine. Get checked out by medical. You two go with her. I'll put this back together.
Нет, не давай. Не давай. Это подстава, 100 пудов какая. Блин, чую нас. Нам очень сильно звездят. Сверхсильно. Ладно, давай посмотрим, что с девчонкой. Ну да, она изменилась. Но она была благодарна, что он, похоже, беспокоится о её благополучии и отправил её в лазарет, а не в гауптвахту. Ну, конечно, блин, женщина, я беспокоюсь. Ты вообще как-то непонятно себя ведёшь. Но я надеюсь, что тут написано это правда. Если это нет... Это фигово. Да, с девочкой что-то явно не так.
Foliage on Tau resembles underwater plant life on Earth. The universe is full of mysteries.
Очень много или нехватки воображений фантастов. Ну, хотя... Ладно, им все равно на что-то надо опираться. Я восхищаюсь людьми, которые могут придумать что-то, чего не существует, но взять то, что существует, и превратить это во что-то новое, тоже кайфово. Не меня. Так.
Rydick here.
This is Ermont. Any trouble getting to the surface?
I'm really starting to miss transporters.
As long as this storm is around, you'd better learn to like shuttles. But if you can find the cause of the interference, we might be able to get back to transporting.
As if I needed another incentive. We both know there's a lot more than that riding on this.
Fair enough. You'll need to get in and out of the mine undetected, so I hope Minister Tylus can help in that regard.
So do I.
And to keep this covert, we'll refrain from contact unless absolutely necessary.
Understood.
Я надеюсь, Тайлес действительно на нашей стороне. Она мне показалась самая разумная. Мне кажется, как будто мы ее подставляем по полной программе. Она, наверное, второй персонаж во вселенной Star Trek, которого мне действительно любим. Так. Любился очень сильно. Так.
The ionic interference is coming from underground. I should find a safer way down there.
saw your shuttle take off. Hopefully no one else did. It's good to see you.
Я тоже.
Even under these unfortunate circumstances.
When you called to give us a scan, it sounded like they caught you. I was worried you'd been hurt.
It was nothing I couldn't handle.
Lead the way. I'll fill you in on what we've learned about the situation.
Follow me.
The device Galvin and Sidron brought back from the mines is being used to control some sort of warp disruption weapon that has the Resolute trapped in Hotari space. According to our readings, the power source for that device is on this moon, at the specific coordinates I sent you.
That sounds impossible. But explains the rumors of the Hotari controlling the ionic storm.
We strongly suspect the device was created by an ancient empire known as the Takan.
The Takan?
Once the most powerful civilization in the galaxy, but they've been gone for over 600,000 years.
It's hard to believe there's something like that on Tau.
Which is why I need proof. If we find hard evidence that Galvin and his allies are hiding dangerous Takan technology, I can convince the Federation to let us intervene.
Understood. We're almost there.
That's the mine?
Prospect 614 North, Subdivision 20.
It's enormous.
Just one of the thousands across Tau. The pride of Hotari.
How do we get inside?
The structure that circles the mine has entry points for transporting equipment into the lower levels. They're guarded, but nothing I can't get past using my authority.
Well, that's good to hear.
As long as you can avoid being seen, I should be able to talk my way past any miner. And provide a little distraction for you in the process.
How do I avoid being seen?
You don't use the door.
Это будет интересно.
Don't you know who I am? I am Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
That's not...
The Queen would be furious to hear you tried to deny me entry.
The Queen? But I just...
You just what? Just now realize the trouble you've made for yourself?
Блин, она крутая.
Because I'll be reporting you as well, to someone much further in the ladder. You have no authority here. Do you understand who pays your wage? I could inform the Queen directly of this instance.
There's no way.
You'll regret everything you've said here today. You should have opened the doors the second I appeared.
Конечно, она кайфовая.
Each second you delay my entry will be recorded, processed, and permanently marked on your record. Can't believe it.
Так, ладно, слишком время.
Force field. Looks like it was installed recently. No safe way around it. Not going that way.
Ладно. А куда мне? Блин. Я нечаянно.
How dare you! Don't you know who I am? I am Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
That's not...
The Queen would be furious to hear you tried to deny me entry.
The Queen? But I just...
You just what? Just now realize the trouble you've made for yourself? And who exactly do you think you're going to report this to? Because I'll be reporting you as well, to someone much further in the ladder. You have no authority here. Do you understand who pays your wage? I could inform the Queen directly of this instance.
force field. Looks like it was installed recently. No safe way around it. Not going that way.
Does your brain function? Do you speak our tongue?
Minister, I have orders.
How could a fellow Atari not understand this? You're digging your own grave. I've reached the end of my patience.
Someone takes their breaks up here. Maybe the same guard who left that window unlocked. I suppose the view is nice.
A wise choice. Lead the way, and be quick.
Что ты хочешь просканировать? Трикодер теперь у нас триколором называется. Я без понятия, что сканировать.
Let's get a look inside you. Full system access. Let's see if I can just... Bingo. Better hurry. Not sure how long she can keep him busy.
Надо торопиться. Да, я без трикотера сейчас.
Might control the exit door. Need to see inside it. Something in here is keeping that door closed. Got it. Should remove the security check on the door.
Сканируйся, что вроде. Блин. Сволочь подсвечивается фиолетовым. Так, ладно. Или нет? Да, ты хочешь, чтобы я тебя просканировала? Ладно. Или нет? Да блин. Странно. Мне писали. До этого писали то, что. Точнее говорили. Что я должна с помощью трикотера что-то сделать. Снять с двери. Ну ладно. Так даже лучше. Надеюсь, не повлияет на сюжет. Блин, я боюсь, что если меня Талис может погибнуть. И будет обидно, если я наблюдатель. Точнее, ну, в большей степени предателя.
I didn't come here to educate an imbecile on royal protocol.
Of course not, Minister.
So I will be about my business here, and you will take yourself out of my sight.
И она крутая тетка. Девка.
There you are.
You really let that guy have it.
It worked, didn't it? I'm used to having to throw my weight around. Hard to get anyone to listen to you otherwise.
I'm impressed. I didn't know you had it in you.
There's a lot you don't know about me. Underestimate me at your peril.
Подымела.
Walks were booby-trapped.
Galvin and Sidron have gone to great lengths to keep out the uninvited. Well, we're inside. Where do you want to start?
С того, что я хочу посмотреть о тебе. Талис почувствовала гордость после того, как Чароб держала то, как она справилась с охранником в шахтах на то. Но это было действительно великолепно. Она умничка. Блин, с учетом того, что у меня отсутствуют какие-либо дипломатические навыки, харизма. Я восхищаюсь, Талис.
The ionic interference is coming from below us. We need to go deeper.
That lift goes down, at least to the changeover station. But we can't use it without DNA authorization from one of the guards.
I have an idea, but we need a few samples of DNA from the miners who work here.
Samples.
Fingerprints, sweat, blood.
Which will trick the machine and get us control of the lift.
That's the theory. Let's test it. No luck. Unless this console thinks I'm a Hotari guard, it won't work.
The guards work out of that building back there. Might have some DNA.
Блин, жаль, что.
Do you think we could just find a way to climb over this?
Possibly. But the console on the lift itself is locked by the same system that locks this ramp.
No shortcuts then.
I'm sure you can figure something out.
Так. Спасибо за твою уверенность. Хоть кто-то меня в одиночку не бросает. Ну, тут что-то было. Вау. Вау. Серьезно? Это ультрафиолет?
This facility doesn't seem well maintained. An Illydian console.
All the managerial technology in the mines is Illydian.
So they can keep an eye on their investment.
That's how it is.
There's DNA on this console, but it's only partial. I can't use this.
Maybe because we're outside.
The weather out here could dilute any DNA samples.
What about inside that structure? That's where the workers spend most of their time.
Good idea.
Ты ж моя умничка. Дайте сначала исследовать.
Hotari must be tough on the inside, too.
Нормально? Да, женщина, не придирайся. Это все выглядит аппетитно. Так, осмотри.
If they eat in here, it's likely there's some DNA in the room.
Дипломат.
Almost looks like coffee. Almost. I'll have some Ractigino when I get back to the ship.
Да, Рагдашина это лучше.
Leftovers. I should give this a scan.
Давай сначала все изучим.
Some kind of glowing mineral being used as a light source.
Опа, мы такое же нашли.
One of these for my cabin, actually.
У тебя есть хижина? Давай сканировать.
Wow, that is a lot of DNA. I should look for the most concentrated spots. This'll work. That's a stable DNA sample. It's only partial, but a few more should do it.
Там все-таки действительно.
Hygiene clearly isn't a priority down here.
Хочется помочь как-то Хаторе. Я не удивлюсь, если Талис окажется дочкой королевы. Так. Ох, нифига. Ручка. У них 4 пальца.
That's another I can use. Just need one more sample.
А ну. Так, женщина, покажи свою ручку. Ой, я могу говорить с тобой. Понятно. Ладно. В этой раз, значит, чувствительный носик. Так.
There's gotta be stable DNA here. Perfect. That's enough to make the DNA profile. Time to go back to the lift.
Так. Блин. Так.
What's in all these containers?
These contain mining supplies, tools, energy packs for machinery.
Shouldn't mining supplies be inside the mines?
It is troubling. If the workers here aren't mining...
It worked.
Theory proven.
I'll get it started.
Ready?
Ладно, слишком много придирок к этой игре, мне нравится.
We'll be okay. I've survived worse than this.
Well, I haven't. But I'll put my faith in you. For now.
Я ни за что не предам тебя. Я надеюсь, что скрипт это позволит.
Jara. No, stay back. There's a guard at the station. You'll have to hide.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You watch your tone with me. I'm Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs. I speak for the Queen herself.
This is a restricted area. No one gains access without the approval of Galvin or Sidron.
Wait.
US Gawad Abawincha.
Let me go!
Are you all right?
I don't know.
Are you injured?
No, I thought if I could talk my way through like always, I'd be fine, but... I'm a diplomat. This isn't what I do. I've never even fired a weapon. This is just... It's real now. I wasn't ready for this.
Hey, I'll keep you safe.
Can you?
I was a tactical officer before I was posted to the Resolute. I know my way around a phaser. You saw how I handled our large friend here.
I suppose that is somewhat reassuring. My authority has never been challenged like that. It meant nothing to him.
So we should assume any Hatari we encounter from here on can't be reasoned with.
Agreed. The only loyalty they have down here is to Galvin and Sidron.
Can you switch over the lift?
Guard should have a scan card that will allow us to operate the switch.
Так, еще. Так, это мы читали. Ее потрясла встреча с другим стражником, поэтому она была благодарна Джаре за руководство и опыт. Ну, теперь знаем, кем слушала до этого Джара.
Got it.
He's not dead, is he? He's still one of my people, and I didn't come here to take Otari lives.
My phaser's set to stun. He'll be perfectly fine, just unconscious for a while.
I see. We don't have that sort of technology on our weapons.
Good to know.
Надо притянул. Я надеюсь все-таки, что это на оглушение был. Настроен. Но все равно. Нет, даже что такое. Понять можно, почему она испугалась оружия.
The energy readings are emanating from this tunnel. It's sure to be guarded in there. Stay low and follow my lead.
Так, ладно. Расстреливаем всех, короче. Оглушаем всех. Если быть точнее. Так, ладно. По-хорошему не пройти, так что действовать на полу.
Is that all dilithium?
Not all of it. We excavate large chunks of rock that contain varying amounts of dilithium ore. It's sorted and processed at the collector ship above.
More guards.
I take that as a sign we're getting close.
I'll get a closer look. Looks like they've improvised a barrier.
Yes, we must be getting closer.
We need that particular card, don't we?
I'm afraid so.
Не бойся.
We don't have time to wait for them to finish whatever they're doing. We'll have to try to keep low and sneak past them.
I'm starting to see the utility of a phaser.
I wouldn't stand a chance against all three of them. Can you open that door?
Not without that scan card.
I don't like our options here. I have to get us that card so we can open the door.
How? If they detect you, Galvin and Sidron's followers are clearly willing to kill to protect whatever is in this mine.
Hey, I'm trained for this. I'll be fine.
What should I do?
Avoid being seen. Stick to the edge of the room and meet me at the door.
Обязательно так выпрыгивать было. Но это слишком глупая анимация. Так, во время стелса последовательности есть враги, которые, если их предупредить, будут охотиться за вами и пытаться поймать вас. Если вас поймают, ваша миссия будет провальна. Я надеюсь, стелс будет попытка. Враги могут увидеть вас, если они смотрят в вашу сторону. Опа, можно катиться. Ну, индикатор. Привет, Скариму. Блин, непривычно, что пробел отвечает за другое. Тут, короче, мне не пройти, я понял вас.
Get back to work, and we'll complete the plan more quickly.
Блин, почему тут сохранение нет? Я определенно буду еще раз играть, когда идет эту игру. Но это слишком предсказуемо. Ладно, я не жалуюсь. Мне нравится, что настолько предсказуемо, потому что я ненавижу стелс. Ё! Никого тут нет. Никого тут нет. Ладно. Так, ты ошибся, да?
I'm not worried. He's led us well so far. It's a miracle we're even here. We've been waiting for so long. Patience, brother. We'll get our chance. It's inevitable after all. That it is.
I'd melt if I went through there. Keep moving.
This requires 2 units.
Все равно я поднять могу Хатори. За агрессию. Ау. Опа. Неожиданно. А поговорить? Нет? Ладно. Пойдем. Блин, какая же она милаха.
Stay close.
Так.
Stop!
What?
Motion sensors. They'll trigger an alarm. We'll be found.
Invisible to the naked eye.
They could be anywhere. How will we get through?
Они как бы видны, но ладно. Эх, опять непонятно, что сканировать. Ну это смешно, они и так видны. Нафига тут трикодер? Это как-то несерьезно. Ладно. Я вас понял. Зато мы знаем, тут можно умереть. Но если точнее, Джара убита, потому что технологий у них нет.
Stop! What? Motion sensors. They'll trigger an alarm. We'll be found. Invisible to the naked eye. They could be anywhere. How will we get through?
Ну это, кстати, странно, что я датчик зацепила. Я даже не понимаю, как я его зацепила. Там не было. Да что ж такое? Я не зацепляю датчики.
Stay close.
И как они работают?
What? Motion sensors. They'll trigger an alarm.
Ладно, надо использовать трикодер. Будем использовать трикодер.
They could be anywhere. How will we get through?
Триколор. Спасибо машинному переводу. Ладно, трикодер. Не будем жаловаться, нам не на что жаловаться. Хотя бы такой косячный перевод, но это чудо, что он есть. Спасибо. Человеку, что это сделал? Так. Только посмей меня зацепить. Но это все равно смешно. Использовать трикодер для этого. Ой, ё-моё. Как мне это все преодолевать? Я так понимаю, по углу, если место хватит. А мне места хватит? Эх, нифига. Раз мечтался, называется. Ладно, смотрим, ищем дальше путь. Ну, только по центру, я просто не знаю место. А, вон, можно пройти, все вижу. Ну, я и так вижу, блин. Не будет. Трикодер тут не нужен, в принципе. Могли бы хоть сделать невидимый мех. Зачем подсвет-то? О, кровь. Кровь. Угу.
This. It's where the uprising started.
Ладно. Долго? Может, все быстренько было показать.
Otari, don't do this. We defend ourselves, but we don't kill on this scale, this level of savagery.
There's no such thing as a bloodless rebellion.
I don't know if we should keep going. So much death. I don't want to end up like them.
We'll make sure they didn't die for nothing. What we learn here could save the rest of your people.
Okay. Okay.
Whatever happened here, it made the Illyrians abandon the mines. Let's find out what they're so scared of.
И она не так...
Otari and Illyrian. Both sides took a beating. The Hatari fortified the side of the room opposite the door. It's a good tactic, but a few crates aren't going to stop fully armed Illyrian soldiers. How did they win?
Повезло.
Is this the effects of an Illyrian disruptor?
Yes.
Disruptors are cruel weapons.
Говоришь, Хатори это рабы. Давай кристаллы, смотрим, с ними связаны. Скорее всего, они есть оружие.
They're not dilithium. Are they common in the mines?
Not that I've ever seen.
Да, скорее всего, с кристаллами все это и связанная буря от них как-то питается.
From the blast marks, it looks like the Illyrians had far greater firepower.
Да что ж думают? Они тупо держат рабов.
Footprints. Illyrian boots. Running back the way we came. Tylus.
What?
What kind of weapon did this?
This is like nothing I've ever seen or heard of. My people don't have a weapon that does this.
What else can you tell me?
Да, я использую обязательно трикодер, но подожди.
The Illyrians shot to kill.
But if they killed him, why was he shot in the back?
Huh, you're right. The shot came from the side the Hatari were defending.
We don't kill our own. And he wasn't just caught in the middle.
Но вы не убиваете своих, но это может относиться не ко всем.
Killed by the same crystallization as the Illyrian.
Whose side was the killer on?
На своей. Ладно, там дальше. Тоже изучим.
This Illyrian tried to run.
They didn't let him.
Да, девочка, я иду сканировать. У меня какой-то дежавю прям. Так. Мне не себе бросить трикутер? А вот. Не. Стоп. Я не могу отойти дальше. Я не могу... Какого? Только не говорите, что это баг. Ладно, я понимаю, что надо все спить и смотреть, но... Проблема в том, что я не могу не положить. О, вижу. Это как-то уже странно. Ладно, я ненавижу больше всего в этой игре трикодера.
What an awful way to die. This must be why the Illydians are so afraid. Technology that surpasses their own, in the hands of the Hotari that they've lorded over for centuries.
Where did this weapon come from?
Well, the crystals are giving off tetrametric pulses. If I set my tricorder to search for that frequency, it'll lead us right to the source. This makeshift barrier forced the Illydians to enter from the service corridor, creating a choke point. Quite the advanced tactic for a species that's never waged war.
Я сомневаюсь, что адилийцы никогда не вели войн. Потому что они сильно агрессивные. Я понимаю, что королева тоже ведет себя агрессивно, но она показывает то, что она главная. Dead. Спуск. Возможно, это тоже не более чем игра была, как о этой девочке, потому что вы видели, насколько она агрессивна была, но когда ее припугнули оружием, она испугалась. Что-то того, что ее жизнь никогда не грозила опасность. Так. Ладно, пойдем вниз, наверное.
Tylus, you may not want to look down there.
I've come too far to... What is this?
They've been dumping bodies down here.
Unforgivable. Galvin and Sidron will be made to answer for this.
Нет, Талис. Не Алиса, а Талис.
Вы говорите загадками. Объясните, пожалуйста.
Уйди отсюда.
Я никуда не собираюсь уходить. Я в любой момент с вами. Вот так, сейчас.
Так, ладно, где ты, девочка? А куда ты пропала? Эй, желтенького. Это типа мы перепрыгнули яму. Я потом просканирую. Все, дайте исследовать сначала.
Another of my people dead.
Tylus, what is this machine?
It's for tunnel boring. The cone on the front is covered in disruptors that allow it to melt through the solid rock.
They don't seem to have finished the tunnel. Why stop here, I wonder?
Ладно, давай сканировать. Уж нет, ничего. Скорее всего, сигнал идет. Потому что... Блин. Ну, тут трикотер. Да, я понимаю, что за машина, это логично. Так, теперь делаем так. Женщина, присесть сможешь? Я попросила тебя присесть. Ну ладно, не сможешь, я тебя понял. Вот сканер. Все, я понял.
Think they parked this here on purpose?
One way to find out.
Need any help?
I've got it.
This concentration of tetrametric radiation has never been recorded. Whatever they're hiding, it's right through here.
This feels strange.
The crystals are increasing, growing outward, replacing the soil.
It's like an infection. A parasite. Growing inside Tau.
Ну, мы такое видели уже в сериале «Сотня». Я так не досмотрела последние серии. Последнего сезона там как раз таки о паразитирующих кристаллах было. Сперли идею. А не хочу я досматривать сериал, потому что, скорее всего... Ладно, спойлерить. Да, кто захочет посмотреть, сериал начинается офигенно. Дальше скатились.
Incredible.
This is definitely not Hotari.
It's the remnants of the Tucan Empire.
I don't think we should be here.
This is exactly where we should be. Every strange thing we've seen in this system, it might all come from this room. We need to learn everything we can.
Я согласна с ней. Я понимаю, что... Блин. Даже если мы союз не заключим с Хатори, можно я Талис себе заберу? Она шикарна. Так. Я понимаю ее страх перед таком, так как до этого никаких технологий развитых у них не было. Блин, как же я ненавижу ребята. Так, ничего нет.
This suggests there's some type of complex life form contained within each crystal.
Life form?
Титан.
Something alive in these tiny crystals?
That's what it says, but hard to imagine how that's possible.
Блин, от одного сериала к старому мультику. Почему так? Блин, я слишком много фантастики смотрю, все знакомо.
Our science division will have a field day with this. We need to study it on the ship. How are you holding up?
I knew Galvin and Sidron were dangerous. Now I know they're more powerful than I could have imagined. But the worst of it is knowing they got there by turning our people against their own. This place feels wrong.
I'll get what I need, and we can get out of here.
Thank you. Is it too, convenient that we found this place unguarded?
There's an old Earth saying about never looking a gift horse in the mouth.
What's a horse?
Never mind.
Я понимаю, что она подавлена. Но ощущения неправильности у меня нет. Банк данных. Хотя банк данных в каком-то смысле можно. В принципе. Это просто лаборатория. Вид либо перевозил с одной планеты на другую, либо опять же перевозил с одной планеты на другую, но чтобы не вымер их вид на родной планете, что с планетой и случилось. Такой же банк данных, только в капсулах был на корабле Титан. В мультфильме Титан 2000 года или 1900. Ну, короче, ближе к нулевому мультику. Так.
Look familiar?
It's almost identical to the console Galvin has hidden in the palace. It looks like a control surface.
Эй, Талис! Я ненавижу, когда она со мной рядом, потом телепортируется. Может, с тобой еще поболтать? Нет. Ну ладно. Ну ладно, сканирую. Да.
What are we looking at?
It's made of the same crystalline material as the rest of this place, but I can't tell much else. Might be some kind of sleep mode. I can't analyze this further unless it starts working normally.
Maybe we can turn it on from somewhere else.
Hopefully. Let's keep looking around.
Так, дай угадаю, Талис опять телепортировалась, фиг знает куда. Но то. Типа подсказка искать тут. Тоже сканировать ничего. Или это активатор? Да, вроде ничего. Все просканировали, что можно. Во. Что-то можно. Или это все еще про то место говорят? Да? Так, ладно. И все-таки мне кажется, что рыженька относится к расе малтийцев. Ну, по крайней мере, сейчас. Так. Что она как-то сверхстранна. Ну, или я просто придираюсь к мешкам, которые нарисовали, когда она была злая на меня. Так. Выражала свое недовольство. То, что чувство Диаса невзаимно.
Can your device read this?
It can roughly translate the words, but we don't have enough Taconian language on record to understand how it's structured.
Oh well.
Блин, почему тебя нет рядом? Можно хотя бы приблизительно вперед. Изучу. Так, женщина, я к тебе. Нельзя. Ладно, я ошиблась поворотом. Каждый раз, блин, мчаться через всю комнату, проверять, не открылся ли новый диалог. Ай. Такие богини для меня. Да, понимаем. Дайте все изучить сначала.
Looks like some sort of replicator.
Она знает, как пользоваться.
I can't get it to work.
It has power. Must be looking for some other kind of authorization.
Опять через всю. И хватит стебаться, женщина. Ты могла бы понять, что если она хоть годик пройдет, блин, Федерация со всеми знаниями Федерации, то адаптируется, мне так кажется. Так, Джар, ты слишком жестока к Талису. Так, сканирую. Неужели у нас будет язык?
What is it?
The device's primary function is to transmute lithium into this quantized crystalline compound, possibly for the creation of weapons.
Do you think one of these was used on that Elydian in the tunnels?
Such a cruel weapon.
Да угадаю, женщина. Но то, блин, как же это бесит. Мне надоело уже через всю комнату, но я не могу, я хочу диалог, чтобы дали хоть какой-нибудь доп. Ладно. Какие баги убивают игру? Всё она клёвая. Так, я так понимаю, нам надо получить к этому доступ? Или мы уже получили доступ? Так. Самая фиговая часть трикодра. Да, я все официальные сериалы, все официальные фильмы и официальные мультфильмы посмотрела. И мультсериалы. Короче, я все по этой вселенной посмотрела, что официально. Ну, кроме игр, потому что они... Если бы они были... Хотя бы русские субтитры были, я бы обязательно сыграла, но ты понимаешь, мой английский равен нулю. А, ну там смотри, какой... Короче, там много сериалов, и они по-разному сняты. Один может да понравится. Самый лучший, больше всем заходит, это Звездный путь следующее поколение. Его все обожают. Но мой любимый сериал все-таки Звездный путь Discovery. Но первый и второй сезон. И не сериалы, и фильмы 2009 года. Фильм 2009 года, который ремейк. Ну, в каком-то смысле ремейком является Звездного пути. Потом мы испортили его. Последующие. Еще Voyager неплохой сериал. И, я не знаю, ты любишь черный юмор или нет, но если любишь, я думаю, тебе зайдет сериал «Звездный путь. Нижние палубы». Он шикарен. Просто шикарен, да. Он не для детей. Там слишком... И первый сезон слишком кровавый для меня был. Как я говорила раньше, я не люблю жидкость и все такое, но второй сезон вообще идеально. Ну, короче, попробуй посмотреть «Звездный путь. Нижние палубы». Это как раз 2021, кажется, года. Мультсериал. Именно мультик. И фильм «Звездный путь. 2009 года. Star Trek, да. И не знаю, Discovery советовать или нет, его все обсирают, но Star Wars... Шутишь? Star Wars и... Я тоже не люблю Star Wars. В основном... Ну, Star Wars и Звездный путь — это две разные. Смотри, Star Wars больше экшена очень много. В Star Trek больше исследований. Тебе Вавилон 5 не понравился? Серьезно? Ладно, на вкус и цвет. А, подожди, не. Стоп. Хэри. Ща. А, Гарри Поттер. Фу. У меня показалось, чувак, как будто из Вавилона 5. Так. Гарри Поттер и Лорд. Не знаю, кстати, такую сейчас. Секунду. Кстати, Вавилон 5 тоже шикарен, но тут как раз 3 особенности. Star Wars Action, Star Trek исследования, а Вавилон 5 это политика по большей степени. Скорее всего, Вавилон 5 мне больше всего и зашел. А, ну Гарри Поттер и Властелин колец мне тоже не заходит, в принципе. Точнее, нет, Гарри Поттер первая часть шикарна была, а дальше не в моем вкусе. Ну, на вкус и цвет все фломастеры в любом случае разные. Ну, еще вторая часть ничего, но третья, четвертая, пятая как-то скучно было смотреть. Все волшебство пропало. Так. Так, я что-то еще не досканировала. А что мне сканировать? У меня раздвоенный экран, и я не знаю, что сканировать. Ну, короче, «Звездный путь. Нижние палубы» не сравниваю с Гарри Поттером и с «Властелином колец». Это нельзя сравнивать. Это там совершенно другое. Короче, если любишь пародии, черный юмор, не смущает тебя кровь, запиканные маты, но и хороший сюжет, в принципе, я очень советую посмотреть «Звездный путь. Нижней палубы». Так. Ну, там реально прикольный, динамичный сюжет. Так. Блин, я не знаю, что нужно сканировать. Судя по экрану трикодера тут. Ну, блин, я ничего не улавливаю. Я понимаю, что я слишком глуп для этого. Так, ладно. Ладно, почему ты мне разделяешь экран? Ну, что ты от меня хочешь? Тут нечего сканировать, тут я все просканировал. Так. Короче, насчет, опять же, рекламирую «Звездный путь. Нижней палубы». Если ты еще тут... Там основной сюжет крутится вокруг двух персонажей. один из которых притворяется раздолбайкой, но на самом деле она была бы офигенным капитаном. Второй... Как... Сейчас скажите, блин. Как Диас, персонаж мужского пола, с которого я играла, как я его отыгрываю. Слишком милашка. Хочет угодить всем. И всегда они в разные проблемы сталкиваются. Особенность этого сериала в том, что это не как все остальные сериалы про главное командование, это как раз таки про второстепенных персонажей. Сюжетка. Я не умею объяснять. Ладно, я знаю, что это. Так, из пещеры ты не хочешь выходить, окей. Что ты хочешь сделать? Так. Не знаю, что тут. Так. Из пещеры. Давай. Так. Язык ты мне не перевел. Ты хочешь, чтобы я тут что-то просканировал? Только не указываешь мне, что именно. Индикатор должен слева гореть, если что-то надо сканировать. Индикатор слева нифига не горит. Я в тупике. Блин, как же... Я люблю этот долбанный трикодер. Действительно прикольная игра. Так. Ладно. Так. Блин. Выбираем. Вот тут трикодер надо пользоваться. Но им нельзя пользоваться. Есть еще. Что я не изучал? Подскажите мне, что я ее не изучил. Слева изучили, справа изучили. Прямо изучили. Что еще? Так, ладно, я слишком много для этого. Так. Так, ладно. Мгм. В детстве на таких моментах я бросала нафиг игры. Блин, ищу. Я ж не сдамся. У меня целый день впереди. Так. Я еще. Ладно, давай инкубатор просканируем еще раз. Вроде ничего. Ладно, тут мы сканировали. Стоп. Тут мы сканировали, да. Но сигнал... Или это настолько далеко, типа, просканирую секунду. Давай я лучше. Так. Блин, ну зачем вы мне раздваиваете экран? О, подожди. Стоп. Ну это мы сканировали. Ладно. Так. Это, кстати, кайфово. Это меня даже заставляет ностальгировать по Divinity почему-то. Там вроде такие полы были где-то. Так. Ладно, ты мне пишешь тут. Называется, в каком ухе звенит, блин. Ладно, давай рассуждать логично. Мы просканировали панель с языком. Взаимодействовать почему? Пароль авторизации. У нас нет пароля авторизации. Так. Активироваться она должна где-то с другой стороны. Но мы ее не можем активировать. Так, так. У нас... Блин, почему ты не хочешь просканировать? Хоть язык хоть немножко. Серьезно. Женщина. Тебе хорошо. Хотя без частичного даже перевода. По-моему, логично было бы узнать хотя бы частично, что тут написано. Ладно, пароля авторизации у нас нет. Нам сказали, что где-то другая консоль должна быть, где код доступа. Админка должна. Другой панельки быть. Единственная панелька, которая нам доступна, это вот эта панелька. Но с ней мы не можем взаимодействовать. Мы же не можем с ней взаимодействовать. Не можем. Так, а подняться выше? Мы тоже не могем. Так, ладно. Пофиг, с трикотом погуляем. Эх. Не погуляем, она слишком медленно ходит, меня это бесит. Так, ладно, меня еще больше бесит, что я нифига не понимаю, что искать. Подожди. Мы вот тут? Так, вытаскивали. Это точно не баг. А то если это баг, а я хожу по кругу. Вот печаль, беда. Как в изгоне. Стоп, 3. Ладно, смотрим. Что мы можем увидеть через него? Нифига. Ах. Панель доступа, к которой у нас нет доступа. Но это уже выяснили. Что еще можно увидеть? Ну нет, меня смущает то, что у меня экран раздваивается. Почему не могу сканировать во время раздвоения экрана? Ладно, нам сказали, админка от этой фигни должна быть в другом месте. Это единственное, то что... Так. То, что Талис не могла взаимодействовать с этой консолью. Тогда с какой можно? Вопрос. Так. Ах. Я реально себя очень глупо чувствую. Нифига не понимаю. Так, ладно. Алис, подскажи, плиз, что-нибудь. Я реально тупить. Так, ладно. Я ни черта не соображаю. Может, проще будет перезагрузить голову? Надеяться, что это тупо баг. Да, мы сканировали уже тут. Ты мне не даешь взаимодействовать с консолью. Нам Талис рассказал, что такая консоль стоит в зале возле королевы. Смотаться отсюда нельзя. Пойдем нафиг отсюда. Нельзя. Спасибо. Супер. Ладно. Как я могу в 3 комнатах нифига не найти? Ты реально можешь взаимодействовать просто. Подожди, помимо трикодера еще что-то есть у тебя? Так. Управление. Прицел бластера, кейборд. Движение, бег, трикодер, бластер. Даюсь. Но лучше, когда ничего не получается. Проводить заново, посмотрев все. Так, может, такой вижу, что я не вижу.
This feels strange.
The crystals are increasing, growing outward, replacing the soil.
It's like an infection. A parasite. Growing inside Tau.
Давай пойдем тогда.
Incredible.
This is definitely not Hotari.
Сначала вправо, потом влево, потом в центр. Будем надеяться, что это баг. Будем молиться, что это баг. Был.
This is exactly where we should be. Every strange thing we've seen in this system, it might all come from this room. We need to learn everything we can.
Так.
How are you holding up?
I knew Galvin and Sidron were dangerous. Now I know they're more powerful than I could have imagined. But the worst of it is knowing they got there by turning our people against their own. This place feels wrong.
I'll get what I need, and we can get out of here.
Thank you. Is it too, convenient that we found this place unguarded?
There's an old Earth saying about never looking a gift horse in the mouth.
What's a horse?
Never mind.
Я сказала А, не говоришь Б. Ладно. Поехали за мной.
Can your device read this?
It can roughly translate the words, but we don't have enough Taconian language on record to understand how it's structured.
Oh well. is it?
The device's primary function is to transmute lithium into this quantized crystalline compound, possibly for the creation of weapons.
Do you think one of these was used on that Elydian in the tunnels?
Such a cruel weapon. Looks like some sort of replicator.
I can't get it to work.
It has power. Must be looking for some other kind of authorization.
Он ищет какую-то другую авторизацию. А тут кристалл, что мы найдем, это не тот авторизация. Кстати. Я знаю, что это. Ладно, давай пойдем возьмем кристаллик. Стоп, отсюда 3 года, что нам нужно? Странно, что так далеко. Попытка 002. Взаимодействие. Ладно, сначала скан. Да, двойная линия, значит, я не все просканировала, думаю. Скорее всего, забаговалась у меня панелька. Так. Или это просто моя отмазка?
This suggests there's some type of complex life form contained within each crystal.
Life form? There's something alive in these tiny crystals?
That's what it says, but hard to imagine how that's possible. Our science division will have a field day with this. We need to study it on the ship. Somewhat resembles a transporter pad.
What are we looking at?
It's made of the same crystalline material as the rest of this place, but I can't tell much else. Might be some kind of sleep mode. I can't analyze this further unless it starts working normally.
Maybe we can turn it on from somewhere else.
Hopefully. Let's keep looking around. Look familiar?
It's almost identical to the console Galvin has hidden in the palace. It looks like a control surface.
Ладно, делаем вывод. Слишком глупо, чтобы понять, как это работает. Что от меня хотят? Ладно, смотрим. Мне вот тут что-то просили просканировать. Ой. Значит, тут все-таки что-то есть. Меня смущает то, что экран располовинчивает. Я уже готова уйти в беспомощности. Так. Я действительно не понимаю, что игра хочет, чтобы просканировала. Ладно. О, она женщина там стоит. Может, это подсказка для глупых, таких как я. Так, ладно, вот это тоже, вот это похоже на пароль. Но это не сканируется. Не хочет сканироваться. С этим нельзя взаимодействовать. Я лох.
Crystallized lithium compound. Its internal structure is extremely ordered. In fact, the states of these crystals on a subatomic level suggests a storage device of some kind. Energy levels are both stable and ordered, like information. Some of them appear to be depleted.
What kind of information would you deplete?
Почему ей нельзя ответить было?
Chara?
I see it.
What's happening?
Someone turned it on.
There's no one here. But maybe the device I saw in the palace can send a signal?
If that's the case, we may not be alone for long. Let's hurry.
Женщин, блин. С тобой больше диалогов не появилось? Так, тут что-то появилось интересное. Кстати, взаимодействие.
Why are these all over the floor?
They resemble the one we scanned earlier. They must no longer contain a life form.
I guess they're of no use once depleted?
Но есть... Что недостаточно.
They look different than the others.
These haven't been depleted yet.
Все. Все, ну, успокоила. Можешь бежать со мной? Или ты там останешься? Понятно. Меня бросили. Не хочу. Так. Тут больше ничего нового не появилось. Ну ладно, давай уже.
I can feel the power coming off it.
I've never seen this kind of energy before. I'll need to record this with my tricorder. This can't be right. It's putting out almost 50 zettajoules of energy.
I assume that's a lot?
Enough to power this entire quadrant. This amount of power, the kind of radiation it's putting out, it's the cause of the storm. The warp disrupting beam, all of it.
What do we do now?
We get back to the Resolute. They have to know about this. Come on, let's... Quickly. We have to hide.
This is outrageous! I demand you let me go!
No need to complain. You're about to receive a gift beyond your wildest imagination. If anything, I consider it an honor.
Одного кристалла не хватает. Боже. Засранец.
What is that? What are you doing?
You'll see soon enough.
I can influence the course of the negotiations. I can make sure the Hotari get the better end of the bargain.
So can I.
Привет.
The doc's on her way here to check Miranda out. We did the right thing, bringing her here.
Я согласна.
She was off, from as soon as she came off the shuttle. Talking about a distress call?
I just want to make sure she's okay. This isn't like her.
We'll get her fixed up. You should talk to her. Keep her spirits up.
And to think, yesterday I couldn't wait to get back on the Resolute. To get the gang back together. You can't imagine how stupid I feel right now. I can't even believe it myself.
You're not stupid. Not by a long shot. We'll figure out what's happening. And we'll get you fixed up.
I'd like to believe that.
Скорее всего, манипулирует ей с помощью кристалла.
There's something really wrong with me. Something they can't fix or even explain. I'm really scared.
You're in good hands here. There's not a lot that Starfleet Medical doesn't have an answer for.
I'm not so sure about that. They don't know everything.
Либо Хатори управляет, либо она Дианка.
And the rest of the security away team skipped the bioscan when they came back from Otari. And they've been impossible to track down since. We don't know what kind of pathogens they might have picked up.
Is that going to...
Sit still. This will just take a moment.
You're looking at me like I'm some kind of science experiment. Or a monster. It's kind of freaking me out.
Did you realize you skipped the bioscan? I mean, if you weren't
Don't
feeling
try to
right...
blame me for this, Diaz.
pathogen?
No.
Она беременна. А, я говорила, это не она, кстати. Клон какой-то. Или подделка.
I don't know who that is, but it's not Miranda.
С устроенной памятью.
That's the simplest way to put it.
Are you sure?
I'm going to check that right now.
Она говорит, как мне... Да. Мы уже с этим сталкивались в Discovery. И в 10... Блин. Короче, про станцию в сериале. Она говорит, как Миранда.
Doc, she's been acting strange, but she talks like Miranda. She knows what Miranda knows.
That may be. The genetic material, the brainwaves I'm getting from her. Well, there are enough differences with what's in Miranda's 15501 that I cannot say with certainty this is the petty officer we left Starbase with. I guess you could call the process bioforming. This body is Miranda's, but her DNA is changing into something else. But what's more,
Вау, это что-то интересное.
there appears to be another mind layered on top of her baseline brain scans. Miranda isn't in control. Someone else is.
А, это кристаллы, ж там ДНК, база ДНК. Скорее всего, на нее так повлиял.
But it's not the explanation I wanted to hear.
Можно обратить опять.
Coding in my sick bay.
So you know what's happening. Can it be reversed?
Just because I can describe what I'm seeing, it doesn't mean I know how it's happening or can put a stop to it. There's a lot more we need to learn. I want to take some functional readings. Take this and get her talking while it scans her.
I'm sure you don't want to speculate, Doc, but is there anything...
Так.
I don't want to be incinerated as biohazard. I don't know why I did it. Any of it. But it's like there's a voice in my head. It was telling me to go download the data. It told me not to let you stop me. And there was nothing I could do to say no. But I didn't want to. I swear.
It's okay, Miranda. I know it wasn't you.
Thank you.
Это реально
It's
не
hard to
она.
keep straight what is and what isn't. Well, I still can. I just want to say, Carter, I'm sorry. I really am.
Мы справимся с этим.
I hope you know that.
Don't give up on yourself just yet. We can beat this thing.
Oh, I'm not giving up.
Нет. Нет.
What the?
Блин.
Computer, erect a force field between biobeds 2 and 3.
Блин, я не успела.
Lower force field.
You do not have authorization.
Я лох.
I just want to live.
Да никто тебя, дурочка.
Right to exist.
Give Miranda back.
One sec.
Блин.
Go. I'm right behind you.
А как-то не обращать процесс 5А разделите. А,
It's not in the universal translator.
все, я понял, что происходит. Ну, это уже было. На протяжении 60 лет снимать сериал
Some kind of transporter pad?
в одной вселенной и не повторяться, это трудно.
are scions of the flame.
They can't get away with that. You have to shoot Miranda.
В любом случае могла бы... Миранда еще там, мне кажется.
Scions of the flame? I don't like the sound of that.
Параметры мы получили.
You're never gonna believe this. The reason the Universal Translator didn't recognize that language is because it's only ever been read. It's the Takan language.
Get your filthy Hotari hands off me! We'll burn your planet to the ground. Animals. Wait. No.
Rise, brother. Rejoin the flame.
This can only mean our time has come.
I'm only sorry I couldn't find a more suitable host for you.
All in good time. This is only the beginning.
They're working together? An Elidian and a Hotari?
Они все должны...
Secure the Cartabula.
Cartabula?
It's the energy source.
Spread out. Search the vault. Go back through the mine. Cut off their escape. Find them.
Блин, там что нажать было? А, это я до сих пор декодер. Это понятно. Почему уничтожить? Оглушить? А нельзя оглушить было? Не надо. Так.
We're trapped. They're blocking the only exit.
Maybe not. Can you buy me
Нет.
some time?
For what?
This vehicle looks a lot tougher than that barrier.
Она крутая. Ну, я так понимаю. Вот, понятно. Ой-ё. Очень есть. Как-то быстро. Так, я также была там подать на ваших советников, если советник покинет, вы правы, ну это понятно. Я не собираюсь... Так, где ты, сволочь? Блин. Сволочь. Блин, то слишком медленно, то слишком быстро все происходит. Это можно было какое-то равновесие сделать. Девочка, которая только что тряслась от оружия. Того, что на нее нацелились. Сейчас. Офигенный бой.
Don't stop. I'll handle them.
Блин, это ж сложно будет. Спасибо, фальсификатор. Нифига непонятно. Очень интересно. Ешь. Да блин. Вот это уже неприятно. Фуф. Ладно, теперь я рада, что все слишком быстро происходит.
We're surrounded. I'll get it working. I just need some time.
Да блин! Нифига не. Нет, я хочу запустить, если... А блин, где это сволочь?
Here we go.
Слишком быстро.
Resolute, 2 to beam up immediately. Resolute, come in.
Скажи, что ты...
Are you all right?
I think so. It hurts. What are you doing?
Hold on to me.
Commander, we read you, but there's too much interference. Transporters still can't get a lock.
Miranda was able to transport through the storm. There has to be some path through that we're not seeing.
Tetrametric radiation is saturating our sensors. There is too much interference to pick up the residual transporter signature.
Wait. Tetrametric radiation. Of course. I can align the transporter with the tetrametric signature. The crystals emit tetrametric pulses every 3.8422 seconds, roughly 26 centihertz. All of this is connected. The storm, the warp-killing field, the crystals. Miranda's alien transporter tech?
Блин. Давай, давай. Да. Почему он такой противный? Бесит.
Okay, I've got the transporter in calibration. There are a lot of biosigns in that mine, all stacked on top of each other. I need something to identify the commander signal. Something loud, energetic.
Understood. Commander Rydek, we have penetrated the storm's interference, but we are unable to pinpoint your signature. We need you to generate a high-energy event to help us...
High energy event. Got it. Tylus, are you still with me? I am. Good. I'm going to shoot my phaser at some dilithium to cause a piezoelectric rupture.
What? Why?
Signal flare. These crystals have to be pure enough. Bigger still.
Whoa! Dilithium explosion!
Is that energetic enough?
More than enough. I can lock onto their biosigns now. I've got their biosigns isolated.
Commander, we have your signal.
I'm gonna tunnel a path through the ionic interference.
Где-то мы помним, как это делается. Мы уже это делали.
I've got a path. Just gotta calibrate the signal.
А вот это он не помню. О, вроде помню. Как переходить? Не, блин. Так, чуть-чуть. А, это типа совместить надо? Все, я понял. Нифига непонятно. Этого должно было хватить. Да. На самом интересном моменте такая подстава. Ладно. Так. Я вас понял. Все, я понял. Надо дочитывать все.
I've got a lock.
Energize.
Petty Officer Diaz.
We're losing her.
The pattern is degrading. Can you hold the signal?
I'm trying.
Блин, почему именно это? Вам нравится мучить игроков? Садист.
Got it. Come on. Yes.
Get her to sickbay.
Captain Solano and Ambassador Spock have just returned from Hotari.
Take a look at that.
Rydick, I need you on the bridge, now.
I'm here.
The Elydians are preparing to attack Hotari.
Status report.
The systems are now fully powered. All torpedo tubes open. They're preparing to fire. We should hail the Elydian flagship, Captain.
Readying phasers if you want them.
Stand by. Await my order.
Нет.
Recommendation, Commander. We need to act quickly. Before this spirals out of control.
We don't have to fire, but we can lock phasers on the flagship's weapons array. Give them something to think about.
As Commander Rydick said.
Locking on phasers.
The Elydians. They've powered down their weapons.
Odd. You sure about that, Mr. Ermont?
They're venting some kind of gas from their ship. Hold on. Now all of their systems have shut down.
That's unexpected.
Commander Ermont, scan them again. We have to be sure.
No mistaking it. They're dead in the water.
What's happening?
There's an energy dampening field coming from Tau.
Take us out of range.
Aye, Captain.
Captain, the flagship is hailing us.
On screen.
Zeldy to the Starship Resolute. Our main power cores are completely disabled. The more power we give, the more it takes. Running off batteries. Life support systems have failed. Unable to ventilate. Contaminated atmosphere.
Admiral, you are about to launch an attack on a defenseless planet.
Kobliat, you sided with the Hotari in the negotiation, but that does not matter now. My crew is going to die. Please, I beg of you. You must render assistance. System failures are compounding around my ship.
You're the aggressors. Why should we help you?
We were not going to fire. We were posturing.
Hotari aren't posturing.
It was just a show of force to move the negotiations forward. You're not going to leave us to die, are you?
No, we are not.
Выходим.
Admiral, excuse us while we devise a rescue plan.
By my estimate, the crew only have 23 minutes before their atmospheric mix becomes lethal.
While we may not be able to transport the Illidians directly, if we were to transport them from their ship to a nearby shuttlecraft, it should be possible to amplify the transporter signal there and reroute it to the Resolute.
The Ambassador's plan is incomplete. An away team will have to beam aboard the Zeldi and set up pattern enhancers for a stable enough signal out of the dampening field.
Thank you for identifying my deficiency, Commander Chovak.
Jara, I need a senior officer in command of this. Take Chovak and Bedrosian in the shuttle and get it done.
Petty Officers Diaz and Edsalar, you will be part of the rescue mission, as will I. We will bring the shuttle within transporter range of the Zeldi, then beam you both aboard.
Beam us on board. Why?
The pattern enhancers must be placed on the Zeldi to make it possible to beam the Illidians back to the Resolute. Gather the pattern enhancers and get to the docking bay.
We're going on the wrong mission.
Oh, what's that?
We're going to rescue the Illidians, the people that oppressed the Hotari, when we should be going to rescue Miranda. This thing that's happened to Miranda is like the Trill symbiosis joining, only worse. And I've seen too many people I care about wiped away by some greater entity to stand by while the same thing happens to her. I wanted no part of it then, and I won't stand for it now. Their bodies stolen and used like puppets.
It won't be easy. She's gonna fight us every step of the way. We've seen that.
Remember, it's not her that's fighting us.
I know. But right now, we've got other lives to save.
Yeah.
The away team is ready.
Не стали спать, все хорошо. Ну, правильнее было бы сначала люк шаттл закрыть, потом активировать панель.
Resolute to Shuttlecraft Melville. You're cleared for takeoff.
Acknowledged, Resolute. Melville taking off.
Ну зачем повреждение? Ну это мы уже, кажется, делали. Так, а нам в какую сторону вообще надо? Блин, а в какую нам сторону лететь? Нифига непонятно. Нам к шаттлу надо, да? Ой, пипец, что творится, ладно. Я понял, куда мне лететь, но... Тихо, лучше подумал. А, ладно. Может, без запуска? Нет, нет, нет! Не надо. Упались. Не понял, что происходит. Может, он не представлял. Упались. Так. А куда мне долететь надо? Может, возле корабля уже. Блин, а куда на... О, да что? 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 А вы не сфигели? Тут карта или что? Или я тупо назад? Да не, это вроде их не... Стоп, а куда мне? Ладно. Ладно, я поняла, я мегалох. Я перезапускаю миссию. Так. Перезапускаем. Ну как раз, кстати, почитаем, потому что... Так, капитан Солана был удивлен, окажемся холодным безразличием шара к призыву лидийского адмирала о помощи. Так, что дальше? Кто тут еще у нас? Так. Миранда была благодарна Карту за сочувствие и поддержку в лазарете, особенно когда он решил не стрелять в нее, когда она совершала побег. Эдсилар была рада, что Картер отправил Миранду в лазарет, а не в Гаутах. Кто мы это может читать? Так, ладно, перезапускаю. Еще вспомнить как.
I'm here.
The Illydians are preparing to attack Hatari.
Status report.
Systems are now fully powered. All
Он
torpedo
все равно
tubes
идем
open.
спасать.
Preparing to fire.
We should hail the Illydian flagship, Captain.
А я
Readying phasers if you want them.
поняла,
Stand
что
by.
не так.
Await my order. Recommendation, Commander. We need to act quickly. Before this spirals out of control.
Hail the Illydians. Maybe we could talk some sense into them.
Hail them.
No response.
Try it again.
Still nothing.
The Illydians. They've powered down their weapons.
Odd. You sure about that, Mr. Ermont?
They're venting some kind of gas from their ship. Hold on. Now all of their systems have shut down.
Все равно идем их спасать.
That's unexpected.
Commander Ermont, scan them again. We have to be sure.
No mistaking it. They're dead in the water.
What's happening?
There's an energy dampening field coming from Tau.
Take us out of range.
Aye, Captain.
Captain, flagship is hailing us.
On screen.
Zeldy to the Starship Resolute. Our main power cores are completely disabled. The more power we give, the more it takes. Running off batteries. Life support systems have failed. Unable to ventilate. Contaminated atmosphere.
Admiral, you are about to launch an attack on a defenseless planet.
Cobliot, you sided with the Hotari in the negotiation, but that does not matter now. My crew is going to die. Please, I beg of you. You must render assistance. System failures are compounding.
help you.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Admiral, excuse us while we devise a rescue plan.
By my estimate, the crew only have 23 minutes before their atmospheric mix becomes lethal.
While we may not be able to transport the Illidians directly, if we were to transport them from their ship to a nearby shuttlecraft, it should be possible to amplify the transporter signal there and reroute it to the Resolute.
The Ambassador's plan is incomplete. An away team will have to beam aboard the Zeldi and set up pattern enhancers for a stable enough signal out of the dampening field.
Thank you for identifying my deficiency, Commander Chovak.
Jara, we need a senior officer in command of this. Take Chovak and Bedrosian in the shuttle. Get it done.
Petty Officers Diaz and Edsalar, you will be part of the rescue mission, as will I. We will bring the shuttle within transporter range of the Zeldi, then beam you both aboard.
Beam us on board. Why?
Pattern enhancers must be placed on the Zeldi to make it possible to beam the Illidians back to the Resolute. Gather the pattern enhancers and get to the docking bay.
We're going on the wrong mission.
What's that?
We're going to rescue the Illidians, the people that oppressed the Hotari, when we should be going to rescue Miranda. This thing that's happened to Miranda is like the Trill symbiosis joining, only worse. And I've seen too many people I care about wiped away by some greater entity to stand by while the same thing happens to her. I wanted no part of it then, and I won't stand for it now. Your body's stolen and used like puppets.
It won't be easy. She's gonna fight us every step of the way. We've seen that.
Remember, it's not her that's fighting us.
I know. But right now, we've got other lives to save.
Yeah.
Ну такой трилл мне нравится, в принципе.
The away team is ready.
Resolute to Shuttlecraft Melville. You're cleared for takeoff.
Acknowledged, Resolute. Melville taking off.
Так, не надо. Блин, зачем это? Ну и
We are within range. Any closer will put the shuttlecraft at risk. Preparing to transport the away team. Energizing.
ship's life support. It's almost completely drained.
And the other systems, too.
Oh no.
We gotta get to their transporter room.
The atmosphere in here is turning to poison. All of these Illidians are going to die if we don't get them out of here. These must close in case of emergency. They don't have enough power left to function. Carter, give them a charge with your phaser. Should make them open.
Стоп. Чё? Так, ну теперь я не понимаю, что происходит. Я опять заблудился? Так, главное. Вижу. Только это нелогично, то, что с противоположной стороны.
It's not working.
No power's running through any of this. We gotta get him open manually.
I am the ranking officer here. State your intentions. We are under siege. Explain yourselves.
What does it look like? We're here to rescue you.
And yet, you cannot even open a door.
Whoa there.
I am still able to stand. What are you trying to do?
We gotta get into your transporter room.
Then we can get your people off this ship.
Они плохие пацифисты. Селёхоньки-то хватает.
Make sure they're evenly spaced. We need to manually adjust beam trajectory so they connect.
I got this one. You get the others. I can handle this one. Make sure the others are lined up.
Немножко. Вот с этим мы, наверное, тяжелее. Пентаграмму мы делаем. Ладно. Призываем нашу прелесть.
The pattern enhancers are aligned and ready to go. Let's round them up.
These will boost the signal so we can transport through the storm. We have a shuttle outside this ship that will route the signal to the Resolute.
All crew to transporter room 2. We are evacuating.
We're alive.
Here they come.
Помогали бы, что ли, друг другу.
Okay, coordinates. Beam status. Energizing controls.
Please step on the platform so we can evacuate your admiral.
The crew goes first, Arminta.
Sir,
I mean it.
Вот теперь я их уважаю.
get on the platform already.
Действительно.
The interface is an Illidian, but the layout is the same as a Starfleet transporter. I just gotta do what I did
Но
before.
бесит то, что за свою расу я горой, а за других нет. Как будто другие хуже.
I need to select all of them, plot a path through the ionic interference.
Стоп, это типа надо... Знаете, что мне тут ограничить время? Блин, и как... Поиск короткого пути.
If the path goes through too much interference, it won't work.
Да я знаю. Не учи ученого, мальчик. Так.
Okay, just have to calibrate the signal gain to get the highest possible output.
Блин, вот это бесит больше всего меня. Так. Ладно, пофиг. Серьезно? Мне говорили, что это должно сработать. А это нифига не работает.
Even at this range, the interference is too much. The system is suggesting better transport coordinates. Diaz, the shuttle. You're sitting right in the thick of it. I'm sending you specific coordinates for a clear signal path.
Waypoint's been added to the navigational computer. There, Commander. Give or take 50 meters.
Да-да-да, мне лучше через кольцо лететь, но я лох, который полетел вне кольца. Тихо! Так, не надо. Так, ладно, я вас понял, не рискну. Так, нет. Ладно, будем летать через кольца. Если вы по-другому не желаете меня пропускать. Да сволочь. Сколько ж это...
Melville to away team. Energize.
I have the first group of Illidians in the pattern buffer. Redirecting and transmitting to the Resolute now.
This is Resolute. We have the Illidians safely aboard.
We did it! I was so worried this wouldn't work. We got this.
Don't celebrate yet, Lieutenant. We've got a lot of people left to save.
Right. Sorry.
This is Commander Rydek. We're holding steady. Signal is good. Keep them coming.
Стоит радоваться раньше времени, иначе сглазишь.
Admiral, you're next. I've made it clear. I only leave after those in my charge.
Sir, I must insist you go so you can lead our people. I will see to any stragglers.
Yes, that may be for the best. But first, let me thank our human saviors. I'll pin medals on your uniforms when this is over.
We're not out of the woods yet, sir. So if you don't mind...
Ah, yes. Forgive me.
We're ready for transport.
Get the Admiral to safety.
Energize.
Да, угадай, адмирал. Ну, как всегда.
Massive power surge!
Sending available power to the annular confinement beam. I have the Illidians in the pattern buffer, but I cannot resolve their signal to send them through to the Resolute. Nor can I materialize them here.
We need a better position with the Resolute.
Почему все не к черту? Нельзя было спокойно. Ну ладно, ладно. Это истинный трек. Дали... Ладно, не надо с перестрелок. Они еще больше бесят. Полеты все-таки самая спокойная и самая нервная. Так, ладно. Более чем достаточно, главное не, пожалуйста. С кольцами. Так. Я потеряла сигнал. Я ровно противоположно сторону, что ли, от сигнала. Так. Не пугай меня.
I am losing their patterns. I need more power, but internal relays are not functioning.
I'll do it manually.
Он... Нет!
I am trying. I will lose the transport if I do not have more time. The signal is resolving.
Please!
Не надо нажму. Фух, она не умерла. Ох, хорошо, что она ушла.
She is injured.
Ну и что? У нас есть хорошие врачи.
Lieutenant Bedrosian has been injured, but the last transport was successful.
Thanks, B.
Unfortunately, our shuttle systems were damaged by the power surge. We can no longer serve as the transporter node.
Carter, these readings are off the charts. The source of the storm is on this ship. Must have been the power surge when it came on board.
You're right. That's a con energy source. They call it the Cartabula. It's here.
На самом интересном месте нет перевода.
Intruders are preparing to bring the Zeldi to war.
And we're about to be stuck on it.
There is an old Illidian saying about leaping off the hot skillet and falling to the flame below.
Yeah, we got that one too.
I hate to say this, but I don't think there's a rescue coming for us. That was our job. So we're gonna have to do
Привет.
it ourselves.
Да.
And with the Cartabula on board, we're gonna have a new job.
Stop it. Stop them.
Уже заканчивается.
That's all well and good, but if we're not getting off this ship, we're really backed into a corner here.
We can't get
Как дела?
off this ship.
But maybe I could target somewhere on the ship.
Блин, да поцелуйтесь, блин.
Engines powering up.
Yeah, we picked up on that.
We do not have a way to evacuate you from the Zeldi.
Все его обсирают, мне нравится.
The shuttlecraft is too heavily damaged.
Найдите нас, Паша.
We're gonna stay alive. Just do me a favor and try to track us down.
I can assure you, I will make every effort, Mr. Diaz. Live long and prosper.
Я реально кайфую. Это с учетом того, что я еще не спала
I hear voices down the corridor.
долго. Я уже, наверное, на сутки не спала.
You just get us out of here, Diaz.
Hey, Stretch. Help us with this map. Find somewhere as remote as you can.
Блин, я уже давно так не кайфовала, честно. Правда, некоторые механики меня, естественно, бесят. Но я кайфую.
Meso.
Too exposed.
Ridge?
The first place intruders would fortify.
There. The aft cargo bay.
That is acceptable.
Sounds good to me.
Whatever you're doing, do it now!
Блин, все, я понял.
We're locked in. Board to transport.
И как? Нет! Ну, кто должен умереть? Был...
Free to transport.
Блин, ладно, это моя вина. Я облажалась с этим.
Energize.
Ну, тут, я думаю, можно было спасти. Ну ладно, он не такой уж значительный. Он вначале появился чуть-чуть там. В Киев, кстати, почему ты приходишь? У меня хевки появляются. Я могла сказать ей, что я люблю, но я не захотела. Мне нравится брюнетка, а не рыженькая. Возможно, бы все пошло получше. Но, скорее всего, я налажала. Можно было по-другому, по идее, возможно сделать. Потому что с рыженькой много взаимодействий было. Можно ее в тюрьму было посадить. Но тогда бы она, скорее всего, сошла бы с ума полностью.
Contact the Resolute, Mr. Chovak. Have them bring us back. And tell them we'll need medical waiting for Lieutenant Pedrosi.
Yes, Commander.
Хорошо, что не погибли персонаж, который мне нравится. Иначе бы я расплакала. Хотя было там роза. Ну, на потере не так уж и много, в принципе. Что-то того, что всех удалось спасти. Но я думаю, можно всех спасти было.
Through your efforts, we were able to save almost 100 Illidians from certain death. As for Lieutenant Pedrosian, well, Duval will do her best, but the prognosis isn't very encouraging.
I feel horrible about the whole thing. I just hope she'll forgive me.
Our crew expects us to protect them. It's always hard on us when we can't.
Commander Rydek, I heard what you did. The sacrifice you made for our sake. You saved not only my life, but the lives of my crew. An incredibly heroic deed. All of Illydia is in your debt. We cannot thank you enough.
Just doing our duty, Admiral. I'm sure you understand. If you'll excuse us.
Так. Ну, умничка, что справился. Но биология. Все-таки ее решила давать. Вам же сначала не разрешали. Если я помню правильно. Подожди, на консультацию по математике, когда у тебя последний экзамен? Ну, молодец, что сдал все равно. Умничка. Уже ты все равно отмучился. Пипец. Не завидую. Вот общество, наверное, самое трудное было. Хотя математика, я не знаю, что вам в ОГЭ, ТШГ называется. Но в ЕГЭ она легкая. По крайней мере, первые из 14 вопросов. Более-менее адекватная. Там, мне кажется, почему-то ОГЭ намного сложнее, чем ЕГЭ. Капитан Соло понимал, как тяжело было Джаре, когда она не смогла защитить лейтенанта командора Бедросяна от опасности во время спасения альдианского корабля. Но алгебра более-менее нормально. Лейтенант Бедросян понял легкий выбор Джара за ее ранее празднование. Понял легкий выбор Джара за ее ранее празднование во время альдианского спасения миссии, но может никогда не простить Джаре плазменный взрыв, который оставил ее навсегда изуродованной. Почему навсегда? Женщина, ты спасла 8 человек. Ну ладно, хорошо, что у меня эта женщина есть. Так. А почему не English? Или письменный English у тебя плохо идет?
Of course.
How are we getting our away team back?
Ambassador Spock and the rest of the senior staff are waiting for us in the briefing room to discuss just that. I wanted a chance for you and I to speak first, given the circumstances. While protocol might suggest we alert Starfleet about our situation, missing crew, the data breach, possible threat from the Hatari, or Khan, I think we're better off keeping this to ourselves.
Я согласна.
You know what's at stake for me here, and what is at stake for you, too. I can't afford another mission gone wrong, and I'm really counting on your support.
Ну тут я согласна.
I don't want to raise a false alarm just yet. I have every confidence we can wrap this up before it gets any worse than it already is.
Ну тут я поддерживаю, но это дело не в тебе.
We can keep this under wraps for now.
Always nice to know you have my back. One of the primary reasons I brought you on board. I made the right decision.
Let's just get this resolved and behind us. And the sooner the better.
I couldn't agree more. And we will.
We're ready in the briefing room, Captain.
On our way. Is there any update on our efforts to trace the Zeldy's warp signature?
Unfortunately, no. Somehow they were able to mask the signature and block our ability to track their trajectory.
I'm also concerned about what went with them. A Taconian energy source.
Sidron referred to it as the Cartabula.
Yes, I've been analyzing your tricorder scans. This Cartabula is more powerful than any energy source on record. It disabled our ability to warp and likely created the ion storm.
We have to find that ship.
It could be anywhere by now.
Literally anywhere.
I have faith in our away team. They won't give up easily, and if they can somehow manage to stay alive, then maybe they could get word to us about their location.
That'd be a hell of a lucky break.
Ладно.
Right now, we need all the luck we can get.
Не, я... Блин.
The Takan also compromised our systems when Petty Officer Mera stole data from our computer core.
We're assessing what was lost as we speak. It's just too soon to say exactly what they had access to.
Starfleet needs to know about this.
We're not contacting Starfleet until we fully understand the situation. There are too many unknowns.
They stole our data. That's reason enough to warn Starfleet.
But the captain does have a point. It might be better to wait until we know more.
We either sound the alarm prematurely and look bad if nothing comes of it, or we keep this to ourselves and take the blame when it blows up in our face. Either way, we can't afford to get this wrong.
Indecision is not without its own consequences.
I want to speak with the Hotari, get to the bottom of this before we get Starfleet involved.
I expect
Мне кажется, я в конце накосячу сильно.
violated our neutrality by entering their minds. Assuming the negotiations are off, we no longer have an official.
Так, сейчас, подожди. Мне интересно. Доктор Дюпаль была разочарована, когда Джара заняла нейтральную позицию, когда капитан Солана предложил скрыть информацию от Звездного пути. Но, блин, Звездного флота. Я хочу скрыть от Звездного флота информацию не потому, что надо, не потому что, чтобы скрыть, а потому, блин, как объяснить, потому что это долбанный паразит. Если Звездный флот придет, не факт, что их всех не позаражает, как это всегда происходит. Поэтому. Но если авторов знаешь парочку и сможешь привести цитат... Кстати, а почему сразу Литру не возьмешь, если она легче пойдет? Бери то, что общество... Хотя, если ты знаешь общество хорошо, то тоже можешь. Ну, решайся, либо в 11 класс, либо в 9. Либо из 9. Ну, я так понимаю, общество тебе нужно для психологии. Завидую. Так, командор уважал рациональный подход Джары, когда она слушалась приказ капитана Соломона, наказала Рюрику. Стоп, а кто еще? Он мертв. Завидую, завидую. И он аплодировал. Так, в конечном итоге он был благодарен, когда Джара не подчинил Соломону придется. Так, а кто? Спок. Посол Спок был разочарован отказом Джары занять позицию относительно информирования Звездного флота о том, что система решительно была взломана. Капитан Солон понимал. Так. Возмутило внезапное переменное мнение Джара после того, как она первоначально заявила, что поддержит его решение. Старик, я не поддержу твое решение.
The Takan are a threat to both their civilizations.
No. They're a threat to us all.
Вот-вот.
The device Commander Rydek found in the Taconian vault is an advanced delivery mechanism for a complex biogenetic transformation process.
Meaning what, exactly?
Not only are they bioforming innocent hosts, transforming them into Takan, they're taking the DNA and engrammatic data of a specific Taconian and displacing...
Где ты это уже видела? Какой-то фантастики.
It's a hostile takeover on a cellular level, bringing individual Takan back to life, one by one.
Is there some way it could be reversed?
That's exactly what I've been trying to find out. So far, it appears the answer is no. Once the Taconian takes control, the displacement of the host is irreversible. And the bioforming appears to be permanent. Petty Officer Maris called herself a scion of the flame, but the computer had no information about it.
She also shot the hell out of my ship as she escaped and nearly killed a few of our crew. So we know this about those scions. They're dangerous.
The Takan have crossed a line. That much is certain. However, meeting with the Hotari could offer insight into their true intentions. Under the pretense of an apology for betraying their trust and trespassing on their territory.
What if there are no Hotari left? If Galvin and Sidron were Takan, who else? The Queen?
I think we would know if that were the case.
Да. Ты мотаешь, что ли?
Take every precaution.
With the Cartabula gone, I can confirm we have regained warp capability and the use of our transporters.
Excellent. Commander Ermot, see if we can arrange a meeting on Hotari as soon as possible. As Ambassador Spock suggested, under the pretense of an apology.
Aye, Captain.
Nice work, everyone.
Или там прозвучало.
You're long overdue for a Deridium infusion.
It looks like I am.
А где девочка? Желтенькая, ушастенькая. Чье имя я опять забыла? Ясненько. Да. Притом такой перевод и был наследник пламени.
But she needs her rest.
I understand.
Commander Rydek? Is that you? I thought I heard your voice.
I just want you to know how sorry I am that this happened.
You don't have to apologize. I'm glad you came. Before you say anything, I just want you to know I don't blame you for what happened. I heard that last transport made it through. That was our mission, to save lives. So, I'm glad it was a success.
Можно сказать, я горжусь тобой.
And Dr. Duval tells me she can get me my sight back. Eventually. I just hope this isn't the end of my
Не
career.
конец, я не позволю.
Can't be much of a tactical officer if you can't see what's coming.
The latest advancements in vision enhancement are truly remarkable. I wouldn't be surprised if you came back better than you ever were.
I just want to be able to see again. That's all I'm asking.
All right, you two. Lieutenant Bedrosian needs her rest, and you have an infusion waiting for you.
I will check in on you soon. I promise.
I'm gonna hold you to it.
Переводчик на веселее. Это машинный переводчик. Какой нашла? Ты не представляешь, сколько не мониторил русификатор по этой игре. Она ж только вышла.
Withholding intel from Starfleet just to save his reputation. That's not normal behavior for a captain. And you've dodged the issue. We can't make mistakes. Might go down as the most obvious thing a first officer ever said. You've spent enough time with him now, seen enough of how he runs the ship. If there's something wrong, as the ship's doctor, I need to know. Don't sugarcoat it. You know I wouldn't.
To be honest, I'm worried about him. It seems like the stress of this mission is getting to him. He has so much riding on its success, and I am concerned he'll do something rash to ensure it.
Good to know we see eye to eye on this. And I want to be clear, I care about Solano, I really do. I've been his doctor for years. There are more important things at stake than offending an old friend. If it gets any worse, you know where to find me.
Jara.
Monitor
Порядке.
levels. I'll be right back.
Обними ее.
How's your wound?
Like it was never there. I feel lucky you were there with me. Without you, I'd be, well... Thank you for saving my life. Even with the wonders of your technology, it wouldn't have mattered if you'd left me for dead.
I should be thanking you. You took that disruptor shot for me. Without you, I might be the one in sickbay, or worse.
Well, I couldn't just let you die. Not after all you did to help.
I won't forget it.
Да ёбнять.
We saw the truth down in those mines. What Sidron and Galvin really are. Who they've become. The lengths they're willing to go to. What they did to that Lydian. It's hard to accept.
Да хоть сейчас обнять.
That everything I thought I knew, so much was a lie. The horror of that underneath our feet the entire time.
What we learned down there will help us win this fight. Truth is power, and we'll use that to stop Galvin and Sidron.
If you're right, then it was worth it. I truly hope you're right.
Commander Rydick, you're needed on the bridge at once.
What is it?
The Hotari have agreed to meet.
Блин, почему нет? Ты не представляешь, как я хочу, чтобы была опция обнять ее. Ну, ты понимаешь, кто мой любимый герой в этой игре.
They haven't found us yet.
Can't just wait to be rescued. We have no idea when or if the Resolute is gonna catch up. But if we can get access to the Zeldi systems, we might be able to figure out what the Takan are up to. You got somewhere we could do that? For how uptight the Elydians are, their cargo bay is kind of a mess.
Come on, Carter. We need to stick with the tall guy.
Huh. Elydian consoles still have mechanical keyboards as a backup.
Почему бы и нет?
Looks airtight and climate controlled. Must be where they put the precious cargo.
Мы обязательно все сначала должны осмотреть. Не знаю такую игру. Кинь мне предложку, потом поиграем, когда выйдет. А это про что игра вообще? Как я понимаю, если отталкиваясь от тебя, какая-то фэнтези, да?
Good thing this was here. Made it a lot easier to transport across the ship. If we took another second, Miranda might have.
Но то я и не сомневалась. А русалки какие? Добрые такие или русалки, которые тебя сожрут? Сирены, я помню, монстрами обычно изображаются.
Stray phaser blast can cause a piezoelectric rupture and blow a hole in the ship. Better be careful.
Фэнтези? Фэнтези в смысле фантастика? Или в смысле фэнтези? Так, ладно, еще. У меня тут смайлик лишний. Так. Кстати, змеюка не прогрузилась, когда залетела стартер. Темная фэнтези. Но это понятно. Вообще-то фантазия — это подраздел фантастики. Фантастика объединяет все, и фэнтези в том числе. Загуль. Фантастика — это целое... Если я не ошибаюсь, фантазия — это подраздела фантастики. Просто есть научная фантастика, есть и научная.
Up there? Right. Etzelar, let's do this.
The internal sensors.
The what?
When they scan the ship for life signs, they'll know right where we are.
There must be devices that perform the scan.
Right there. And there. There's several of them around the room.
Got it. We'll disable them.
How? They're too high to reach, even for me.
Not too high for our phasers.
Low power, Nelly. Let's not set off any fire alarms.
Можно ее не называть? Или я ошибаюсь, Кейф? Если я ошибаюсь, поправь, пожалуйста, меня. Блин, я не поняла, что делать надо. Да, с фэнтези фантастикой. Да, о, я поняла.
Got one. Another down.
Я хоть что-то помню. Спасибо.
One left.
О, я не вижу. Вижу. О, блин, у меня постоянно с этими таймерами обосратушки идет. У меня серьезно дрожь, как будто кто-то умрет. Да блин, поцелуйтесь, вы снили уже.
They won't be able to detect us.
That buys us some time.
Now that the Zelda has its power again, I might be able to access some of the ship's systems from here. I'll take care not to give away our position.
The Takan might not even know we're still on board this ship. Miranda only saw us transport away. She probably thinks we're back on the Resolute.
Miranda.
Don't give up on her yet, Carter. She had you in her sights, and she didn't shoot. That means the real Miranda is still in there. The Takan don't have her. Not completely, at least. She must still feel something.
That is a reason to hold out hope.
And a reason to remember the Takan haven't just hijacked this ship. They've hijacked every body they're in. I know she played us. Got us to let our guard down so she could break out of sick bay. But maybe there's a way to turn her back and Miranda could help us stop the Takan. Here, on the ship. Just because the Trill joining is permanent doesn't mean the Takan bioforming has to be.
I've heard enough of your prattling on about your friend. You have to think like a soldier. She's our enemy now.
Нет.
She'll be dealt with like the rest of the Takan.
Иди нафиг, дядя.
My friend Miranda is not responsible for what she's doing. The Takan have taken control of her mind. We certainly can't kill her for it.
Почитаю. У меня смайлик, блин, опять. Мой чатик бесится. У меня какие-то хлопающие ладоши вместо сирен. Так. Но спонсируемые проекты иногда самые лучшие. Сейчас как раз в менюшку зашла. Нила. Нили разделила оптимизм Картера в том, что, возможно, есть способ вернуть Миранду, когда они были на борту Кселди. Миранда — это вот эта, которая стреляла, если что. Так. Блин. Какая же она прикольная.
Speak for yourself. If anyone threatens the Empire, they are the enemy. It's just one life, and it's already been lost.
Нет.
You don't get to talk about Miranda.
You don't get to ignore the truth.
There is no such thing as just one life. And she is not lost. This isn't calculus. You can't just break it down by the numbers.
And our crewmates were injured, killed, in the process of rescuing yours.
I'll grant that you showed your grit and effectiveness.
Можно ему врезать? Дайте ему врезать.
Accessing ship systems. They blocked out helm control, propulsion. They're closing down systems faster than I can check them. They're always changing these interfaces. I can hardly keep up.
Let us help.
Fine.
Он делает самый лучший движок, если разветвленный сюжет. Да, блин. Да! Как же я ненавижу это.
Here's something. I can see the course they have plotted in. Long way from Hotari space.
I hope the Resolute is all right back there.
We're headed to the edge of the galaxy.
Nothing but uninhabited systems along the way. And if we keep going, we'll leave charted space. A lot sooner than I like to think about, too.
That can't happen. We need to take control and turn this ship around. Get back to the front lines of the battle for Elydia.
We are on the front lines. They're going to do this all over
Not
the quadrant. The whole Federation is at risk.
That is a possibility, but it's already a reality for my people.
I'm sure it's pretty damn
На Андреале можно же сделать игру и не программируя ее вовсе.
You can't just turn your back on them.
I'll take this ship
Там есть блупринты, с помощью которых можно составить логику программы.
I'll destroy it. I won't let it stay in the hands of the enemy.
Think strategically. We stand a better chance by working together. You're right to be angry.
И прекрасную разветвленку делать.
Fair enough.
The most important thing is that we get control of this ship, so that we don't end up so far away that the Resolute can't ever catch up to us.
And if we control the Zeldi, that also means they can't use that Cartabula thing.
I'm not sure we can do much more from here.
What's this? It's a data stream.
It looks to be a two-way communication.
Let me see if I could put it through a demultiplexing processor.
Can you get that clearer?
I'm trying.
Да, когда наша девочка будет, и она нам поможет. Не наша девочка.
Okay, That should do it.
Hello? Can you read me?
Itasca, is that you?
Major!
It's my lieutenant. Where are you?
I'm here with some of the others. We're trapped in the ATP.
Our artillery targeting platform.
The bulkheads are sealed, and ruptured power conduits on the other side are discharging at high voltage. Major, we've seen Sidron and the other Hatari, and if we can get free, I think we'll be able to overpower them and take back the ship.
Itasca, are you still there? Itasca, are you still there?
You shouldn't trust anyone else you meet. The Hatari have been transforming people on the ship. We've seen it happen.
Bioforming.
It's only a matter of time before any remaining crew are turned against us. You have to come and help us.
I gotta ask, are you sure that's really your comrade?
It's Itasca. You're going to have to trust me. I know Lieutenant Itasca well. That's her. Clear and not under duress beyond our current circumstances. I'm sure of it.
Я не понимаю, почему им не нравится.
We trust you. You trust us.
I'll go with that.
Блин, она кайфует.
Reason not to.
Back at you, Stretch.
We'll make it to you undetected and we'll free you from the ATP.
We'll be ready and waiting, sir.
I may not know the computers very well, but I know every inch of this ship. I can get us there safely through the back routes.
Киев, в общем, если захочешь что-то постримить Star Trek, я с удовольствием посмотрю еще раз. Блин, это шикарно. Ну, как ты понимаешь, это киношка. Star Trek, возможно, менее требовательный. Посмотри параметры.
You may approach. Your Majesty, an apology is in order. The Federation...
Spare us your apologies, your excuses, your pathetic explanations. You said you were here under the pretense of peace, yet you trespassed into our minds. I should have known you couldn't be trusted when you sided with the Illidians. Your intentions have been clear from the start.
I take full responsibility for my actions, which were entirely my own, not the Federation's.
How noble.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Her actions nearly caused a war.
I was addressing the Queen.
Galvin speaks for the Hotari now.
Fortunately, we were able to resolve this ourselves despite your interference. The Illidians have agreed the mines will remain.
Так, а вот это странно уже. Галвин был удивлен, когда Джара взял на себя ответственность за несанкционированное проникновение шахты, и его позабавили ее смелые и агрессивные заявления в зале королевы Хатори. Вот это любопытно. Блин, это кайф, кайф, а не игра. У меня сейчас киношный режим стоит на моем дисплее. Я не знаю, с моего же дисплея, по идее, идет картинка или нет. Просто не знаю, как это работает. До этого была картинка хуже. Так, намного хуже.
We now recognize the Hotari as the sole authority in this region. Your presence here is no longer necessary.
So you can consider the matter resolved.
They never wanted the Federation involved. This was all just a ploy from the start.
We never needed the Federation involved. But we're so thankful that you've come.
That being said, the sooner you leave, the better.
The hell we will. What about my crew trapped aboard that ship? Or what you did to my security team? The data you stole? I want to make one thing clear. No one is to leave Hotari space without Federation approval. No one.
You think you have that power, when in fact you have none. You came here under the presumption you would be the ultimate authority. That you would show up and render judgment in this petty dispute over precious resources
И,
between
блин,
the
по-моему,
lesser
мне придется переигрывать. Самое худшее, тут нет сохранений.
and self-interest was your undoing, blinding you to the real power at work here. Something far beyond your feeble imagination.
Enough of this nonsense. You're not fooling anyone. We know you're Takan.
Takan. A word I haven't heard in a very long time. At the height of our power, the Takan Empire spanned hundreds of thousands of light years and trillions of Taconians.
An empire that encompassed what is now considered Federation territory.
What's yours was once ours. So it feels only right that we reclaim what was lost.
Уроды.
Everything you hold dear will be gone.
Зачем?
The first of many painful losses to come.
Это глупо.
You do realize this will never work. The Federation will stop you no matter what it takes.
Will they? From what I can tell, the Federation is little more than a loose assemblage of the weak and the misguided. But I certainly invite them to try. You might be surprised how
Пожалуйста, можно Клингонка Империя вмешаться в это?
civilization the galaxy has ever seen. We will not stop until we've reclaimed what is
Блин,
rightfully ours.
это похоже на ассимиляцию
A starship
Боргов.
captain or even a Federation ambassador could accomplish if their power was wielded by a truly superior entity. In the face of such impossible odds against an adversary so clearly more advanced in every way, the only logical choice is to submit.
Never.
Нет.
Seize them.
Get us out of here, now!
Rydick to Resolute. Beam us out.
Блин, мне интересно, как справляться с
You've
этим.
done something like this before?
Close quarters combat? Infiltrating an enemy stronghold?
Something like that.
I once spent 6 days crawling through sewers during the siege of Tofar Ket to retake the citadel there. That's just one of many campaigns I've served in. My dress uniform is well decorated. I can assure you of that.
Это
I'm sure
другое.
you've given yourselves plenty of medals.
I'm glad we're here with you. We need your kind of experience.
I should say you do. And I'll be glad to have Lieutenant Itasca with us. She fought shoulder to shoulder with me in that siege.
So you're pretty close, huh?
She's like a daughter to me. She's saved my life more than once. She's more than just a comrade in arms.
Don't worry. We'll get her and the others free.
I'll worry less when that's been done.
Блин,
Once we have our
обожаю.
comrades, proper soldiers, we'll be able to retake the bridge. Then, our fleet
Сначала ты
will get
ненавидишь кого-то, потом потихоньку начинаешь любить. Вот такое я люблю в играх. Блин, это кайф.
Is this the artillery platform?
This is the power distribution for the forward armament cluster.
Ты не представляешь, какими они высокомерными тварями оказались в самом начале игры. Вот эта раса. Ощущение было, что у них ничего святого нет.
There was combat here. Disruptor burns on the walls. Signs of a grenade detonation.
Is there another way in?
The only way is through there. We could go halfway around the ship and would end up coming into this same area from a different side. But we'd still have to cross that.
The distribution conduits have been knocked loose. The currents in those lines would be lethal. Is there any way to power those down?
Each circuit has a control panel that regulates power to the magnetobanks.
I can track connections between the power lines and the control panels. I should be able to clear a safe path to your crew.
We'll get the door open here.
Я сейчас приду. Все, поехали дальше. А у тебя какая? Помог. Женщина открывает тебе двери, а ты пролазишь просто? Серьезно, чувак? Помог хоть. Привет, енотик. Это ты третий человек по-тихому, который у меня сидел все утро и весь день. Как дела? Так ты устроился или нет? А, привет, Арс. Беспалевные вы мои. Да, еще как. Только, похоже, ты смотришь как минимум еще 2 дня без голоса. С телефона, кстати, еще можно. Потому что кто-то с Украины смотрит. Вот что так написано. Но никто не палится. Да вряд ли, Макс. Он дал понять, что никогда больше не придет. Ясненько. Ну ладно, там 15%. Что за ак? Что? А чё ты мне не сказал? Я не поняла, с какого именно. Но я подозревала, что... Возможно, да, возможно... Так. Да, по крайней мере, его фраз не было. Ладно, а какой его никнейм? Да, удиви меня. Но ко мне только один раз чел заходил, поправил, что у меня не было нужного названия игры. Возможно. Ну, это глупо. Так. Да. У меня же теперь супер чатик. То есть я не могу посмотреть, кто у меня прям на экране чат. Хотя бы поздоровался. Так, ладно. Блин, я опять не в ту сторону иду. Чё же у меня такой... Так, с одной стороны вышли, значит, в другую идем. Кстати, я не знаю, смотрел ты или нет, но я пока что 2 серии посмотрела, и я кайфую от нового, недавно вышедшего аниме про, про попаданку в книжку. На этот раз. Вы еще название вспомните. Сейчас скажу тебе название. Но я только 2 серии посмотрела, там сейчас вышло 8. Я кайфую пока что. Ща вся будет. Ну, не факт, что дальше пойдет, конечно. Кстати, Кейф, с учетом того, что тебе нравится D&D и... Сейчас скажу тебе. Чикенгарри, посмотри «Звездный путь. Нижние палубы» мультика. Я думаю, тебе зайдет 100 пудов. И, кстати, Нотик, ты тоже посмотри «Звездный путь. Нижние палубы», возможно, зайдет. Но Кейву, по идее, должно зайти. Потому что там настолько все по жескачу. И, короче, полностёба. Да. А ты комментарий к нему прочитай. Стартрек «Нижние палубы» — это мультсериал. Он настолько кринжовый. Там и кровища есть, и маты есть, там и шутки есть. Я еще ищу аниме, как называется. Короче, все. Да, правда, они запиканные. Там врач один матюкается. Но она по делу матюкается. Обычно. Так. Про то, как девчонка в книгу попала и не хочет умереть. Так. Если ты про анимешку. Так. Ща VPN. И делает все, чтобы защитить себя. Да, но новая. Но манга уже давно вышла, и ее проспойлерили. Ща. Ой, блин. VPN просто не могу у себя найти. Так, сейчас посмотрим. Но от 2 серий я кайфовала. И оно... Через VPN у меня сайт работает с моими сериалами, на котором я смотрю. Ну, простите. Без VPN он не работает. А в других сайтах... Нет. VPN, в которых... Так, сейчас. Возможно, это китайское даже аниме. Но вроде японское. Невеста герцога по контракту называется. Блин, когда ты успеваешь все посмотреть раньше меня? Ну, короче, она такой же кайфовая, как... Да, блин, я только 2 серии посмотрела. Ну ладно, хорошо, что она уходит. Сейчас, секунду. Ну, короче, не знаю, насколько там смешные сцены, Киев. На, посмотри, может, тебе зайдет, по крайней мере. Я без звука. Ща кину в чат. Только это не про нижние палубы, я тебе еще. Да-да, мне надо играть. Про то, что... Там 2 минутки. Я не знаю, насколько эти смешные моменты. Может, самая фигня будет. Короче, либо 3 варианта развития. Либо тебе прикольнет, либо ты возненавидишь и не захочешь, либо ты просто никак не отреагируешь на это. Как мило. Так, ладно. Я не знаю, насколько там действительно смешные моменты. Серьезно. Ты как-то быстро написал, что-то не... Я не могу не болтать. Так ты серьезно пишешь кейф или просто фигней страдаешь? Так. Ладно, теперь надо найти путь. Ну, короче, ты, если посмотришь, ты понял, там все такое. Так, ладно, я не знаю, что делать мне дальше. Серьезно, заблудилась опять. Спасите, научите меня не заблуждаться. Блин. Угадай, что случилось. Там я не заблудилась, я застрял в текстурах. Мне очень везет.
Close quarters combat? Infiltrating an enemy stronghold?
Something like that.
I once spent 6 days crawling through sewers during the siege of Tofar Ket to retake the citadel there. That's just one of many campaigns I've served in.
I'm glad we're here with you. We need your kind of experience.
I should say you do. And I'll be glad to have Lieutenant Itaska with us. She fought shoulder to shoulder with me in that siege.
So you're pretty close, huh?
She's like a daughter to me. She's saved my life more than once. She's more than just a comrade in arms.
Don't worry. We'll get her and the others free.
I'll worry less when that's been done. But once we have my comrades, proper soldiers, we'll be able to retake the bridge. Then, our fleets will catch up to us. The ATP is just down that corridor.
Is this the artillery platform?
This is the power distribution for the forward armament cluster. There was combat here. Disruptor burns on the walls. Signs of a grenade detonation.
Is there another way in?
The only way is through there. We could go halfway around the ship and would end up coming into this same area from a different side. But we'd still have to cross that.
The distribution conduits have been knocked loose. The currents in those lines would be lethal. Is there any way to power those down?
Each circuit has a control panel that regulates power to the magnetobanks.
I can track connections between the power lines and the control panels. I should be able to clear a safe path to your crew.
We'll get the door open here.
It's heavy.
Поехали. Кстати, тут такие моменты еще более-менее нормальные. Там есть намного кринжовые моменты. Причем очень кринжовый. Самое ироничное в том, что там глубокий сюжет. Действительно глубокий. Есть. В некоторых сериях. такую консоль. Блин, вы меня не пропустите сюда, я понял. Это для таких, как я.
Electrify it. One arc away from burial in space. Better keep my distance.
Чтоб ходили туда, куда надо. Такие. Так тебя заинтересовало или нет? Это что за милота? Это откуда такая милота? Кстати, глаза какие-то знакомые. Это случайно не это? Не Джорджо? Я так и не посмотрела, но чем-то похоже.
Barely. There's a lot of collateral damage out here.
They backed us into a corner.
We did that to drive them out. Put some space between us and the enemy. They're here. Get down!
I think they've given up on capture.
We'll never make it if we go back that way. You, give me a hand with this! Go! Go! Behind us!
Ясненько. Опа, это Орионс уже?
Go, Federation! You take the lead. We'll keep them busy.
Старик, я не хочу, чтобы с тобой что-то случилось. Блин, пипец. Мои звездочки. Иди нафиг. Я, по-моему, сейчас умру. А в-четвертых, так тебя смог заинтересовать звездный путь или нифига? Только по-честному. И я сдох. Так. Там не совсем комедия, там иронично в том, что есть и драматические моменты. Я же сказала, там есть глубокий сюжет. Как бы это странно не звучало. Во второй сезоне его больше. Блин, пипец. Давайте, убивайте меня. И в шестых я знаю почему. Скорее всего, ты записала его, когда я Максу предлагала. Да что ж такое? Чё у меня нифига не получается? Блин. Почему такой... Да, меня решили унизить. Меня не просто убили. Мне показали анимацию, как меня убивают. Хотя ее, по идее, не должно быть. Игра меня ставит на колени, блин. Тут неудобное управление в бою. Ладно, или мышка, если 130 рублей реально не так удобно управлять в играх. Она удобна для работы, но не для игр, блин. Так. Что-то пописать. Так, тихо. О! Нифига. Да блин, я не могу сдвинуться с места. Что за подстава такая?
Must live to fight.
Не то, что мой отстойный.
We let the enemy take them. Hadri and Private Turo.
They weren't the only ones. But if we hadn't, it would have been all of us. I'll have to live with that, and I'll answer for it when I die. It's not the Illidian way to leave one of our own behind. It's a sin to do so.
We're not gonna die. Not if I have anything to say about it.
It's more important that we win. When we were in there, trapped, we agreed that we had to live to fight. Hadri agreed. We said, if one of us was taken, the others wouldn't stop. We'd keep going, make our way to the bridge. They died so we could fight on.
The Takan don't want them dead.
They want to steal their bodies. And steal their minds.
The Takan knows everything the host knows.
That means they know our plan. They know we're heading to the bridge.
И даже не поверишь, что эта раса была теми засранцами.
Silas, you should be in sickbay.
I'll finish this.
I couldn't just lie there knowing the entire fate of Hotari hangs in the balance. How did it go? You look exhausted.
I'll be honest. It was a total disaster.
That can't be true. I heard a rumor that they'd made a deal, that the Illidians agreed to peace. After what we saw Sidron do to the diplomat in the mines, I could hardly believe there was hope, but then... Is that true?
I'm afraid the truth is far worse than that.
There's no deal.
No. They're all Takan now. The Hotari, the Illidians. Everyone.
No. That can't be true.
I'm sorry.
Я не буду врать ей.
Where will I go? I can't go back.
Ты сможешь сама.
I don't have a home anymore. Everything I've ever known is gone.
You're always safe aboard this ship. And you're welcome to stay as long as you need.
Thank you.
The Federation stands with the Hotari. You don't have to doubt it for a second.
Yellow alert.
Commander Ryder,
Ладно, я не хочу. Простите, я перезагружу.
we need you on the bridge.
Так. Блин, я... Так, подождите. Я хочу перезагружу. Блин. Простите, я 2 раза перезагружу, скорее всего. Этот момент. Стоп. Я хочу кое-что попробовать другое. Все равно это только начало я. Я не могу удержаться. Проверить еще один вариант. Но врать я Тайлис не буду. Чисто ради одного предложения. Да, это.
I'll finish this.
I couldn't just lie there knowing the entire fate of Hotari hangs in the balance. How did it go? You look exhausted.
I'll be honest. It was a total disaster.
That can't be true. I heard a rumor that
Теперь, к сожалению, я не нашла
the
как.
Illidians agreed to peace. After what we saw Sidron do to the diplomat in the mines, I could hardly believe there was hope, but then... Is that true?
I'm afraid the truth is far worse than that.
There's no deal.
No. They're all Takan now. The Hotari, the Illidians, everyone.
No. That can't be true.
I'm sorry.
Where will I go? I can't go back. I don't have a home anymore. Everything I've ever known is gone.
Hotari isn't lost yet. This is far from over. It will be your home again, I promise.
Thank you.
The Federation stands with the Hotari. You don't have to doubt it for a second.
Yellow alert.
Так, ладно.
We need you on
Не, мне все-таки нравится.
the bridge immediately.
Так. Другой вариант. Предыдущий. Так. Да, это стоило то.
Tylus, you should be in sickbay.
Ну, за которые, естественно, буду драться. И ни за что.
I couldn't just lie there knowing the entire fate of Hotari hangs in the balance. How did it go? You look exhausted.
I'll be honest. It was a total disaster.
That can't be true. I heard a rumor that they'd made a deal, that the Illidians agreed to peace. After what we saw Sidron do to the diplomat in the mines, I could hardly believe there was hope, but then... Is that true?
I'm afraid the truth is far worse than that.
There's no deal.
No. They're all Takan now. The Hotari, the Illidians, everyone.
No. That can't be true.
I'm sorry.
Where will I go? I can't go back. I don't have a home anymore. Everything I've ever known is gone.
You're always safe aboard this ship. And you're welcome to stay as long as you need.
Thank you.
The Federation stands with the Hotari. You don't have to doubt it for a second.
Yellow alert.
Но врать я ей не хочу.
We need you on the bridge immediately.
Это бессмысленно. Она потом может разозлиться потом, что я ей соврала. То, что мы это уже проверяли на старике. Поэтому я еще больше кайфую от этой игры.
Commander.
Good to have you back. You didn't opt for the ocular implants.
Maybe someday. The visor was the best the doc could do on short notice.
We've got an Elydian ship, the Veskar, rapidly bearing down on our position.
Or what was the Veskar? Now I'm not so sure.
Bring it up on the view screen.
600 kilometers in closing. Still coming straight for us. Commander?
Should we put our shields up? Just as a precautionary measure.
I'd like to avoid escalating this any more than we have to. Whatever the hell this is.
400 kilometers in closing.
Shields up. Ready phasers.
Shields up. Phasers ready. Incoming.
Да блин, это дубль Боргов. Только вместо ассимиляции, биологическая ассимиляция. Хотя, стоп, в последнем сезоне Пикара биологическая ассимиляция была. Они сами себя.
That doesn't make sense.
I'll try another. There.
We've got incoming. How do they keep matching our shield frequency?
They couldn't. Unless they've compromised our shield algorithms. They can bypass our shields at will.
What?
Captain!
He's out cold.
Why'd they stop?
Damage report.
Running on emergency power. Major hull damage on decks 4 through 7. Warp core is stable and intact.
We're completely vulnerable.
Commander, we're being held by the Veskar. It's Galvan.
Так, это номер или нет?
On screen.
Commander Rydek, where's your captain? Not yet.
Что такое шифр?
At least, not yet.
Don't take it personally, but he had better things to do than talk to you.
Did he? Well, perhaps he's busy repairing his pathetic little ship. I have to give you credit, Commander. You survived longer than I thought you would. But make no mistake, your shields are useless, your weapons ineffective, and there's nothing you can do. I could destroy you at any moment. But I'd rather hear your pleas for mercy first.
Пошли его нафиг!
Your existence is entirely in my hands, and I'm not in a forgiving mood.
If you want to destroy us, then I invite you to do your worst. We'd rather die with honor than beg for your mercy.
You may just get your wish. I've been thinking about what you said, Commander. That the Federation would stop me no matter what. Your performance in this encounter has not supported that claim.
The Veskar's weapons are powering up.
Серьезно, я просру игру? Я же заново буду играть, если я проиграю. Придется все с самого начала.
But the Takan are not mere savages. So I've decided to let you live, despite your insolence. Tell your Federation the Takan are as merciful as they are powerful, that you were fortunate to escape with your lives.
This isn't over.
I assure you, we've only just begun.
Почему фильмы не могут быть такими офигенными? И чего ты вот, сволочь, на меня злися? Ты же уважаешь силу. Какого фига ты на меня сердишься, засранец? Ладно, раздражало постоянное неповиновение. Еще бы я тебе... Блин, я тебе ноги, что ли, должна целовать? Иди нафиг. Ты захватил 2 расы. Вместо того, чтобы... По идее, можно найти альтернативу в любом случае. Те же клоны, выращенные... Как именно? Кстати, я не поняла, что такое вода шифа. Ни разу ее не пила. Сейчас прогулю. Пока я на паузе. Я впервые, честно, слышу. У меня даже не... гуглится. Все, это обычная минералка. Мне Аксинья нравится больше. Шифу я не пробовала. Кстати, она газированная или нет? А то мне не пишется. Вот. Точнее, пишется на английском. Вот это. Ну, не знаю, по-моему. Ясно. Я Я ж убила уже одного. Я вот этого убила, Калавея. Случайно. Вот не надо! Не надо! За Тайлис я готова порвать всех. За эту милаху я всех разорву нафиг.
Can you track their warp signature?
Nothing. It's untraceable, just like before.
Notify Ambassador Spot.
Да, вот это давай.
Want everyone in the briefing room to discuss our options.
Нифига себе.
What's the status of the repairs?
Hull breach should be patched up in a matter of hours. Impulse power is at 67%.
Вот это уже похоже на план.
Still no luck tracking Galvin's warp signature. They've all but disappeared.
Keep trying. Finding that son of a bitch is the best shot we've got.
Commander Rydick, you had the con after the ship was attacked. What is your assessment?
Потом морально, когда она поживет со мной годика 2. Хотя она за годика 1,5... Фу.
I'd rather not fight this alone. We need to call for reinforcements.
In that case, we might have an option.
Клингоны.
Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Takan Empire. If anyone could find Galvin, it would be him.
That's assuming he's willing to help us.
True, but there's only one way to find out.
Wouldn't we need to secure authorization from the Federation Council to contact?
Не-а.
The nearest Federation outpost is Andoria. I can travel there by shuttle and inform them personally of the threat from the
Не надо.
Meanwhile, the Resolute can travel to the Delphi Ardu system in search of Portal 6-3.
I still have my doubts.
I do not. Captain William T. Riker has first-hand experience with the area and with Portal 6-3. His guidance will prove invaluable and should alleviate your concerns.
Delphi Ardu 4 is a restricted zone for good reason. For all we know, we could be walking into a trap. Not to mention the high likelihood Portal 6-3's allegiance will be with the Takan. It's just too much of a risk. A waste of time. Time we can't afford to lose.
Right now, we have no way of knowing where those 2 Elydian ships are, or where they're going. Another Taconian might be able to at least point us in the right direction.
Or we're the ones pointing him right toward his fellow Takan, making the problem worse.
I am inclined to agree with Commander Rydek. Her logic is sound. This portal may have knowledge that proves to be invaluable, including information on the nature of the Cartabula. We must act on the facts at hand.
Then we'll give it our best.
Блин, жаль, что русского языка нет. Если был, я бы себе как киношку записала бы. Нарезала любимые моменты. Ну, в принципе, можно и так нарезать, как киношку. Только с субтитрами будет. Это офигенно.
Which means everyone needs to be ready for... Take cover!
Now what? We need that door sealed.
We can handle that. Where do you need us?
There's an access panel there. You should be able to patch into the local systems.
We'll be shot getting there.
I'll cover you. On my signal.
Но они же инопланетяне все-таки. Уходим от гуманоидных рас. И сильные. Люди самые слабые расы в Стартреке. Чаще всего. Ладно. Люди слабее 90% рас, которые существуют в треке. Тем не менее, достаточно влиятельная и сильная. Это не игра, это киношка. Нет, одного убили, я же говорю. Хватит. Мой лимит исчерпан.
I'm the ranking officer.
And we're not in your army.
It may not be convenient, but we don't kill enemies who've surrendered.
Keeping prisoners is a luxury we don't have.
It's not a damn luxury.
You're an engineer, not a soldier. This is clearly my territory.
You think you have enemy combatants here? This is a hostage situation. Each one of them has an innocent life inside. I'll keep watch on them.
As will I. We can't let our guard down around the enemy.
Petty Officer Diaz and I will figure out how to stop the ship.
Let's hurry. The rest of the Takan could show up any minute. Crystals. They're all over this place.
Еще 100 инопланетян умерло, когда началось все это говно. У мясорубки. Так. Блин, ты поверишь, что вот эта раса работоргов... Фу, рабодержа... Блин, как сказать? Не работорговцы. Ну, короче, эксплуатирует другую расу. Что там... На сегодняшний момент бы я не поверила. Если бы изначально... А что такое Pinterest? Да. Чем похоже? Сейчас они говорят, как... Блин, милахи, я защищу. Ну, когда он за дочкой я телепал. Ну, ладно, ладно, то, что убить... Окей. Убить своих, ладно, это точно. Но до этого сцены были, похоже было. Нет. Притом ирония в том, что это пацифическая, блин, пацифисты, короче, они. Там кака, полный мусор, скорее всего.
Careful where you point that thing.
It's not active. I can't see any way this will work as a weapon. It's dead.
Out of ammo?
I'm not sure.
Девчонка кайфовая. Но там же не только нормальные, там же будет что-то типа того, что ты мне в личку кидал.
Everything under control?
Yes, at least you can't haven't made a move yet.
And what you're doing is working.
There's plenty more I can do, but it doesn't have to be that way. As long as they behave.
Я хочу, чтобы у меня такой же Скарим был. Ты меня понимаешь. И понимаешь, с кем. Так. Вот. А это что за расплывчатое? О, кстати, будет неплохо, если я ее смогу Ладно, я хочу ее заромантить. У нас что-то в последнее время фетиш на высоких девушек. Так, посмотрите.
Resolute can't catch up to us. We're in a whole different kind of trouble.
Как ты думаешь, ему подойдет эта девушка? В принципе, она прикольная. А то к нему рыжая клеилась. Почему бы и нет?
This is not a Lydian programming.
А это бы, скорее всего, возможно, понравилось... Блин. Арсу. Возможно. По крайней мере, он эти смайлики кидал. Когда-то. Ну, кстати, рисовка кайфовая. Ладно, так у вас свидание будет? Кстати, угадай, это... Блин, где это? Блин. Короче, угадай, вот это человек или не человек? Или инопланетянка, гуманоидная раса, или человек?
Just hurry up and figure out this bridge. That's the best way to help.
В общем, они относятся к гуманоидной расе, которые боготворят существ, которых подсаживают им живот как симбиоты, чтобы переписывали их личности. Точнее, симбиоты с помощью их тел живут дальше. Ну, умирает один, симбиот пересаживает другого. Может умереть как от старости, так и от ранения, естественно. Но она... Ладно, тогда удачи. Значит, пока или ты тут? Вау, вау, вау. Мы такое любим. Определенно любим. Так.
Where's the captain?
Captain Ostego did not survive the atmosphere poisoning.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He died defending the Empire. That's how he'd want it.
Почему каждая раса называется империей, которая... Так. Милаха, но выше получше. Вот это пошло бы больше загорелая личка. Не, я вижу. Просто у меня слишком светлый фон, поэтому я повернула. Личка бы ей потемнее загорела, более загорела.
It's navigational data.
We saw that already. Headed to the edge of the galaxy.
It's only a display. We couldn't use it to change course or alter speed.
Просто... Так, а что еще? Вроде все изучил. Кстати, у меня почему-то сплошные дежавю от этой игры. Как будто я в нее играла уже, хотя она вышла только 25 или 23 мая. Вау. Потому что я ее где-то видела. Я ее реально где-то видела. По крайней мере, личка. В другой одежде, но... Блин, мой микрофон почему-то воняет гарью. Блин. Трикодером надо, блин. Чатик закрывает. Мне инфу, что надо воспользоваться трикодером. Который... Машинный переводчик любезно перевел как триколор.
It's the Takan language.
From what I can tell, the ship's systems are actively responding to input.
Which is the opposite of how most bridges work. They usually send commands, not receive them.
It's from an intrusive program.
Да.
This control station won't do us any good.
Ну, тут можно переключать синий, красный и зеленый цвет.
These crystals are Takan technology. They seem to be active, just like the rest of their tech. Tetrametric pulses.
Tetrametric?
It's the energy signature of Takan technology. Everything they make gives off this type of radiation.
They're blocking the inputs. It's not responding at all. Everything I try, it just ignores me.
I thought you had the access codes needed to take control back.
I should, but I can't actually get to the surface, so I can't enter them here. The overriding code is blocking me at the other station. What have they done to this bridge?
Consoles running themselves, some clogged up with crystals that are sending off tetrametric pulses.
But none of this is sending signals outward. It's receiving.
They're flying the ship from somewhere else.
That should be impossible. But it explains why there's less than a full bridge crew. If they aren't flying the ship from the bridge, where are they controlling it from?
Хотя почему во всех в Бэтмене, в Стартреке сканер имеет 3 разных уровня? Ладно, один, как я понимаю, что-то типа ультрафиолета, а 2 остальных. Почему именно 3? О, нет, там, блин. Ладно, я туплю. Рентген, короче, 1 сканер. А остальные 2. Я не спал уже 24 часа, так что мне можно топить. Так, ладно. Больше, чем обычно. Если лицо, скорее смотрю на лицо. Ты скинул мне девушек. Короче, когда ты мне девушек кидаешь, я смотрю сначала на лицо. Пытаюсь уловить лицо. А где оно посередине, в каком бы месте ни было? Зависит, наверное, от того, что изображено на нем. И как размещены детали. А что? Все зависит от ситуации. От того, что изображено на картине.
Engines are redline, running in full power. But this main drive manifold is spiking way over nominal levels.
Very dangerous.
Even at 100% output, the warp cores wouldn't push this much plasma to the drive section.
That much reactor output would drive us past the theoretical top speed of the ship. So how fast are we actually going?
Кстати, будет весело, если моя главная героиня умрет, потому что забыла заправить свое кольцо специальным веществом, чтобы ее кости нафиг не раздробились. Я не знаю, вроде это вещество нужно, чтобы... Точно канон не помню, но... Чтобы гравитация ее не раздавила, если я помню. Если я не помню, скорее всего, с иммункой связано. Ну, скорее с гравитацией. Но со мной такое не прокатит. Кстати, иногда меня даже рожки интересуют. Иногда хвостик. Я же говорю, то, что я хочу найти. По большей степени. Увидеть на картине, то и смотрю. Так.
We're gonna be there in less than an hour.
Can't let that happen.
Hold on, it would take days to go this distance with our fastest ship. We're traveling at a warp factor many times greater than this ship should even be capable of. Even with the engines pushed as hard as they are, they wouldn't produce this speed.
Я сейчас вернусь вовремя. Ща перезапустим. Я надеюсь, это просто... У меня такая же фигня в Dragon Age постоянно. Нет, да, Mass Effect, да, на Unreal Engine. Но он у меня, кстати, ни разу первая часть не вылетала. Dragon Age, не знаю, первая часть на чем. Вторая тоже не знаю, а третья на собственном ихнем движке. Фиг Андромеда на собственном ихнем движке.
What are we gonna do with them?
We don't have time to take prisoners.
So you're just gonna shoot him?
I haven't decided yet.
That's not just up to you.
I'm the ranking officer.
And we're not in your army.
It may not be convenient, but we don't kill enemies who've surrendered.
Keeping prisoners is a luxury we don't have.
It's not a damn luxury.
You're an engineer, not a soldier.
Да, третья часть.
Clearly my territory.
You think you have enemy combatants?
Инквизиция, короче, на ихнем движке, и Андромеда вроде на ихнем движке.
Each one of them has an innocent life inside. I'll keep watch on them.
As will I. We can't let our guard down around the enemy.
Инквизицию ручаюсь, Андромеда не уверена.
I will figure out how to stop the ship.
Let's hurry. The rest of the Takan could show up any minute. Crystals. They're all over this place.
Опять все прощелкиваем, вдруг это важно будет потом.
Captain Ostego did not survive the atmosphere poisoning.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He died defending the Empire.
Может, что-то повлияет на сюжет.
Everything under control?
Yes, these Takan haven't made a move yet.
And what you're doing is working.
There's plenty more I can do, but it doesn't have to be that way. As long as they behave.
Блин, в детстве скажи мне кто-нибудь, что я около 8-9 часов подряд бы читала, я просмеялась бы ему в лицо. А Биовар на какую компанию работает? Байвер. На какую компанию работает Киев? Они тоже участвовали в разработке этого движка.
This is not Lydian programming.
Просто этим отслеживал.
Any trouble?
Don't worry about me. Worry about Stretch over there.
Why?
He's looking for any excuse to vaporize the prisoners. But I'll make sure he doesn't. Even if they're the enemy, it's not right.
I'm here if you need a hand.
Just hurry up and figure out this bridge. That's the best way to help.
Как раз они продались вроде тогда. Когда лутбоксы начали появляться в играх. А лутбоксы с каких частей начали появляться в играх?
Gotta figure this out before we get wherever we're going. If the Resolute can't catch up to us, we're in a whole different kind of trouble.
Прогугли, Байвер участвовала в разработке движка или нет?
These crystals are Takan technology. They seem to be active, just like the rest of their tech. Tetrametric pulses.
Все просто Google помощь.
Tetrametric.
It's the energy signature of Takan technology. Everything they make gives off this type of radiation.
They're blocking the inputs. It's not responding at all. Everything I try, it just ignores me.
Well, if we're careful, maybe we can blast the crystals off with our phasers.
All right, just use caution.
Серьезно? Это можно сделать? Я нафиг размечталась.
There are other consoles to try.
Ладно, ладно, модернизировали. Так, ладно. Давай устрой и пострим. Это должно ж хоть потянуть. Ты мне еще голубя задолжал, помнишь, Кейф? Я тебе этого не забуду.
From what I can tell, the ship's systems are actively responding to input.
Which is the opposite of how most bridges work. They usually send commands, not receive them.
It's from an intrusive program. This control station won't do us any good either. What have they done to this bridge?
Consoles running themselves, some clogged up with crystals that are sending off tetrametric pulses.
But none of this is sending signals outward. It's receiving.
They're flying the ship from somewhere else.
That should be impossible. But it explains why there's less than a full bridge crew. If they aren't flying the ship from the bridge, where are they controlling it from?
Мы не утрясали. Если ты решил, что утрясли, я ничего такого не говорила.
Look here. It's navigational data.
Утрясем, когда я это увижу. Будь это мое прохождение или твое. Вот тогда утрясем. У меня еще Days Gone не пройден.
Out of ammo?
Not sure. This console looks unaffected.
И второй Fallout, и третий Fallout, и четвертый до конца Fallout не пройден. Я больше тебе скажу. И если там подразделы Fallout'ов есть, они тоже не затронуты. И все части Elder Scrolls... Короче, ты меня понял. Не затронуты. Не могу я выговорить слово. Так. До конца. Я имею в виду сюжетную часть.
This main drive manifold is spiking way over nominal levels.
Very dangerous.
Even at 100% output, the warp cores wouldn't push this much plasma to the drive section.
That much reactor output.
Ты знаешь, как меня заставить?
The theoretical top speed of this ship. So how fast are we actually going?
Так. Что тут у нас? Блин, у меня еще тут не надо. Да угадаю. Я что-то найду, активирую триггер, а потом консоль заработает. А, я, кажется, знаю, где это долбанный триггер. Я не уверена, что я его запускала. Так.
We're gonna be there in less than an hour.
We can't let that happen.
Hold on, it would take days to go this distance with our fastest ship. We're traveling at a warp factor many times greater than this ship should even be capable of. Even with the engines pushed as hard as they are, They wouldn't produce this speed.
Whether it's these crystals or the power from the Cartabula, the Takana found a way to increase the engine output and top speed. We have to find a way to hit the brakes before we outrun anyone who could help us.
We stop it, so they can't get this ship where they're going, and enact the next phase of their plan. That is, if they don't destroy us all first. I would have thought this ship would disintegrate going this speed. But somehow, that hasn't happened yet.
So what is their end game? They've transformed individuals, they've transformed this ship, in a way. How far will they go?
As far as we let them. The technology certainly doesn't seem to have limits.
I hate to think what the Cartabula could do if it was plugged into something it was meant to power. That's everything. We got some answers.
I don't like what they tell us, though.
If we can learn nothing else, then what's left is to make these Takan talk. And if they don't, we'll dispose of them.
Hey, that's not how we do this.
That is enough from you. I thought that thing was useless.
It was. No power. Until he touched it. Weapons must be biocoded.
Our technology will only work for one of our kind.
I can assure you, this weapon works just fine for me.
Slow down, Arminta.
You can't control the ship with a disruptor.
But I can use it to control you.
О, этот парень мне нравится.
Let's talk.
Вроде смазливый, а вроде
The
крутой.
Titan's communications officer says Captain Riker will be ready in just a moment. You need to see this. The report on the data breach.
Damn. It's worse than I'd hoped. They didn't just compromise our shields. They stole the shield algorithms for all of Starfleet as well. Meaning every ship is potentially vulnerable to attack, making this so much worse than it already was.
Given the potential consequences, we should notify Starfleet as soon as possible.
I don't disagree, but I'll reach out to Ambassador Spock about it. I don't want to cause a panic, and I doubt he does either.
I have Captain Riker for you.
Let's not mention any of this shield business to Riker just yet. Put him through.
Будем упоминать, будем.
Captain Riker, this is my first officer, Commander Jara Rydek.
My pleasure.
Sir.
I wish we were all meeting under better circumstances.
So do I, although you and I have actually met before.
We have?
I was a young lieutenant on the Potemkin. You were first officer on the Tuckerman. I piloted you and our science officer in a shuttle to survey quantum resonance in the planetary rings of Residius 6.
Ah, yes. Now I remember.
You know, he gave me some good advice that day about a very difficult job. Yours.
Well, I'm not one to turn down some words of wisdom, sir.
Then let me ask, as first officer on a starship, where does your responsibility lie, first and foremost? To the captain, the crew, or the ship itself?
Oh, this old chestnut. I am curious to hear what she says, though.
Ultimately, my responsibility is to the crew at large.
The needs of the many. You have been hanging around Ambassador Spock. But the truth is, it's a trick question. Every situation is different, and there are no easy answers.
Блин, а это клево.
It might not be any of those three. It could be the prime directive. Or the mission.
Почему нам не дали такой вариант? Почему только 3? Когда правильно 4, это нечестно. Дали бы мне прокачать харизму, там, не знаю, обаяние, науку. Тактику.
I've often thought about that over the years.
how a small difference in the encounter could have led to disaster. The most important thing is, don't let him push you around.
Это из Черной Пантеры? Но актриса, фу, и похожа на Черную Пантеру. Ну, я имею в виду на девушку из Черной Пантеры, но она шикарна. Так. И вот это ничего, еще плечико полностью было бы видно.
He can appear as a man or as a godlike projection. He'll test you, but don't be overwhelmed by the pageantry and theatrics.
I'll stand up to him. You can trust in that.
Good, but that's just the first step. Portal is full of bluster and bravado, but he can be reasoned with. And that's my other piece of advice. You want to appeal to him rationally. You don't want him thinking you're acting out of fear.
But we are afraid of the Takan, and with good reason.
He's not the sort to suffer fools. And he'll lose interest if he feels his time is being wasted.
I suppose that's one thing we have in common.
Do you think he knows that the Takan have returned?
He didn't even know they were gone when we went there. But the moment the Enterprise dropped into orbit around Delphi Ardu 4, he downloaded the entirety of the ship's computer. So I'd expect the same when you get there.
What if he won't cooperate and we have to face these Takan ourselves?
Then we have a much bigger problem on our hands.
What I mean is, in the 16 years since you discovered this outpost, there has to have been research. Battle plans for what to do about the Takan if we encountered more of them. I need to know what they are.
If I had that answer, it would have been the first thing I told you.
We both know Command has had their share of hidden plans in the past. Like Admiral Hansen and Captain Shelby's Special Projects Division at Starfleet Tactical, devising new ways to take on the Borg.
Trust me, this isn't some Starfleet conspiracy to keep you in the dark. But if you two don't think you're equipped to make contact, you need to tell me now. Because there is no silver bullet here. Now's not the time to hesitate. I need to know you're up to this.
Were you equipped to meet Portal 6-3 all those years ago?
I'm here, aren't I?
Yes, you are. And we have the benefit of your experience on our side.
Fair enough. There was a special task force that considered the Takan, and I was part of it. But because there were no other signs of the Empire, we determined the best course of action was to create a restricted zone around the Delphi Ardu system. I have some concerns, but I'll clear the way with the brass for your travel into the...
Ща. Какая горячая. Ладно. Класс. Зачем тебе она не понравилась? Ща я открою более. Милаха какая. Кайф. Давай пока не тут. Но мне надо показать, что она сначала темнокожая слегка. Но это рыжка даже. Но тут слишком анимешная она. Ты балуешься сейчас с ИИ.
Restricted space. Just remember what I've told you. And it wouldn't hurt to read some Sun Tzu en route. Or Marcus Aurelius.
Anything else?
Machiavelli?
Thank you for your support, Captain Riker.
I wish I could be there myself. But my first officer would probably see to it that I stay on the bridge while they get all the excitement on the away mission. The burdens of command. Rest assured, the Federation is taking this threat very seriously. You won't be alone out there for too long.
Thank you, Captain Riker.
One more thing. Ambassador Spock said that Khan stole some data from your central computer. What's that all about?
We're still assessing the extent of the breach. Nothing to report as of right now.
That's it? Ambassador Spock suggested it was something more serious, which is why I'm asking.
There was a lot of data stolen. A lot to sift through.
Yes, we're still making sure our assessment is accurate. We don't want to raise alarms unnecessarily.
I'd raise that alarm pretty loudly if I were you. There's a lot riding on this. And if it comes to it, the Titan and I will be ready to personally lend a hand in this fight.
Let's hope it doesn't get that far.
Riker out.
Thank you for not getting too specific with Riker about the data breach. Better we handle this ourselves, without all of Starfleet hearing about it.
What I don't understand is why you'd keep it from him. If you're going to tell Ambassador Spock, what's the difference?
This information will send a shockwave through the entire fleet. I'm sure Spock will agree. It should be compartmentalized on a strictly need-to-know basis. I have more research to do. So do you. I'm sure the ship's computer has Sun Tzu in its library. Dismissed.
Давай Россию.
It's the automated Federation warning buoy. Transmitting the disable code Captain Riker provided.
That was unpleasant. Commander Ermont, what are the conditions of our systems?
All internal systems operational.
Commander Westbrook, what are your scans of the planet?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
No sign of this outrageously powerful Takan being?
I'm running a magneton scan now, but so far, nothing.
Where are you? Prep your way, team.
Где моя девочка?
Three will cooperate. He's not an asset. He's an enemy. So be ready for anything.
Слабонервных? Голова какая-то.
Prove you're worth keeping alive for a little while longer.
Вот теперь он как тварь ведет себя.
Not good enough.
The impotent threats of a lower life form do not sway me. I will not bend to you. I was born 600,000 years ago. But a new age dawns today.
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
I already died once. All of us who swore ourselves to the cause did. My name is Zon Glosa. I was born in the final days of the Age of Makta. Each of us took a leap of faith to cross the bridge of time and be reborn here.
Eventually, one of you will break.
You don't understand how overmatched you truly are. This craft was nothing before we imbued it with the speed required by our mission. And the Cartavian produces enough energy to drive an entire fleet of ships like this one. But when we wake the Aphelion, we won't need a fleet.
The Aphelion.
Then will you understand the might of the Takan Empire. Reborn in this time.
And when you wake the Aphelion, what are you going to do with it?
Anything we want.
Come on! This goes from bad to worse unless you do what they say.
It's coming alive.
You can't stop the ship.
Then he will. Or we cut off his hands and use them ourselves.
The moment I reduce speed or change our heading, the others will know. First, they'll just resume course from elsewhere. Trivial matter. And then, they will come here. For you, this is a dead end.
That's a risk I'm willing to take.
Not if they're just going to start it again.
So you believe him?
I'm
not sure.
Why would you tell us all this?
I tell you because I value my own life. When my fellow Scions come, they will come. I expect you'll all act like the savages you are, and a battle wins you. You've all died once. I don't intend to do so again. I won't touch those controls. If you want to get us killed, do it yourselves.
You fear death. There's a way to stop this ship for good, and he knows how. He just needs more pressure.
What kind of pressure?
We heard him. He'll talk. Trust me.
That's against Starfleet protocol.
You're not on a Starfleet ship. Your protocol does not apply. We take the action that will lead to our victory. Don't assume your moral code takes precedence above all others.
I'm not gonna torture them.
Это проверка.
Not like this.
Это стопудово проверка. Потому что развитая раса не может. Потому что, опять же, девка нас не убила. Сейчас посмотрю на Россию поближе. Но так выглядит кайфово. Вау! 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 Прелесть. Какая же она прелесть. Так, что?
Going this fast, it would be too dangerous to force a warp collapse by cracking one of the propulsion coils. That could rupture the hull, end up damaging the Cartabula in the process.
That risks tearing a hole in space.
We can't have that.
Engine status. Right. The warp cores are still practically redlined. However, they've supercharged the Zeldi. It still relies on existing systems.
They just amplify the output?
But the Takan have already interfaced with those systems. The controls will be no use. So we'd have to find a way to manually shut down the warp cores.
Might not be a manual shutdown as much as it'll be sabotage.
No one appears to be guarding it. I think I can get us there. But once we're in, do you really think you can cripple my ship? Not something I'd normally ask. Coming around to it.
Well, usually I'm the guy fixing the things that go wrong on a starship. I'm sure I could figure out a way to break it.
You may even find you like destroying things.
This plan of yours has one problem. It strands us. Left out of the fight when there is a war going on.
Our fight is here. Now, this is how we do the
Как же мне не хватало инопланетян.
for the Empire.
Кайфовая Словакия.
For the Empire.
Но
So, Carter, you didn't beam out after all.
все равно девочки на каких-то азиаточек похожи.
I'd almost hoped you'd made it off. And Millie's there with you too, right? It's good you two are together.
Sounds like you miss me.
We can still be friends, Carter. You just need to understand something first. You're not a fighter. I know it. You know it. That's why you're hiding. Somewhere on this ship. But the Takan Empire has so much to offer you. Think of all the knowledge lost for 500,000 years that you'd have access to. I know you want more from life, and I want to show you what you could be a part of. Not just the wonders you've already seen from us. In our time, we had the power to move stars. Carter, you have a thirst for discovery. And a part of you would remain to experience the things I can show you. But if you try to fight it...
You know what you're doing. Miranda, we can help you, but you have to fight.
Miranda is a part of us now. She's accepted that.
You're lying.
I have no reason to lie. Every one of us on this crusade has fought wars more brutal and consuming than you could fathom. But I want to reach a peaceful resolution to this. Carter, We have a plan for you. And for the others, too. We don't want to have to destroy you.
What's this plan you have?
Милаха.
Steal our bodies?
Южная Корея.
Erase our minds?
That's a simplistic view of it. Your memories would live on within us. We can continue this conversation in person. I'll see you on the bridge very soon.
Our comm badges. She's tracking our location with them.
If we have to use force to free our fellow scions, there will be casualties.
We can't stay here. And we need to disable the transmitters.
Where'd you go? You don't want to talk to me?
She's trying to keep you talking.
I mean, I get it. But I'm trying to help you.
Got it.
Mine's done too.
Time to hit the road.
Блин, мне все больше и больше начинает нравиться эта игра.
You've forgotten something. They know.
Нет! Нет. Что?
Set to stun. You're not going to shoot a guy who's unconscious, are you?
You keep getting in my way.
We've managed this far without doing it your way.
We are hardly in control of this situation. And now we have loose ends.
You two forget you're on the same side? Come on! Now let's move it.
Блин, это кайф. Ладно, или... Серьезно. Мне давно не хватало что-то такого. Я не понимаю. Те, кто обсирает игру, не понимают, что это просто, блин, киношка. По сути. Что кайфово.
Our coordinates match the exact location where Riker met Portal.
Ну или у меня вкуса нет на сюжеты.
Unlike Riker's team, we beamed down without a problem.
It's quiet.
Portal has to know we're here.
If he won't come to us, we'll go to him. Spread out.
Already gave it a scan. Dead. Whole planet feels like it's been turned to stone.
Burn marks.
The report mentioned phaser fire being redirected toward these strange crystals.
It also mentioned Portal calling down lightning bolts.
Better keep our guards up. If I recall right, Geordi LaForge transported in here, hanging upside down.
I guess we're lucky we were spared the indignity.
Anything unusual, Commander?
It's all unusual, to be honest. We've precious little data on this planet, so brief was Captain Riker's visit. Anything he didn't see himself is a total unknown.
We deal with unknowns all the time. Part of the job.
I'm accustomed to dealing with the unknown from my station on the bridge.
Кстати, я хочу посмотреть. Блин, жаль, что мне ее нельзя взять с собой. Она что могла помочь? Ладно, я хотела глянуть. Во-первых, капитан Райтер был поражен уверенностью Джара при обсуждении вопроса по обращению за помощью к порталу 6.3. И он почувствовал, что Джара уклоняется от ответа на вопрос о том, что украл Текон. Так, дальше у нас вот этот рыжий, который хочет нас убить, но при этом она... Смотри, когда у них губы опущены, это значит, они злятся на меня. Когда у них губы в улыбке, это значит, они более лояльны ко мне. Вот это мне нравится. Эта механика. Миранда была тронута, когда Картер предложил ей помощь в борьбе против Текона, но потом была растеряна, когда он отказался отвечать ей. Миранда все еще борется. Мне это нравится. О,
This is where Portal 6-3 projected his image.
He was guarding this bridge. That has to mean something.
We'll move forward when you're ready, Commander.
Doctor?
Commander, keeping an eye on those iridium levels? Good. Last thing we need are your cells destabilizing on a hostile alien planet.
так. Мой 25-й час не сильно хорошо обо мне отзывается. Так. Давай воспользуемся трикодером.
These crystals are dormant.
Riker's report said they were glowing, that they served as energy collectors. It could be a good sign they're inactive. The Guardian of the Takan doesn't have his guard up.
Ну, все больше. Считать, что такое... Pinterest — это картин. Но у меня, скорее всего, нет. Ты знаешь мой вкус. Хотя раз на раз не приходится. Так. Ну, короче, пошли дальше. Мне наскучило.
Follow me. Ends here. Is it me, or did that path just disappear?
Вот это я тоже не понимаю.
There must be an explanation.
Ты помнишь название фильма, которое ассоциируется, точнее, анимешки, с тем, что мне точно понравится? Или ты это комментировал? Хотя, может, не помнишь? Вряд ли.
Tetrametric pulses.
Same energy as the other Takan technology.
Most of the crystals appear dormant. What's different about this one?
Readings indicate there's a cavity in the rock right behind it.
We could try melting a hole through the wall with our phasers.
Worth a try.
Так.
Whoa!
An illusion.
I'm sure that wall was as real as the rest of them. I felt it.
It's almost like our holodeck technology. The far more advanced.
The crystals must be absorbing the energy from our phasers.
I'm picking up something. A biosignature. It's faint, but it's there.
With me.
Another dead end.
Or another illusion.
Crewman LaRue, if you would.
Duval to Resolute. Beam crewman LaRue directly to medical.
Is he okay?
He'll live.
Not all crystals work the same, it seems.
Don't fire your phasers at any crystals unless we're sure they're putting out the same pulses as before.
Commander, I may be able to speed up the process. I can now detect many different wavelengths of radiation simply by looking. The Takan radiation is unusual, so I can't quite clear it all up, but I was able to eliminate many of the non-tetrametric crystals. Your tricorder should warn you.
That's an enormous help. Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's my honor.
Умничка, девочка. Но мне нравятся роженьки. Так. Роженьки беловолосые. Так. Блин, я не успела прочитать, что там вверху написано.
Look at that.
Trust, but verify.
Да, умничка.
Indeed.
We don't have any data about what's below the surface on Delphi Ardu-4. And I don't feel a particularly strong urge to find out.
Then that makes two of us.
Кстати, если будет что-нибудь 18+, захочешь поделиться, можешь в личку кидать. Так. Ты знаешь, я не против. Так, найти еще кристалловые спускающие излучения.
I wonder if this place was always so lifeless.
И только то, что интересует тебя. И желательно, что больше на хищника похоже, чем на сестренок роботов. Ладно. Что я творю? Но это, я так понимаю, нормальный сайт. А там есть разделы типа по Масачу? Просто если есть арта с Гарусом, я хочу, ты знаешь меня, и с Арном хочу. Очень сильно хочу. Я уже 100 лет, кстати, не искала арта с Гарусом и с Арном. И мне интересно, там девчонка одна комикс писала про хуманизированных наших героев. Притом школьников. Интересно, она его дорисовала или забросила? Надо будет зайти на этот сайт проверить. Да. Притом школьники они. Ты не видела этот комикс? Она кайфово рисовала и даже в тему попадала. Но это... Ща. Попробую по одному. Если я найду. Ща. Покажу пример рисовки. Если оно в быстром поиске. Так. Называется так. Новелла про счастье. Серьезно, вашего прогаруса мне комикс выпадает с десептиконами из Трансформеров Прайм, которые я не помню, как зовут, что уж в 2013 году, наверное, последний раз смотрела. Так. Ща. Я не знаю, понравится, нет, но это пример. У этого автора, естественно, больше у рисунков. Ну, у нее прям комикс целый. Только я не знаю, отдельные сюжеты. Но вроде некоторые сюжеты идут подряд, а некоторые отдельные. Что ты хочешь? Женщина, которая 25 часов, уже почти 26. Вот так. Подгрузится полностью. Так. Да, вроде подгружается. И учти, это 10-я страница комикса. Короче, Массыч хуманизировали по полной. И прикольно. Там и Ляра есть. И Тейн учителем работает теперь. Лярка милая школьница. Только талии я не помню. Настолько отстойная для тебя. Или все же что-то есть? Мне нравится. В детстве я обалдела от этого комикса. Так. Да блин, я тебя сканировал уже. Тебе же нет ничего. Ну что ты от меня хочешь? Или ты пошел искать следующие страницы комикса? Так, идем. А мне нравится. Фанатское творчество. Класс. Я года 2 подряд сидела на фанфиках по Масычу. Примерно. В 9-10 классе. Даже не, в 8-9. Дальше у меня времени не было. Дальше репетиторы. И училка по геометрии орала, точнее, ругалась, почему я засыпаю у нее на уроках. Так. Почему? Она ж... Кто хочет, тот смотрит, кто не хочет, тот не смотрит. Вот комикс про отношения Ляры Шепард паразитирует как раз, который 18+. И автор нашла группу ВК, в которой это выложили, хотя она... Ты понимаешь, кто... И сказал удалить группе ВК. Он там реально, там никакого сюжета не было. Там тупо 18+, притом тот человек, который выложил, купил его. А тут просто фанатское творчество. Притом сюжетом. Тут хоть сюжет есть, не надо. А там сюжета нет. Ты представляешь, что там такое 18+. Так. Да и рисовка, не знаю, кому такая нравится. Так. Я не знаю, по чему стрелять. Я реально не знаю, по чему стрелять. Так. Какой из них излучает? Приятель, можешь подскажешь как-то? Блин. И как я должна сориентироваться? Какой из них излучает? Я ж себя грохну таким... А, вон что-то. Вот. Эй, дайте пройти. Засранцы.
Tetrametric.
Почему? Почему ты думаешь, что так? Я сомневаюсь, что, скорее всего, но я писала фанфики не для того, чтобы люди больше заинтересовали. Я писала для себя. Я хотела создать историю, но потом я поняла, что мне больше нравится читать чужие истории, а не писать свои. И я на это забила. Кому-то реально нравится. И притом, например, та же писанина истории, в школе мне очень тяжело было, она мне помогала. Так что могут быть разные причины. Не всегда это паразитин. Иногда просто метод расслабления или желание создать что-то новое. Так. Про новое я имела в виду, например, сделать так, чтобы Шепард не умерла в конце. Переписать концовку. Вот что-то новое. Так, ладно. А то ты не представляешь, как я задолбалась в детстве. Меня и так на рыдание тянуло. Так еще, блин, авторы задолбали каждый раз историю писать. Там, где Шепард умер в романе с Гарусом, и она умирает. Меня так это вымораживало. Вроде история офигенная, офигенная, офигенная. Бабах! Шепард в конце мертва. Спасибо авторам за сломанную детскую психику. Так. Ну, иногда писанина помогает просто расслабиться, в принципе. Это все-таки лучше, чем те способы, какими расслаблялись мои ровесники. На тот момент. Так. Ладно, я не смогу просканировать эту штуку, но я смогу сделать так. Я ж смогу сделать так. 1, я сказала. Я сейчас приду. По сути, канона нет, что Шепард умерла. Так что не надо. Алло, ты мне звонила? Ладно, я вернулась. Вообще, я разговаривала по телефону. Не заметила то, что телефон не выключился. Ладно, теперь можно поясняловку? А что ты обиделась? Или это такая же обида, как у меня на голубе? Нет? У меня мой персонаж тупо сам ходит по себе. Хорошо. Будем ждать. Может, найдем интересное применение ему. Я не знаю, как туда попасть. Не. 5 часов без сна. 25,5, точнее, сейчас скоро будет. Для меня уже слишком. Что? Я где-то в окружении скал, то есть у меня прохода нет. То есть я застряла где-то в попе мира? Серьезно? Ладно, есть какие-нибудь еще прикольные картинки с того сайта? Кстати, так ты и использовал для задания? Ты не ответил. Девушек. А, да, ответил. Прости. Забыла. Да, видела. А, на мой предел 16 часов без сна. Задатки прошли. Но это мы помним. К сожалению, встречается. Милаха. Я не понимаю, что происходит. Меня тупо зажали в угол. Я не могу ни влево, ни вправо. Две сосульки горят зеленым, а я не могу их просканировать. Так и хочется ее обнять. А что тебе не нравится? Киев, я твои смайлики иногда не понимаю. Или ты увидел мою ау на YouTube и ужаснулся? Блин, почему трикотер не достает до сюда? Ну что это такое? Я правда буду плакать сейчас. Трикотер не достает до этих долбанных алмазов, кристаллов. А я не могу их с фазером уничтожить, пока я не просканирую трикодером. Где логика? Сканер влияет на разрушение кристаллов. Спасибо, игра, за тупые триггеры. Теперь мне искать, где я облажался. Киев, что сказать? Я вообще никогда не увлекалась ни моди, ни этими... Блин, как они называются? Я не помню. Короче, картинки с текстом, как называется. С фразами смешные. Поэтому я не разбираю, не шарю. Ну ты ради... Младше. Все-таки у тебя, наверное, ближе. Мое поколение росло без компьютеров. У меня интернета не было лет до 13. Контакта не было лет до 17, до 16. Я даже не знала, что такое контакт. Другие сидели, конечно, когда мне было 11 лет еще. Я только, что такое ВК, узнала в 16 лет. Вот, вспомнила картинки. Поэтому я мемами не увлекалась. Так что ни мемы, ни эмодзи, я не понимаю, просто это прошло мимо меня все. Опа, я нашла кристаллик. Вау! Это по мне. Ну-ка. Почему-то мне это напоминает Гермиону Грейнджер блондинку. Почему-то очень сильно Грейнджер напоминает, или я сильно сонный. И сильно глаза. Я еще не понимаю, что делать. О! 25,5 часов без сна. Откуда это взялось? А, ты имеешь в виду Кассандру? Просто красиво. Это скрин или... Не, это картина. Вроде как нарисованная. А, это обработанное, наверное. Почему нет? Ты против Киев? Кассандра Милаха. Я еще как-нибудь в Одиссее собираюсь переигрывать. Но это будет еще, наверное, очень-очень не скоро. Это напоминает, сейчас скажу, по крайней мере, мне Люси из «Лев и платяной шкаф». По крайней мере, мордашку девочки напоминает очень сильно. Блин, я не помню. А, «Хроники Нарнии». Люси, повзрослевшую Люси, кажется, малую звали. С «Хроник Нарнии». Вроде как. Или моя память уже сверх меня подводит. Короче, какого-то персонажа из «Хроник Нарнии», главного героя и девочки. Из новых, не старых. Там есть несколько вариантов. Наконец-таки! Как же я, сволочь, тебя искала долго.
The way's clear. Good work, Commander. We'll make sure it's safe.
Так. Потому что много фильмов смотрел. Вот это мне не знакомо. Ну, может быть, может сравнить... Он... Короче, из Людей Икс прическа только. Можно сравнить там из мультиков. Шельма, кажется. Просто у нее такой же цвет волос. Или не Шельма, а другая. Но у одной из девчонок были такие волосы. Именно из мультсериала старого. А так... Не, Мордаха тоже знакома, но это точно не из мультика. Но Мордаху я тоже не могу узнать. Скорее всего, из какой-то актрисы. Это чем-то на Лилиану, кстати. Косплей под Лилиану почему-то, только слишком опошленный. Напоминает. Давай поиграем в ассоциации. Кого напоминает картинка? Если такое будет. Ножки голые. Лилиана замерзнет, так простудится. Тебе ее не жалко? Так. Я не могу брать трикодер? Серьезно?
Tetrametric.
Then it's creating an illusion as well.
Based on the data we have so far.
Only one thing left to do.
Doctor, be ready to beam us out if it turns out we're wrong.
Devolve to Resolute. Lock transporter on away team.
Amazing.
There's nothing like this in any Federation record.
The plans.
Мне тоже это не нравится, как это глупо выглядит.
Dare you disturb me? I'd hoped you had enough sense to leave of your own accord, but
Ладно для постели, но на артах у разбойников это глупо. Это как бронеливчик.
I would have destroyed you and your ship simply for setting foot in this place. Fortunately for you, that time has passed.
Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Takan Empire. We've come a long way to meet you.
Guardian. I am guardian of nothing. The Takan no longer exist. Don't care to be reminded. If this is why you've come, then you should leave. Now.
I'll cut right to it. The Takan have returned.
Returned? My people have come back? How can that be? I've been alone for so long. If it is true, how did they return?
Draconian technology made it possible. To enable the transfer of consciousness from one being to another after physical death. We call it bioforming. A group of Draconians calling themselves Scions of the Flame used it to reawaken after hundreds of millennia.
Scions of the Flame?
Is something wrong?
I'd hardly call them Takan. They were a radical faction with beliefs outside the mainstream. Beliefs that lesser life forms should serve as vessels to ensure Takan immortality. You want me to help you destroy them. That's why you've come. You want to destroy these scions.
There is a war looming that could engulf the Quadrant. We want you to help us bring about peace before it gets to that point.
Peace always comes at a cost.
They have an incredibly powerful energy source they call the Cartabula.
These scions have the Cartabula.
And they've used it as a weapon against us.
I will speak with you alone.
What are you...
Нас сперли. Да, мне тоже не нравится.
They are safe where we left them. That the scions have stolen the Cartabula is deeply concerning. And to be honest, I'd rather speak with you alone, Charter Rydeck.
Таков путь Киев.
Your colleagues don't know what it means to be the last of one's kind. You and I are remnants of fallen civilizations. The Kobliad, the Takan. One dying, one dead. Our species could not be more different, but we both know the meaning of loss. The others wouldn't understand. It's beyond their ability to comprehend.
We're more alike than you might realize, in that we accept the inevitability of loss.
If only you understood the glory of the Deccan Empire's past.
Так, ща. Мне что-то слишком мелкие картинки в последнее время. Сейчас посмотрим. Ну, Рога... Осужденная Рога мне больше нравится, чем... Только маску бы убрать, и будет идеально. Ты ж помнишь то, что я тащилась по женщине-кошке все мое детство? Так что мне такая Рога, в принципе, устраивает. Но маска лишняя. Да, именно так. Притом по женщине-кошке из Бэтмена 97-го или 98-го года. Ща. Она офигенная. А потом по женщине-кошке из 2004-го. Короче, мне все женщины-кошки нравятся. Обожаю всех актрис, которые их играли.
Tell me, why spend your days away from
Просто в разные возраста.
few of them are left? Why live your life working for this federation to which the Koblia do not even belong? And submit yourself to their authority? It makes no sense. Not by my logic.
The Federation isn't an authority to be obeyed. At its heart, it's a set of principles meant to ensure the survival and safety of all species, regardless of their origin. You told Riker you'd wait until you were needed. You're needed now. We need you.
As much as it pains me to learn the Cartabula has fallen into the hands of the Scions, my services are not up for offer.
Ой, я нравлюсь. Ну в каком-то смысле хорошо. Слишком открытая грудь. Ну, это... ладно, у моей женщины-кошки тоже открытая, но у нее кнут хотя бы. Слишком открытая грудь для того, кто с кинжалом ходит. И с луком это как-то... А тем более с луком. Как-то уж слишком непрофессионально. И притом капюшон... Блин, я не понимаю, как можно быть в капюшоне, но при этом с открытой грудью. Маска не в счет. Я имею в виду именно капюшон. В чем смысл? Но костюмчик, кстати, сам по себе прикольный, милахалец. Личка милая.
Was to give one's entire self to the cause of protecting the Deccan Empire. I left behind everything I know, and now you want me to turn against my own people. Betrayal of my oath, and everything I vowed to protect.
Every Deccan that comes back does so by stealing someone's body. They are killing to come back.
What you call bioforming, we thought of as a marginal science. But if these reborn Takan plan to restore the Empire, is that a disaster to be avoided? Takonian technology is so advanced, it could save millions of species currently on the brink of extinction, including your own. And at the price of a small few, think of how the many could benefit. Instead, it sounds as if you are reacting out of fear before you have a full understanding of what's at stake. I don't think you've given this full consideration. You may have more to gain than to lose.
You told me your people didn't use bioforming. That's because you knew it was wrong. Wrong to employ on an individual basis, and surely wrong on a galactic scale.
You are correct. The Takan did not use bioforming on a large scale. That the way these scions are using it would not have been accepted when the Empire still stood. I'm curious to see these scions masquerading as true Takan. So I will go with you, and we shall find them. But when we do, I will judge them myself.
Я не позволю.
Guardian of the Takan, to understand their true intentions, for better or worse.
It's certainly your right to make your own decisions. I won't tell you otherwise.
Very well.
Сейчас.
I'll return.
Ты серьезно, мужик? Я буду с тобой спорить. Я не позволю их убить.
Commander.
Hold your fire. I'm all right. He's coming with us.
Ща. Без шуток, даже своего персонажа женского я к подбору одежды отношусь щепетильно. Даже ей бы такой нарядиться дал милота. Да, я бы тоже, кстати. Только капюшон. Все равно капюшон, я считаю, лишний. Он портит наряд. Если плащик какой-то, руки закрыты, это было бы прикольно. Ясненько. Так. Портал 6.3 нашел Джару дипломатическое и принципиальное во время их первой встречи на Дельфи Ардо 4. И когда он спросил ее, зачем она пришла, он был поражен ее рассуждением моралью. Нифига себе, нифига себе. Видишь, я большинству персонажей нравлюсь. Хоть один погиб, но погиб с улыбкой на лице. Я ему тоже нравилась. Так что все идеально. Можно считать. Ладно. Я не виноват, что он погиб.
Shall we?
All right. We can beam up your... Do you have any equipment or tools?
This is all I need.
О, перчатка бесконечности. Ща. С камнями бесконечности, точнее. Окей, почему такую, блин, такие мелкие картинки? Милота. Не отрицаю.
Away team +1, ready to beam up.
Мне почему-то приходит Саски. Учиха Саски почему-то в голову приходит. Женская вариация.
Four warp cores. That's interesting.
Redundancy. If one goes down in battle, we can still...
Или девчонка из Лог Горизонта.
This We'll need to disable 3 of them.
Where are the engine schematics? Power flow routing charts.
We're soldiers, not engineers.
Которая рога.
I thought you would know what to do.
We understand how to operate it under normal conditions, but not the intricacies.
All that talk about being soldiers, and look what it comes down to. You need a couple of engineers.
Yes, we do.
Lucky for you, that's our specialty.
You at least know where we should start?
This way.
Но как раз-таки женщина-самурай в горизонте малая, которая, если я не путаю. Правда, она рога не самурай, но... Так. Вроде как. Ну, внешность похожа очень сильно. И она молчалива. Очень сильно молчалива сначала была. Ты же досмотрел? Так же, как и в Наруто. Все же. И то, и то. Для меня ассоциация. Ладно, те для лоха, который смотрит постоянно аниме, но так до сих пор не решает, чем отличается шиноби от самураев. Ну, у самураев, как я понимаю, длинный меч. Ладно, нет, не понимаю. Ладно, не буду даже позориться, потому что... Ну, так. Просто смотрю, не вдаваясь в детали. Но в любом случае, если я не ошибаюсь, шиноби-ассасины... Ладно, самураи... Шиноби... Короче, бьют со спины, самураи спереди заходят. Ладно, объясню, называется. Короче, самураи открытый бой предпочитают синоби из-под тишка. Да. Даже хоть что-то знаю. Точнее, не знаю, если быть точным, а логика присутствует какая-то на основе анимешек. Ну, Тире еще бы запомнить это. Кстати, да, я последнее время... Да. Наруто бьются из-под тишка, не синоби являются. Правило. И ты сказала про девчонку, она тоже бьет из-под тишка. Что она синоби, а она тоже бьет из-под тишка. И... А у самураев, я помню, что где-то смотрела тоже в анимешке в какую-то, что они лицом к лицу сражаются. Ну, про самураев немного не говоришь. Синоби... Ну, да, в принципе, синоби больше сравнимы с рогой, а самураи больше сравнимы с... Ну, они такие есть, в принципе. Это не воинами. Даже не сравнимы. И если перевести их в единицы... Так. Ты не представляешь, какая логика иногда в аниме присутствует. Кстати, если хочешь аниме без логики посмотреть, но оно шикарное, посмотри «Рейтинг короля». Там вообще отсутствует, но сюжет просто шикарен. Сейчас посмотрю. Это вообще издалека кажется как какой-то Чего? Помянем что? Кстати, опа! Опа! А мне показалось, что это какой-то вампир сначала. Мужик. А это, оказывается, милаха девчонка, которая еще ни разу не говорила. А, кстати, я уже давно не смотрела. Надо посмотреть. Я перестала за ним следить. За клинком рассекающим демонов. Я остановилась на 2-й или 3-й серии. Я вообще забыла про это аниме. Я на 2-й или 3-й серии 3-го сезона, я даже «Поздравь меня» полнометражку посмотрела. Так что не надо аниме баковать. Правда, анимешка была с фиговой озвучкой. Но все же я осилила полнометражку. И зачем вводить таких персонажей, которые никакие? Этот золотоволосый... Блин, я не понимаю смысла его ввода. Вот серебряноволосый шикарен был. И есть. Вот золотоволосый какой-то слишком неэмоциональный. Хоть он типа сверхэмоциональный, сверхвеселый, но он вообще безэмоциональный какой-то, просто кукла. Как в этом говорят. Сейчас скажу. Как нет игры, нет жизни в аниме, пустой. Просто пустой. Реальный персонаж. Как-то даже грустненько. Я у студии банды смотрю. Мне нравится дубляж. Они либри, я не знаю, мне не заходят. Ну, ты знаешь, я точно по недабам, но студия банд мне более чем заходит в клинки рассекающие демонов. Так. Блин, я не знаю. Но то, что аниме заставило плакать, я тебе все еще простила. С тебя замена кринжом. Какой ты кринж, чтобы утолить мое горе. Назови одно любое кринжовое аниме. А то сейчас я пытаюсь посмотреть то, что Бонька сказал, 61 или 91 день. Ну, короче, я его смотрю и до сих пор... Мне вроде оно нравится, но вроде я его нифига не понимаю. Я слишком маленький для того, чтобы понять сюжет пока что. Какие-то дядьки стреляют друг в друга и все. Разборки бандитские. По непонятной причине. Спасибо. Я запомню. Так. Ты знаешь, аниме 18+ я не одобряю. Картинки, да, но аниме или хинти что-то другое означает. Так. Я не найду Тричу, блин. Где вам искать? Не знаю, что сканировать вы хотите. Видишь какой-нибудь цвет, что можно просканировать? То, что я вообще нифига не вижу. У меня что-то с трикотером сегодня не с того места ручки растут. Да и со всем остальным, в принципе. Я ничего не вижу. Если пошара. Ну вот, в зеленом есть вот такая фиговина, но ее не сканируют. Правда. Так, ладно. Спасибо. Ого, уже 5 вечера. А игрушка рассчитана примерно тоже где-то на 6 часов. Точнее, 43 головой, примерно по 5 минут. Даже меньше, чем на 6 часов. Это я ловко тоже не могу найти, чтобы посканировать. Интересно, я один так туплю в этой игре? Ну, я во многих туплю играх. В принципе, это не секрет. Давай. Что ты хочешь мне показать? Например, в той же... Короче, в Стартреке нравится, с одной стороны, девушка вроде бы сильная, но на самом деле она никогда не трогала оружие. А с другой стороны, есть девушка, которая выглядит очень слабой, но на самом деле умеет с ним неплохо обращаться. Такие противоречия прикольные. Так. Что там уже? Да там еще милаха. Но я, кажется, уже где-то видела этот мем. Баяночка. Что-то тебя на баяны сегодня потянуло.
No ship can run for very long like that. Not before a catastrophic failure hits.
It's right on the edge. We just need to figure out a way to give it a push.
Bet that console down there could tell us a few things.
Сейчас вернусь. Нам нужны все диалоги. Блин, мне уже спать пора. Мне показалось, что тут Кора Харпер стоит. Сначала. И опять кажется, как будто Кора Харпер издалека. Прическа, точнее, как будто есть. Точно, пора дрыхнуть.
Whatever we do, we need to make sure that Takan can't undo it.
So we need a way to permanently disable the reactors that won't destroy the ship and kill us all in the process.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Warp core ejection. So the question is, how do we make it happen?
Давай сначала мы изучим протокол безопасности.
Safety protocols don't look much different from the Resolute. Breach protection. Reduce output, command override. Cease matter, antimatter flow, command override. Emergency warp core ejection. Computer control.
Even command functions can't override one of the most crucial safety measures.
So the protocol's still active. That's good. Like we saw on the bridge, all 4 warp cores are operating at full capacity.
Блин, мне впервые не хочется романов, ну, по крайней мере, за мужского персонажа в игре. И так хорошо ему без романов. Хотя я только за романы, ты у меня знаешь. А вот у женского персонажа я хочу кое с кем роман. С кем, скорее всего, будет недоступен.
They've locked out the controls here too. No surprise there.
I can't release it.
So if we want to get the core out, we'll have to force the system to do it.
Or trick it.
The reactor coolant system is operating at emergency containment levels.
It's just barely keeping the temperature in check.
Maybe we can use that. If it gets this high, their system considers a reactor breach imminent. Looks like if sensors show a core is about to rupture, the computer will eject it automatically rather than risk a breach.
So we need to increase the warp core's temperatures.
If we destroy the coolant regulators, there won't be anything to keep these reactors from going over.
And it will trigger the ejection. Let's peel these suckers open. I'll take that one.
I'll take the one next to it.
The second you two start dumping cores, the Takan will know we're here.
We'll be vulnerable. Stuck in one place while you work.
We will have to make a stand.
Start thinking about an escape plan. I have a feeling we're gonna need one.
We'll barricade the door. Work quickly.
Очень мягковато. Мулан то пожестче была. Это как будто принцесску, которую перевозила Мулан из второй части, одели в латте. А даун это что? Го это вперед, жми, типа даун. Так. Мой английский стремится к нулю. Так. Да. Спасибо. Опусти вниз, скорее всего, гол даун в том значении. Да может мне бластер? Хочу. О, нельзя? Спасибо. Ну ладно, опускаем вниз. Больше нам нефиг делать. Ничто не дает мне ни с чем взаимодействовать. Ай, битка. Ну, игра реально. Зачет. А, это спуститься вниз все-таки. Ну ладно. Мне показалось сначала, что это рычаг. Стоп. Спуститься вниз, чтобы подняться наверх. Зачем? Осуждаю то, что у нее во рту. Осуждаю. И татуировки мне не очень нравятся. Вообще не понимаю смысла в татуировках. А так шикарно даже.
phasers can do this in a pinch.
Да.
We better get this right.
Я его пирата осуждаю, если был бы.
You don't know how much damage that cartabula will do. We accidentally crack it open.
There goes the galaxy.
Could be that bad.
We'll get it right.
It's not a Starfleet warp core, but the coolant regulator has to be in here somewhere.
Не, просто в любом случае не думаю, что это для всех пираток было бы корректно. Были же какие-то пиратки полностью трезвенники во всех смыслах этого слова. Я думаю, не все люди одинаковы.
There you are. Time to heat things up.
Warning. Warning. Warp core output at critical level. Ejecting core.
Okay, now they're definitely gonna know we're down here.
Warp core output at critical level. Ejecting core.
Just one more to go.
They're here.
They're cutting through the door. We don't have much time.
Да. То, что она повышает, это возможность побить себя. Осуждаю, осуждаю. Такое очень сильно. Я вообще ненавижу. Ё. Стоп. Убейте меня. Давайте, убивайте. Я не хочу никого терять. Убейте ж меня, засранца. Спасибо. Осуждаю такое. Это надо для того, чтобы спасти союзников.
Okay, same as before. We just gotta...
Вот это шикарно. Даже не ожидала от тебя такого. Кстати, мы верим в Робин Гудов, так что не надо. Вдруг она детишкам приносит. Что-то вкусненькое, которые стали беспризорны. Вообще, если я помню, на корабле женщина к дурной примете, и думаю, у пиратов такое же мнение было.
disengaged.
Did it.
Да, я сомневаюсь, то, что ко всем это все равно относится. Я, например, не понимаю, не считаю это удовольствием. А! Мы еще одного потеряли. Не увидимся. Не увидимся. Пожалуйста, дайте ее забрать, пожалуйста, дайте ее забрать. Не надо, не надо, не надо, пожалуйста, 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 пожалуйста. Нет, мне даже варианта не дали. Это... Зачем эти драматические смерти? Ненавижу. Как же я это ненавижу. Пожалуйста, пусть она выживет, пожалуйста. Пожалуйста, пусть она выживет, пожалуйста, не показывайте нам, что с ней. Пожалуйста, пусть она выживет. Нет, не смотри там. Так вот шанс, что она выживет. Зачем? Бред, а-ля Mass Effect.
Not you too. Calm yourself, child.
Фу, спасибо. Нет, не стреляй в себя! Спасибо. Так есть шанс ее спасти. Спасибо. Я вас спасу. Девчат, если такая возможность будет, я обязательно.
To reclaim what was lost.
Watch this.
I do. I want to remember every moment when I make them pay.
Не заставишь ты их заплатить. Я не дам. Не отомстишь, мы ее спасем.
Swear to me, you will join me in this.
How about we try to save her?
That's a dream.
As long as she's alive and her memories are still in there, there's still hope.
Hope is what you turn to when you have nothing left you can do. And there's still something I can do for Itasca.
Ты не можешь. Ты не сделаешь. Какой же ты дурак. Врежь ему. Пусть он тоже обратится, мы спасем всех. Как же дайте мне идеальную концовку.
So much I want to ask you. There's so little I can tell you. I'm a portal, not a scientist, but I'll certainly do my best. I can only assume this is one of your older starships. One would think, given the importance of your mission, they might send a ship of a more recent vintage. But, apparently not.
Actually, the Resolute is one of our state-of-the-art starships.
That must be some sort of contemporary humor.
She's loaded with the latest and greatest technology in the galaxy.
I've never felt more unsafe.
Обосрать. Кассандра это?
Something wrong?
Not at all. The galaxy has grown more diverse since the days of the Tekon Empire.
Because you conquered everyone who didn't look like you.
To the
А чем ты ее не любишь?
Most lesser civilizations willingly join the Empire to enjoy the benefits of an advanced way of life. But that expansion came with its own...
Не бойся, она на один вечер.
I admire your ability to diversify without creating
Больше не будет ее. По крайней мере, в онлайне.
our challenge, and perhaps ultimately our downfall.
The Federation prides itself on its inclusiveness. I'd say it's one of our greatest strengths.
As the Vulcans say, infinite diversity in infinite combinations.
Interesting. I'd be curious to meet one of these Vulcans.
Тебе тоже не нравится, Кейв?
If this is the best you have, then so be it. To locate this
Я точно буду ее перепроходить, но в онлайне, раз не хотят, зачем его мучить?
to your ship's systems.
Full access?
Huh. You must be out of your mind.
No, I'm right here, completely in my mind. And with all due respect to your advanced technology, the simple fact is that I won't be able to locate him without it. Perhaps I should have made that clear up front. I'll need to make certain modifications.
I can't promise anything, but let me see what I can do.
Just know, without it, I won't be able to.
Без чего не сможет? Блин, я пропустила его диалог.
I'll see you on the bridge.
А что он хотел? Я не... Я
Captain
пропустила
Solano,
мимо
I'd
ушей.
like to introduce you to Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Takan Empire.
Pleasure to meet you, Captain.
Likewise. I can't say I've ever met a portal before. There is no modern equivalent. Not within the Federation, at least.
We are incredibly lucky that Portal has agreed to join us.
Your first officer makes a very persuasive argument.
So I've noticed. You spent 600,000 years at your posts. That certainly takes an uncommon level of dedication.
Почему необоснованный?
We all have our duty.
Of course. But I'm curious. You were stationed there in preparation for what exactly?
Any and all threats to the Empire.
An empire that no longer exists. Which suggests you weren't very successful.
You said you needed my help. I didn't come here to be insulted. Perhaps that was a mistake. I'd be happy to return to Delphi Ardu at any time.
And we do need your help. Absolutely. And we are grateful that you decided to come.
And your captain has an odd way of expressing his gratitude.
I'm merely curious where your allegiances might lie. And clearly it's with the Takan.
Yes.
Не будь тварью.
You have found
Ты и так все портишь.
and exposed my true loyalties to the Takan, not to the Scions of the Flame, who do nothing more than tarnish us in name and reputation and don't deserve to be called Takan. That's why I'm here. And if you'd be so kind as to give me access to your ship's systems, we can get on with it. And you can stop wasting my time.
Access to our systems? That's completely out of the question. Tell me that's not what you promised. We're vulnerable enough as it is. And now we're supposed to give him access to everything? Ridiculous.
Captain, I understand your concern, and I don't necessarily disagree.
Ah, now I understand your reluctance. I never imagined offering to help would be met with such ignorance.
If you're not enjoying your visit to our ship, we'd be more than happy to let you wither away back on your pathetic little rock.
Captain?
You clearly do not appreciate the magnitude of the threat the Scions pose. So myopic is your focus on your own ego. I will not be leaving until they have been found.
Commander Rydek, a word.
Нужно послать его, сложить полномочия и стать капитаном уже этого корабля, потому что он меня задолбал, честно.
I waited 600,000 years for this.
You realize that's supposed to be in an incredibly difficult position. I was against seeking him out from the start, but now, to give him access to our systems? It's insane. And you somehow expect me to believe his allegiance is with us? You heard what he said in there. There's no way we can trust him.
We talked about this on Delphi RG. The reason he's here is because he's with us, not them. He came to help us, and he wouldn't be here otherwise.
We can't afford to get this wrong.
We sought him out for a reason.
Ты сколько ошибок сделал, гад?
Galvin and those Illydian ships. This is the plan we agreed to with Ambassador Spock.
Дай мне ошибки сделать.
But here we are. You know what this mission means to us. Not just for the Federation, but for me personally. I can't afford another.
Иди нафиг, так люди погибли.
Losing the shield algorithms was bad enough. This could be the end of my
Это касается не только тебя.
I'm sorry, Captain. You know I support you, but millions of lives and the future of the Federation are at stake here. Both of which are more important right now than your career.
It's not just mine. It's both of ours.
Then so be it.
I'm going to trust your instincts on this one. I just hope you're right. For both of our sakes.
Нифига себе, он даже не разозлился, он нейтрально отреагировал на это.
We're good. You may begin.
I will, of course, have to make a few modifications.
What kind of modifications?
To find Taconian technology requires Taconian technology. If this Cyan Gallivan modified his ships, then I must do likewise to yours. The galaxy is nearly infinite in size and complexity. This may take a moment.
How long will
I found
it take?
something. There you are.
What is it? Galvin?
Someone is using Taconian technology. I can't get the precise bearings, but it's located in the Palisades cluster.
I'll let the captain know. Riding to Solano. I think Portal may have located Galvin.
I'll be right there.
I'm getting all kinds of interference. Almost impossible to lock on the energy signature.
Where's he hiding?
In the Palisades cluster.
Interesting. Can you lock in on the location?
Not until you get me closer.
Lieutenant Handar, set a course for the Palisades cluster.
Aye, Captain.
Well, I suppose I owe you an apology. You were right after all. That's what I get for questioning the advice of my first officer. You always have my back.
I'm just glad it worked and we were able to track him down.
Which wouldn't have been possible without your determination. So thank you for that. Nice work. Let me know if you find anything more.
Will do.
Он как-то быстро... У него как будто полярочка у капитана, он быстро свое мнение меняет.
I didn't want to say anything until I was certain. But the reason for the interference is simple. There's a Taconian device on this ship being used to block the signal. Whoever planted it was exceptionally clever. They knew how and where to hide it. But they have underestimated my abilities.
Кто предатель?
Engineering.
Take care of the Taconian device, and I can find Galvin.
Я буду ржать, если мой ГГ будет второй предатель.
Or at least delay and confuse the effort to find Galvin's ship.
Hold on. My understanding is that Takan technology requires a Takan to operate. Is there another Takan on this ship?
The Science could have someone on the ship, doing everything they can to stop us from finding Galvin.
Don't worry, I'll get this fixed. We're going to find that ship.
Я все-таки надеюсь, что это тот парень, который погиб. То, что он был инженерия.
Better to rely on my tricorder. There's a lot of noise in here. I should scan the device putting out the most radiation to filter it out. That's better. Most other radiation sources in here are well contained. There's definitely tetrametric radiation nearby. But even with the gain boosted, it's getting drowned out by other sources of radiation in here. A little bit of harmless radiation leakage here, but enough to mask the tetrametric pulses. Easy enough to cancel out. There's still something drowning out the tetrametric radiation. I need to find it so I could filter it out as well.
Нет. Ну ладно. Тут не себе бегать, ладно. Ограничение по скорости у нас. Так.
Jeffrey's tubes thump harmonics from all over the ship. I'll filter that out. There we go. I'm getting a clear tetrametric signal now.
Мне интересно, кто предатель.
Found it.
Excuse me. Do you belong here?
Ты же мертв.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Good to see you again.
Likewise.
Тебя ж как бы убили.
Always room for improvement, just like you said.
Убили его МС, ладно.
Are you doing back here?
Это еще лучше. Ну как я угадала, кто предатель, блин.
First officers don't usually go digging around engineering compartments.
I was looking for you.
Under the console?
Dropped my tricorder. But I do need your help. Have you seen anyone else in here recently that might seem out of the ordinary? Maybe someone who doesn't work in engineering.
Видишь, никто из моей команды не умер даже.
That I can think of, but I can ask around. I'm here almost all the time, but maybe someone else noticed something?
That would be great. Just be discreet about it. I don't want anyone to be alarmed.
Discretion is my specialty. Well, I'll leave you alone already. Oh, come to think of it, that Hotari woman was down here earlier with Dr. Duvall finishing the last of the bioscans.
Tylis?
That would be out of the ordinary, right?
Thank you.
Но, мне кажется, док... Или этот предатель, либо доктор предатель. Но Тайлис я в ней уверена. Хотя, если она была в метатеке, ей могли бы... Да. Блин, как же я по ней скучала. Ее слишком долго не показывали. Привет, милаха, я к тебе. В гости.
Tylis, can I speak to you for a moment?
Of course. Is something wrong?
There's something happening. I may need your help. This is important.
How can I help?
When you were in engineering with Dr. Duvall, did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Or anyone?
Not particularly. Why?
I found this, hidden in a compartment down there.
That's Siconian technology. Does that mean there's a scion on board? But Dr. Duvall bioscanned everyone. Every deck, every crew member, I've seen the logs. She couldn't have been more thorough.
We have to trace every contact, starting with engineering, which is where the device was planted.
At least that narrows the list. But we still have to go back quite a while.
Whatever it takes.
It could be anyone.
That includes both of us.
You want me to get scanned? Better to know for sure, right?
I'll admit, I was around the Scions as much as anybody.
You don't have to do that. I trust you.
If it makes you feel any better, it's not me, I promise you.
I know.
Она кайфовая.
Okay.
Блин, какая же она кайфовая. Почему так редко нормальных умных женщин вставляют в Star Trek?
Let's get to it. The search starts in engineering. Whoever planted the device most likely did it within the last few hours. So I'll start by running a scan, tracking everyone who came through engineering over the last day, in reverse order.
This could take forever to sort through the number of people that were in engineering.
I'll filter out the duplicates.
That helps.
Filtering for outliers. People who don't work in engineering.
This is manageable.
Cross-referencing this list with everyone who's traveled to Hotari. Let's see who's left.
Доктор. Вот, кстати, я думаю, что он.
No.
Но не факт.
This can't be right.
What?
Of the people that went to Hotari and visited engineering, it could only have been Captain
Ну, мне
Solano.
кажется, я подстала. Хотя он с самого начала вел себя.
Which would have been the perfect opportunity. And no one would question him. He's the captain.
He fits the profile for the kind of people the Takan want to bioform. People with authority that can lead to them gaining more control.
Like Galvin, the Queen?
The captain of a Federation starship. What happened when Dr. Duval bioscanned Captain Solano?
That's just it. She never did.
How is that possible?
Something more urgent would always come up. There was nothing she could do. But performing a bioscan is the only way to be absolutely sure.
That's not going to be easy. First thing I need to do is get this device to Portal.
Be careful. And good luck.
I'll need it. I've found the device.
Как же я хочу ее обнять.
Interference is gone. I have located Galvin's ship more precisely. He's in the Usonia system.
So then it worked.
This whole region was one of the most sacred for the ancient Takan. What many consider the birthplace of our civilization. See these comets and planetoids in the outer orbits? Based on their current trajectory, that's Galvin's destination. And
Мне кажется, это болит почему-то.
it's the location of what was once our largest arsenal.
Мы про него уже долгое время не слышали, он есть.
Stages of the Empire. But it was there as a precaution nonetheless.
What kind of weapons are in this arsenal?
It's difficult to know what would have survived from the time of the Empire. But be assured that the damage they have done so far by altering your current technology will be minuscule compared to proper Taconian firepower. If Galvin and the other Scions secure the arsenal, they will become extremely dangerous. My people had such power at the height of the Empire. The Takan were as gods, keeping absolute control over countless worlds. I must speak with them directly. However, the presence of this device is worrying. It's highly likely it was placed here by a Scion, hidden among your crew, and it is unlikely this interference device was the Scion saboteur's only trap. If we reach Galvin and the saboteur cripples your ship, we will be at their mercy. Even my powers will not be able to protect us. Do you know who it is? They may well do more damage if left alone. Time is not on your side.
I'm fairly convinced they bioformed Captain Solano.
I knew there was a reason I didn't like him. That explains it. Bioforming was so rare in the time of the Empire that I am not able to detect if it has taken place. Proof of your claim is something you will have to produce yourself.
Then we have to bioscan him. I'll talk to Dr. Duvall.
А, кажется, док. Ну, не знаю, капитан просто лох, мне кажется.
Told me you were worried about him, but I never imagined this was what was wrong.
I wouldn't be asking you if there was any other possibility.
That would explain why Solano has been too busy for a bioscan lately.
As the ship's doctor, you have the authority to declare him unfit to serve.
If you're right, this is the worst case scenario. Challenging your own captain is a tall order. Are you sure you're prepared for this? If you fail, that's it.
С вашей помощью.
I don't know if I would be on my own, but with your support, I'm sure we can do it.
That smooth talking may come in handy. I'm in. But we can't pull this off with just the two of us.
У меня как-то все слишком легко идет в этой игре.
But in reality, he can and will.
И даже все живы.
We need at least another member of the senior staff to support your claim, or this could all blow up in our faces. You better think
Чувак.
hard about who you can trust.
Чуваку. Правда, инженеру логи. Но мне кажется, чувак. Я не знаю, Борису я не доверяю. Темнокожему парню, которого я думала, что убили, я не доверяю. О, они слишком редко появляются просто.
The Takan enhancements must be able to brute force limited bursts of warp output.
Yeah, but they won't get to wherever they were headed at this rate. They're just limping along now.
So where does that put us?
Maybe I can answer that.
Я реально думала, что его убили. Потому что моделька такая же точно, блин, была. Как он вышел? Значит, эвки не было, кстати, Киев. NPC не в счет. Использовать консоль? А, как ее использовать? А можно расшифровку, пожалуйста? Желательно по-русски.
I got the ship's heading.
They've changed course drastically.
Looks like they're headed here. Usonia system. They might stop there.
Can we use the Zeldy's comms to signal your fleet?
Comm systems are locked.
Grab hold! The inertial dampeners can barely keep up. If they keep forcing this ship to make these short warp jumps, they're going to tear it apart.
Zeldy is still made by a Lydian hand. Spy orders to calm corruption. We'll hold it.
We just gotta stay safe until Starfleet can find us.
Опа, нас, кстати, подслушивает. Это они несколько часов спустя, наверное, отдыхают.
Your people. Is there somewhere you go when you die?
Life after death? No. On my homeworld, some people think they can cheat death in a way by joining with the Trill symbiont. But that's not a life to me.
What about you? Is there another plane of existence for you? With every passing battle.
I think there's just no way for us to know what happens after we die.
Really?
Maybe there's something more, maybe not. But I can't discount the possibility. You can't prove a negative.
Then maybe you can understand this. My people have a special journey. When Lydians die, we rejoin our comrades, family, and ancestors.
On the parade grounds of Cirella?
That is just one part of it, but yes. Death is not the end for us. So, even if some part of Itasca remains, by letting the Dakarn use